Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Tebe TV. This is your favorite open forum political discussion show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. And what a night! Raila Odinga is capable of winning these elections first round with over 55% of the cast vote based on the latest opinion poll, followed at a distance with one deputy president, William Ruto, at 37%. What do you think? What do you feel about the whole scenario? Is this the way the going will be? Or there is another way? Come in and let us talk and let us get to the bottom of all this. And of course, William Ruto is urged by the voters in KESSES, whichever it is. He says, don't force anyone on us. Story at Pangwingwi seems to be now backfiring against the proponent of Atu Pangwingwi. The voters have refused to be pangwad by one William Ruto. They say we will choose whichever way we choose to elect our leaders. We will not let you dictate to us how we will vote. Of course, Ruto flip-flops on the NIS letters and accusation and counter-accusation. What is your take on the same? GACHAGUA and the mic and the mountain voters. It seems the more the mic is given to one GACHAGUA, the more UDA loses ground in the mountain. What is your take? This is what we need to dive into and be able to speak freely and be able to make a right conclusion based on the right information for where Kenyans must go and, declare their stand. It's necessary for it to be based on fact and not hearsay. Thank you very much. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to talk freely and be able to air what you feel and think about this latest development. Raila first round win with over 55% against William Ruto at 37%. Is this how it will be? Or what will happen for the UDA Kenya Kwanza to overturn the tables against one legend, Raila Amolo Odinga, the legend of presidential politics or presidential presidential bids. Nobody has gone for presidents more than him, and every time he has been denied the opportunity to occupy State House. Is this it or what next? Welcome to the show as we open up the floor for everyone to come in. The link is in the comment section. Click on it and come in this space. Merrily, thank you so much. Kuna Nyayo Fankorama, asante sana. James Mwika, you're welcome. Nicholas Otinda, you're welcome. Kuna Nicholas Musyoki, you are welcome. Kuna Masinde Lunani, thank you so much. Kuna Moses Kipkemoi, you are welcome. Evans Rovio, wow. Wake up, young man, before you. Okay, kuna Gerard Jackson, thank you so much. Kuna mse Erin inaitwa nini MC Enrique Jumpy, you're welcome. Kuna Patel Saboka Manyi, you're welcome. Nani mwingine Belindo Gweno, kuna Akengo Omwangu, thank you so much. Nyayo huyo tutaongea kumhusu. Edgar Hansa Mwanya Hururu, karibu kwa show. Kuna Robert Opilu, you're welcome to the show. Ikala Movie Clips, thank you so much. Nani mwingine Priscilla Jason, you're welcome. Ken Kim, asante sana. David Lemcool, I tell you the truth. Alafu kuna Bantu Warriors, karibu sana. Jack, Alex, you're welcome. Kuna Elizabeth Matet Tepkelal. Aha, kuna nani huyu mwingine Kimarumushi Vetunje. Hey, nakwambia. Kuna Oyo Silas, karibu kasho. Kuna Make Elina, you're welcome. Joyce Ebenyo, you're welcome. Kabunga, you're welcome. Nani mwingine Dalenka Asmani, thank you so much. Binti wa Manchester, asante sana. Kuna Joben, kuna Rajab, kuna Memen, kuna David, kuna Omi, kuna nani huyu mwingine TJ, asante sana. Nasema continue dreaming. Alafu kuna Vincent Arap Nicolani. We have reached a tipping point and it is now all systems go for Azimio. The best way to defend is attack, and Raila the Engima has mastered this technique in this war of attribution. Okay, thank you so much. Kuna nani Mwana wa Nyama, you're welcome. If I were Ruto, I would have started kicking so hard because Kenya Kwisha is more talk of the last kicking of a dying horse. Tumkaribisha nani mwingine, Rogers King Boye, asante sana. Fredrick Mwaro, oh, most welcome. Nani huyu mwingine, Tommy Kimani Kamau, one of the most biased propagandist. Ruto is the guy. Wow, Reverend Patrick Msila, the game is at climax. I love Catherine Okiru. We love the program. Thank you so much. We look forward to interacting again as we talk politics and be able to make every Kenyan understand where we are, where we are going, and what we must do to get there. So please welcome. The link again is in the comment section. Click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Thank you. Those of you that are already here, we are glad to have you join us for the discussion tonight. And right away, ladies first, we give to Mama Selina. Habari Mama Selina leo?
Wow, salama kabisa kabisa. Hi,
karibu.
At least I hope tunarudi live. Watu wasituonee sana. Yes, Bernard, naona leo Baba win round 1, 55%, followed by DP 37%. Yes, opinion. Sasa, ukiangalia hiyo mkutano, angalia leo Meru vile imefanyika, endelea Karisa. Hii si mkutano hata ya MCA Penat. Unajua mkutano ya MCA kwa sababu hiyo ward, hata watu wote wakitoka wafiki 5,000 ama hata 300. So ukiona mkutano yenye Kenya Kwisha wamekuwa naye plus the principle. Unajua jana tulikuwa tunaona running mate wake, lakini sasa tumeanza kuona the true colors. Tunaambia Kenyans kutangulia sio kupika, na nilikwambia Pena, baba mkate ukienda kulisha watoto ya wenyewe. Sasa baba alirudi, unapikwa teke Pena, kwa sababu hiyo watoto si yako, bibi si yako, ni wewe ulijilazimisha. Na hiyo ni a lesson to anybody that usiende kwa nyumba ya mtu ukaenda ukasema ni kwako, kwa sababu mama akikukaribisha achakupatia kila kitu. Aliolewa, alitolewa mahari. So hii biashara, na niliwaambia, naona watu wengi walikuwa nasema wanastuka kuhusu Central. Nikawaambia mambo ya Central la mchui, kulingana na vile nilifanya siasa na baba Moi, ingawa watu wengi nasikia wakiongea tuko na uchusi na tunajua our brothers. Ukiona mahali viongozi ama wasee wamesimamia kanisa, walikula na walisema, na hata kama ni wewe penalty, kama kuna mtu anaweza kukuletea 2000 every week ama every day, nani anakataa pesa na hii uchumi ya Kenya? Serikali ilijaribu kubadilisha ile noti ya 1000, amukushikika. Sasa mukafunguliwa fishi na mukafunguliwa shafu, mukafunguliwa ikule, hiyo pesa i-reduce, kwa sababu hizo pesa for 4 years kama ingetolewa saa hii ingetusumbua sana. So simekamuliwa, sinaisha. Gachagua ndio huyo achui kuongea, anajaribu kuongea, anasimamishwa. Sasa Martha Karua ni kiboko yao. Si ati Martha hakukuwa amefanya kazi kubwa Central, she did. Lakini watu ya Central wakati tulikuwa na Kibaki na Matiba, walifeba Matiba wakaweka Kibaki. Wakati tulikuwa na Uhuru na Kibaki wakasema Uhuru bado ni mdogo, atakuja next time, wakaenda kwa nani? Wakaenda kwa Uhuru. Sasa leo hawana candidate, lakini pia wako na running mate. Sasa pia wanaweka hiyo ratili katikati ya Dio na mama senior council, wanaangalia. Alafu Madio, unajua Madio walikuwa nasoma speech ya Moi. Sijui kwa nini mnasahau. Hakuna Dio alikuwa na speech yake. Yes, ilikuwa inatengenezwa Nyayo House, sinateremuka huko chini. Dio anasimama, unafikiria anajua kuongea, lakini alikuwa na speech ya Moi. Akimaliza anapiga salute, anakaa chini. So huyu mtu si mwanasiasa. Munasahau, he never ate his own time, na kila siku alikuwa anatumwa, fanya hii, fanya hii, fanya hii. Sasa hata sasa aelewi kama ni mwanasiasa. Anasema mimi nimeshakuwa Dio, yes. Umemwaka pombe ya wamama, yes. Umeshika watu bure, yes. Umekula rushwa, yes. So nini ingine huyo jamaa atajua penalty? Lakini cha Mungu ni mwengi. Alitumia pesa yake na akauliza KKA, munirudishie my 30 billion ndio mkuwe na running mate yenu. So wakuangalia mara mbili na wakaenda na crowd. Unajua Central, napenda our brothers there, they are very clever. Kama wakupendi wanakupatia the wrong candidate. Sasa walisema bila Gachagua hakuna kura Central. They knew, kwa sababu watu walisema tangu mbeleni wako na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Nisiendelee kudeal na hiyo sana, hiyo police, na bado naona KESSES. Hiyo KESSES ni Eldoret South. Mheshimiwa yao amesimama independent, Mishira, na wanamupenda na amefanya kazi. Sasa wanalazimishwa, na ndio wamesema sisi mtuache tuchakue kiongozi yetu, because Penat, wewe unatoka constituency ingine unakuja lazimisha watu, na saa hii watu ya jamii ya Kalenjin wameona siasa imeharibika. Wanajua kiti ile ya jua kuna. Sasa watajitetea kuchakua viongozi wale watasimama na hawa. Yes, ile kiti ya juu imetelesa. Na Martha alikuwa amesema ukitaka vizuri, elect the right governor, elect the right MCA, elect the right member of parliament na women rep. Hili kasi yako katika constituency isimame. So namwambia watu ya KESSES constituency, pongezi, chakueni mbunge wenu ule amewashughulikia. Mtu kutoka constituency ingine hawezi kuja kukusaidia after tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Kama ulichakua mtu mbaya utachililia for 5 years. Kama uli-elect the right member of parliament, the right councillor, the right MP and the president, utafaidika for 5 years. So nafanya hivi again kwa constituency ya Nandi Hills, mahali Mheshimiwa Keter anawakilisha na amesimama independent. Nataka kuambia watu ya Nandi Hills, after tarehe 9 mkichukua the wrong choice, kila mtu atakuwa ametoroka na mnawachwa na tabu yenu. So mchakue viongozi wale mnajua watawasaidia. Na mimi naambia jamii ya Kalenjin again, tusiwachwe peke yetu na baridi, ya kwamba kama Wakenya wameshaamua na alafu unataka kusema wacha niende opposition, itakusaidia nini? Tuko na vitu tunataka kuchengewa. Watu ya South Rift, North Rift, tunataka mali kama Raimonds iamushwe, Rivertex iamushwe, tunataka KCC ifanye kazi, tunataka Plangets kwa Nakuru ifanye kazi, tunataka Everett kutoka Nakuru ifanye kazi, tunataka Biretram, KFA. Nani ataenda kuwatetea? Nani mutatuma afike kwa serikali ya baba aseme sisi hizi ndiye vitu tunataka? So wakati baba anasema anarutisha industries, wacha niwaulize swali rahisi. Kama hauna mtoto yako umtume aende aombe chumvi, unangoja mtoto ya jirani unamwambia hata kwetu tulilala njaa utuombee chumvi. Akipatiwa hiyo chumvi, penat atapeleka kwao ama atakupatia mtoto umesimama barabara upeleke kwenyu? Hiyo ndiye mambo nataka Wakalenjin waelewe kabisa, ya kwamba yes, tuko na watu wamekuja. We need elected leaders. Nataka kuambia watu ya Baringo, asante sana kwa sababu amujakuwa na mumeangalia na mkajua Gideon Moi Kipchele mchakue aingie Senate, ndiye at least tukue na msemaji moja katika jamii ya Kalenjin. But Gideon alone cannot do it. Tuwe na viongozi wengi. Najua wasee ya Baringo wamesimama na wakakaa chini na wakasema la hasha, mtoto yetu lazima achakuliwe. That is the wise decision from Baringo. Mufuate hiyo, lakini mjue. Nataka pia niliona Matiangi leo ameweka operation Kerio Fale. Nataka kuambia watu pia watoke. Asante sana, asante. Najua ninaweza katwa, ndiye sababu nimeipa hii nafasi penat. Unajua hii network tumekuwa tumenyang'anywa kwa muda mingi. Leo kwa sababu itanitingisa nikajua nimeipa hiyo nafasi, lakini mnisamee kwa sababu sijui kama nitarudi ama watakuwa wameingia tena kuniharibia, lakini wacha niwachie wenzangu. Poleni sana nimechukua nafasi, lakini hata nyinyi simunihurumie juu ninakuja mnasema Mama Selina ninakatwa, lakini kwa leo tu wamenihurumia. Nataka niwachie hapo, nitarudi tena penat. Poleni kama nimechukua nafasi.
Thank you. Asante sana Mama Selina, ni vizuri hao watu watachoka tu. Na I'm sure we are ahead of them this time round. Let's keep the focus and they will soon give up. Naomba tusonge mbele na hakikishe kwamba kila mmoja anamakinika. Comment section please, let us respect one another. Kama ukubaliani na swala, kataa tu, lakini ukatae kwa point, sio ukatae kwa matusi. Hakuna haja ya matusi. Na wale ambao mnatufuata kwa utazamaji, tafadhali naomba tu ukamkaribisha mmoja, wawili, watatu. Share that link with everybody in your life. Let's see those numbers increasing of the people who are viewing wherever they are. Mtembei TV is unique in the sense that anywhere on the globe you can access the internet, you will be able to get Mtembei TV. Therefore, let us keep up the invite so that nobody is left out in this great discussion. Even as we look at Raila early win, first round at 55%, followed by William Ruto at 37%. Is this how it is, or It is just somebody said daydreaming, others said wishful thinking, others says there are so many naysayers on this one, and we'll have to come to the bottom of the same before the show is over. So please, let's get busy inviting, get busy sharing, and let us talk the all that needs to be talked in good time. Mr. Wangira, the floor is yours. How are you today?
Oh, I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you, sir.
How is everybody, Mama Selina? Bernard, the Mitumba propaganda seems to have died like pepper fire. You know pepper fire? Eh? It seems to have died. Hmm?
You can't win against Baba with your mouth. It's not possible, especially when your backup is propaganda.
Anyway, that was not part of my 3 minutes. That was just by the way. Bernard, William Ruto has discovered that he has lost this election, and whatever we are seeing him doing is just trying to get something to hang on so that he can prepare to go to the Supreme Court when we defeat him on the 9th of August this year. Bernard, I understand that this gentleman now has written to the National Intelligence Service. I hope that he wrote to the National Intelligence Service and not National Security Intelligence Service. And I understand that is seeking answers in regard to Kibichu's claims, and that he wants to know whether those claims are premised on the NIS report. Bernard, you know, this is the same guy who told us that he normally receives NIS reports. In fact, he told us that he receives it after the president. The president receives first, then he's the second one to receive. Then, why can't he also tell us where he got the 8% lead that he claimed he was ahead of Raila Odinga? Then here he is now threatening that if the board of NIS or the director general of NIS does not provide what he calls reasonable and acceptable findings or explanations in 14 days, they will pursue further legal actions. I don't know what further legal action is planning to pursue against the NIS, but let us see how far it will end, Bernard. On the opinion poll, this other opinion poll that placed Raila Odinga at 55%, I didn't get much details about it, and that's why I don't want to debate so much about it, because I didn't get much details about it. Let me just debate what I got details about. The details that I have is about the Infotrack poll that was also released today. And this poll interviewed 9,000 people, and it was carried out between 27th and 29th of May this year. This particular poll by Infostack places Raila at 42%, and it places William Ruto at 38%. And in this particular poll, they say that around 20% of the people interviewed were either were not ready to respond, so they were declared as undecided. 80% of them, 20%, sorry, of them were declared as undecided. So, according to the projections here for the Infostack poll that was carried out today, uh, Raila Odinga is likely to defeat William Ruto by 9.3 million votes. Against what they say William Ruto will get, that will be around 8.4. So between Raila Odinga and William Ruto, there will be a difference of between 900,000 votes. Raila Odinga being ahead by 9.3 against William Ruto, 8.4 million votes. Then if you look at this particular poll, you know, there are things that interest me anytime I look at numbers. You discover that in this particular poll, the county of Garissa, the county of Wajir, the county of Mandera, the county of Marsabit are now Raila Odinga's strongholds. And if you compare these numbers with the August 2017 numbers, then you'll discover that Raila has really worked hard, because in the county of Wajir in 2017, Raila got 44%. In the county of Mandera, he did very badly. He only got 13% in Mandera. In Marsabit, he only got 14%. In Isiolo, he got 35%. And now, looking at the way things are, these counties now are among the 20 counties that are now being termed as Raila strongholds. And another thing that I noted is that for William Ruto to win this particular election, he entirely depends on 8 counties of the Mount Kenya region. Because the rest of the country is not with William Ruto, apart from the Mount Kenya, the 8 counties of the Mount Kenya, and other 8 counties from the Rift Valley. From the Rift Valley. So if something goes wrong in Mount Kenya here, Bernard, William Ruto is done, and is done badly. And you now come to what they call stronghold. I thought that Bungoma was going to be a sweep for William Ruto, but according to this particular opinion poll, they are saying that Bungoma and Trans Nzoia are now swing votes, which means anybody can win in those particular counties. Let me just finalize, because I have 2 minutes. I don't want to dwell so much on the opinion poll, because I'll miss on something that is very, very important that I also wanted to point out. Bernard, the issue of the voter register. The issue of the voter register is so crucial, Bernard. And tomorrow, IBC was supposed to have released the voter register, the audited voter register for gazetting, and they are not going to do so because of the anomalies that have been picked up by the auditors who are the KPMG. And according to these auditors, Bernard, there are around 246,465 dead voters in the register. That one is understandable, because people die every day. But what caught my eyes, Bernard, and perhaps this could be this could have been the problem around the elections of 2017, are what they call duplicate records. Duplicate records, which means perhaps somebody registered twice. And the numbers involved in the duplicate records, Bernard, are huge. These numbers are 481,711 votes. And 11 votes. Then there's another one which they call people who are registered with IDs that do not validly belong to them, which means there were people who registered with identity cards that did not validly belong to them. I remember in 2017 there was this talk that there are people who are underage but still registered to vote in 2017, Bernard. If you remember that rumor, there was that rumor around town. So the number involving those particular category of people is also huge, around 226,143. Then there's another third number, Bernard. This is the third number here, is those with what they say invalid documentations. Either the IDs or the passport that they presented were invalid. That number is equally huge, Bernard. That number goes to around 164,269 voters. Those are the number of voters who held what they call invalid documentation, that are either in form of IDs or passports, Bernard. And just last week, you remember, William Ruto complained about around 1.1 million people from his stronghold as having been removed from the register. Did he know something about this audit that was going on? Because the number that William Ruto was talking about last week, and the number that has been pointed out by the auditors here is almost the same number of 1 million registered voters. So does he know something that we don't know? Does he know that in 2017 there were games that were played around, and now that we have auditors who are going through the voter register, these games will be discovered, Bernard. Bernard, this thing really shocked me, Bernard, because looking at those numbers are numbers that can send a presidential candidate home unfairly any given time. And luckily, Chebukati has said that these issues must be addressed before the register is gazetted. So we hope that the issues will be addressed by the 16th of this month, Then they say that by the 17th of this month, all the stakeholders will be invited to discuss over this issue. Then later on, we'll perhaps by 20th of June, Bernard will have a clean register minus these 1 million people who are not supposed to be in that register, Bernard. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Wangira. That's a good one and a good angle for us to be concerned with. I'm sure that a lasting solution must be found, and it has to be found in good time. Chebukati and team, they should not treat us to the theater of who did what, who did not do what. Let them clean that thing as fast as possible. We have a date with Destiny on the 9th of August. Wasijaribu kudelay wasema tu wataongeza sijui wiki ngapi kwa uchaguzi wetu tutakata. Wa Kenya wako tayari. Kwa hivyo Chebukati and your team, do your due diligence to see to it that the register is clean. And if William Ruto has inside information into the register, that leaves a lot to be desired, but all in all ni kama mebanwa. Kwa hivyo we continue to encourage him to keep flip-flopping, jumping from one goalpost to another. Mara is NIS, Mara is death voters, Mara it is Mtumba clothes. Mara, he needs to make up his mind what does he exactly want and where he wants to go with his bid for president in 2022. I want to appreciate all of you that are on the comment section. Please, let's keep it alive. And thank you, those of you that are inviting guys to join. Please subscribe to Mtembei TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, which is Mtembei TV, and the profile as well. When you do that, you will always be notified every time we come live on a show like this, and there are other 2 shows that are running right now parallel to this one. So please don't be a visitor at Mtembei TV and stop at being a visitor. Make sure you subscribe, hit the notification bell so that you will be always on the know-how of how we are moving forward. Thank you. Naomba sasa tumlete mwalimu aendelee pale. Tupe mawili matatu mwalimu, vipi?
Salama sana.
Yes, naambiwa Kilifi watu wa PAA wameanza kupigia debe Azimio. Ni ukweli ama kuna ndaje?
Hizo mambo baba yuko true tu. Hata wapige kampeni wafanye nini, hizo mambo ziko true. Na sisi wenyewe, mimi mwenyewe huwa naingia, sikuji live one, niko chini ya maji naangalia, tuko chini, lakini vile vitu tunafanya kwa ground, tunahamasisha wamama wetu vile watakapopiga kura huko. Kwa hivyo hizo mambo tushafunga, na Kenya Kwanza ni kitu ambacho imechanganyikiwa, na hususan chama ya gavana wetu, Gavana King chapa. Nakumbuka hawezi wakawa wako kwa mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza halafu bado wanatumia ari ya Raila Odinga kwa bangles zao. Sasa uona kama Kilifi County huku iliamua ni Raila. Sasa utakuta wako pale, lakini sasa bado wanatumia R, si kwa bango zao, si magari yao, hizo design zao. Nilikuwa na waomba watu hapa wasafishe hizo magari, waeke William Ruto tafadhali. Kama unaweza kusambaza hii video wafikie, ingelikuwa vizuri sana. Wasitumie jina la baba kunini vibaya, watumie ya nini. Alafu tukienda kwa nini hiyo polling option hizo, hii kitu iko true 100 ama sure bet. Unaona kwa sababu gani? Sababu ya kwanza, baba, uchaguzi zote za nyuma baba Mlima Kenya alikuwa hapati kura, but round hii kuna kura mingi zitatoka Mlima Kenya, na hiyo sina tashwishi nayo. Hata wakisema sijui nini Ruto anaongoza kaunti za Mlima Kenya, but nashukuru sana Mr. Aibu wa Rais, ile kazi anayoifanya nampongeza sana, aendelee hivyo hivyo, akifika apewe mic aseme yale yake, ndio sisi tuweze kuongeza kura from that region, kwa sababu akishika kura tumeongeza 2%. Yaani akishika tu mic akiongea tumepata 2% kwa hiyo neno yake. Na nilikuwa pia naomba unipe ratiba yake kesho, ili niweze kumfuatilia kama kesho atakuwa wapi, ndo nione kama tutapata nini percentage ngapi ya kesho. Alafu kitu kingine, mimi nitatoka kidogo kwa hiyo mjadala nikiongelea mambo ya kuhusu mitumba, kwa sababu naona watu wengi sana wa Kenya kwisha wameingilia hii mambo wakisema sijui baba nini, mpaka nimemwona Moses Kuria alikuwa sijui nikikomba huko, unaona. Sasa mimi nashangaa kwa sababu Ruto mwenyewe before baba aseme, Ruto alikuwa ashasema kitu kama hii, lakini sasa iweje leo hii Raila amesema, na si kwamba hakusema vile venye wamemaanisha, wameweka porojo na propaganda, kwa sababu yeye hakusema kwa atafungisha, no, bali atatengeza industry ambazo zitatengezwa hapa nchini, ndo vijana wetu ambao hawana kazi wapate ajira. Hiyo si ni jambo la muhimu. Iweje sasa watumie hiyo kama hiyo ndo ajenda yao? Wakenya pia tunafaa kufikiria. Nimesikiza kuna station fulani ya huku kwetu, nimesikiza asubuhi ikiongea, sitaitaja, lakini walikuwa wanaongea mbaya, na nimewapigia simu nikawaambia hiyo mambo mnasema, fuatilizeni hiyo hotuba aliyotoa baba, msikize kama hayo mambo alisema. Wanadesha ni magazeti ndio yameandika sijui nini. No, hata kama ni magazeti, lakini wewe mwenyewe ulipataje hiyo habari, ili kufikia namna gani? Hiyo ndio ni swala la muhimu, si kwamba eti mtu ashasema ama magazeti yamechapisha nyinyi mnasema ni hivi. No, magazeti yameandikwa na watu tunajua kila mahali, si wapi lazima kutakuwa kuna kwa Ruto. So Wakenya tuwe makini, na namfuatilia kama mama Martha Karua alivyosema, tuchague viongozi watakaotuletea manufaa, bali si tuchague viongozi kwa sababu wanatoka eneo ama tutakuwa vizuri, tunaweza kwa shida na mateso. Ni hayo kwa sasa.
Okay, asante mwalimu, nashukuru kwa mchango wako, na tunashukuru sana kwa kuwa uko pale umeshika doria. Ni lazima tusimamie ukweli, ni muhimu kwa sababu nchi hii inahitaji msema kweli. Onyango anaitwa Onyango Gerald, unavunja sheria, haukubaliki kwa studio wakati uko nyuma ya curtain. Tunahitaji kila mmoja aonekane na aseme akionekana. Kwa hivyo ukijificha nyuma ya curtain tunakung'oa, na hiyo ni sheria ambayo is applied to everybody who comes to contribute on this particular platform and particular show. So please, let's adhere to that. Secondly, let's remember kids are not allowed to appear on the screen or even to be heard. It's against the YouTube community rules. So since we are part of the YouTube family, we are bound by those kind of rules, unless we are doing a kids program, and a kids program has to be exclusively for kids. Adults are also not allowed there. So it is important that we all adhere to that. And the subscribers, please, let's keep subscribing. We want that number of subscribers to reach. We are giving ourselves a target of 500,000 by August. So let's keep inviting many people to subscribe to Mtembei TV. and support Mtembei TV, make sure that you are making your contribution towards the sustainability and the growth of Mtembei TV. Let's share the word around in our coffee places, in our interaction workplaces. Let as many people subscribe so that we grow as a channel and be able to reach as many people as possible. It is our duty to see to it that Kenyans are informed and they are not ill-informed on matters elections and matters leadership, because it is that vital in these historic elections. So please, let's work at it. Hata ukingoja, wakati unangoja kuona zamu yako ya kufanya nini, ya kuzungumza kwa panel, hakikisha umekaribisha wawili watatu by sharing the link kwa WhatsApp. Share your link to your Facebook for group followers so that everybody gets to know about Mtembei TV and is able to follow the broadcast. And those of you trying to come and you get the notification that the studio is full, it is normal. We can only hold 10 people at a time. And so you keep trying. If you miss the first hour, try the second hour. We're here for 8 straight hours in this particular show. And so don't go and surrender that you tried and you did not succeed. Keep trying until you succeed to get in the studio. And when you make your submission, you also can clear space so that somebody else can come in. Thank you so much. Naomba sasa tusikilize Silas Oyo kwa dakika 2-3 tukisonga mbio. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana bwana bwana Bernard. Wanipata?
Ya uko sambamba, endelea.
Na sabai kila mtu, habari ya jioni. Asanteni sana. Siku ya leo wacha nianze kwa kusema kwamba ni siku ya furaha kwetu Wanaazimio. Ile kura ya maoni inatupa matumaini kwamba tuna njia imenyooka. Tunatembea katika lami ambayo imenyooka. Wakati mwingine ni vizuri kusema kwamba uongo wakati mwingine warudia wenyewe. Back to the sender. The lies go sometimes the lies go back to the sender. Kwa hivyo ni furaha kwamba Wakenya wamerefuka na wafuati uongo. Wanakenya kwanza lazima sasa wajipange, waanze kutafuta agenda. Huwezi kuwa mtu ambaye unatafuta agenda kutoka kwa mpinzani wako, unangoja mpinzani wako aseme jambo alafu kutoka hapo unatembea nchi nzima. You become boring, and I think they are losing because they are now boring. You know, you cannot keep on singing one song tomorrow, yesterday, today, tomorrow. Alafu jambo jingine ni kwamba tulilaunch manifesto, Raila alilaunch manifesto, na Wakenya wengi wameipenda ile manifesto kwa sababu ukiangalia hiyo timu ya Azimio bwana Bernard, jambo ambalo linafanya manifesto ifaulu ama ianguke ni wale ambao watakuwa wanafanya kazi kando na rais. We say they are right people for the job. So if you look at the Azimio team, we have so many people that Raila can choose to help him forge ahead that manifesto. And if you look at the Kenya Kwisha team, even if they are going to launch manifesto on 30th, it cannot succeed because if you look at that team, we don't have the right people. The right people that we have in Azimio team. So I believe in Azimio team, we have the right people like Matiang'i. If you look at what Professor Matiang'i did in the year 2016, let us just believe that Raila is going to have so many Matiang'i in the Azimio team so that we can succeed with that manifesto. It's a very good one. And let's Kenya understand that it's a very good one, and there are so many right people for the ministries. You know, the ministers are going to be there, and it is the ministers that help the president to go ahead and succeed with the manifesto. So in the Azimio team, we have those very many people that Raila can go for, and the Martha Karua can go for and help him achieve that goal. So let's hope, and let's not believe in this propaganda. I was almost I watched a video. Mwalimu has talked about something. Ruto was talking about promoting the local industry. How do you promote the local industry? And you are happy about promoting the local industry, but when somebody else wants to promote the local industries, then it becomes a propaganda, and you use that one to go around. You find an agenda from that one. He was the first person really to talk about the way they said, the way they talked about they talked about the same thing but in different ways. So I don't see the reason why now that one has become a very big thing that Moses Kuria was saying they were heading to Gikomba to go and buy mitumba together with William Ruto. I don't know whether they went there, but he said something like that. We are heading to Gikomba to go and buy mitumba. And those who believe in them now, every now and again, they are saying, if you are following the things on Facebook, social media, every now and again, I'm seeing this thing like, wewe unafaa nguo ya maiti ukiwa wapi? So it has become a song and has now become a glitch. And I think by tomorrow that song is going to die a natural death, and we move on. Tunasema kwamba kuna msemo usemao kwamba something does not prevent chura from kunywa maji. Mlio wa chura haimzuii ng'ombe kunywa maji.
Kelele ya chura haimunyithi ng'ombe kunywa maji.
Sawa, kwa hivyo zile tu ni kelele za chura na hazitamzuia ng'ombe kunywa maji. Sisi tuendelee kunywa maji safi ambayo ni azimio ambayo ina mwelekeo. Tuachane na watu ambao wamekosa mwelekeo. Asanteni sana Bwana Bernard, endelea na hii kazi mzuri ambayo unafanya. Huwa na save hii video. Mimi kazi yangu nina save, nikienda kesho kazini huwa naonyesha wenzangu. In fact, they watch the whole video for all that number of hours using my phone. Thank you very much, Bwana Bernard.
Thank you. Tunashukuru sana. Tuendelee, kazi ni ya kila mtu, na kila mtu akicheza sehemu yake, basi tutafanikiwa kwa haraka bila kusumbukana sana. But I also want to warn us that we have people who have infiltrated in our midst who are not up to good. So please beware that there are people who are trying to hack phones, hack accounts, hack, like my system has been down for 3 days. The last 3 shows, it has been very difficult. I had to overhaul the whole system in order to get back functioning again. So beware, kuna hackers ambao wametarget Mtembei TV na mna interact nao, wanakutumia baga, your phone begins to hit, your phone refuses to play some apps, things like that. So beware and watch out, because politics is a war that has all manner of things that they can attract to you. If they cannot handle you on Mtembei TV in terms of points and argument, they target you on personal accounts. They hacked my Facebook account. They hacked my church channel, Triumphant Bible Media, and right now is down, is in the hands of wrong people. I don't know what they are doing with it. I'm still in discussion with the YouTube community to help me recover it. So please beware. Na hakikisha kwamba unacheza namba yako, cheza namba yako. Huu mchezo lazima to win, na we must win big. Hiyo story ya neck to neck is not admissible at this point in time. Mzee mara yake ya 5 hawezi kusongewa karibu na mtu yule amekuja standard 1. Hiyo haiwezekani. Kwa hivyo hiyo margin lazima ikuwe kubwa, na hiyo margin kuwa kubwa ni kila mmoja atoke aende kupiga kura. Hii story ya tushachukua, tunataka tushachukua kama tumechukua, na tumechukua wazi hivi kwamba kuna mtu atakwenda kokote kujitetea kwamba nililala ndio wakachukua. Unakumbuka Yesu alipofufuka wakasema enda mseme kwamba tulikuwa tumelala, lakini tukaona wanafunzi wake wakikuja kuchukua mwili, tulikuwa tumelala. Propaganda ni ngumu kuendeleza. All the same, Naomba kabla ya Steve, wacha tusikilize kwanza, tusikilize at least kanda moja, tusije tukiongea all through alafu maswala mengine yatupite. Okay, where is this? What's up with this? One moment. Okay, I think we start here.
Kama unajua tulijaribu kujenga fence. Sijui uliona hiyo fence mahali?
The most awkward, asijaiona. Niliona hii ya kuku hapa Mandera. Fence ya kuku in Mandera.
Nawezaje kusema ni ya kuku na tumetumia pesa nyingi?
In fact,
Bwana Steve, endelea.
Good evening, Bernard and my fellow panelists in the studio. How are you?
We are great. Karim, Karim.
Asante. Okay, Bernard, let me start by saying, can our members be encouraged to use VPNs? Those who are using browsers can get extensions on Chrome, Mozilla. They are for free. Tunnel Bear, you can get them for free because if you look at my account, I'm always online when I want. Nobody can hack my account. No, there's no time I go offline because somebody is trying to infiltrate my account. So please, let's encourage our members to use VPNs, and also those using phones, you can install VPNs. It's easier that way. You can route to another country and do your things just like you are not in Kenya. So it's good we go that way. Yeah, there are hackers there. We are also in the system, but you know, we're just clean people. Let's keep it clean. Yeah. Okay. I want to start with saying I came in late today because I went to Pwani University. I wanted to see and hear what Mama Kiuno would say, but unfortunately, I wasted my time and my fuel. She chickened out. She ran away. So it's so disheartening. I feel so bad. I didn't go there to see my governor, Mongaro, my incoming governor. I just wanted to see her, but she chickened out. So I feel so bad, actually. Very bad. Anyway, I'm in Kilifi town, like you always know that. So as I was driving around town today, I noticed that George Kithi is using Raila's logo on his big banner, the one owned by the county, by the way. That banner is owned by the county government of Kilifi. So it has full blessings of Kingi for him to do that. It's not private, it's for the county government. I know these things, okay? So I want to say this. I was lucky in 2017 to work with this guy called Mustafa Idi. He's deceased now. He was in ODM, he rebelled, he went to Jubilee. I told him openly that, my friend, I'm eating your money, but know this, I'm working for you, but you're going to lose this election. He asked me why, and I'm in government. I told him, in Coast, in Kilifi, when people go to voting, they know nothing. It's only Raila Odinga. They know no other name. It's only Raila Odinga. And he was shocked when he lost that election. He was very shocked because people were flocking his home, taking money, eating everything he had. Unfortunately, he lost the election. So this is the same thing that George Kithi has realized. Without him embracing Raila Odinga, he's going to lose even the little that he has. The little he has is going to lose it. Even his family members are going to vote against him. I'm saying this from experience. I'm telling you, this thing is going to happen that way. Anybody who is against Raila in Kilifi will always lose this election, will always lose an election. From MCA, MP, name them. They are going to lose. It's not a secret. It's something that is going to happen, and we are going to come here and discuss these things. I'm telling you. So they have seen the reality where it's going. And look, King wants to save face. If he can't win in his home county any seat, how will people look at him? You see? So he's trying to tell them, look, just play your cards. Put those. If you feel like putting Raila on your billboard, do that. I want to say what Mwalimu was saying. I told them today, why don't you put William Ruto on your banners and your cars? If you are men enough, do that. Let's see it. Okay? But it's like wameogopa, wameingia baridi, hawezi fanya hiyo kitu. Okay, the other thing I want to talk about is the polls. Okay, You know, Bernard, I even quit Twitter like 3 months ago because people try to come up with polls on Twitter, and the way we vote is not the way it comes out. A lot of bots there, you see, it's different. So I disconnected myself from Twitter. I also discouraged myself from following the polls. But after today, I had to look into the past, in the history of these polls. I noticed that for the last 3 months, Ruto has been losing. Raila has been gaining. I don't want to talk about the figures, but that's it. Ruto has been losing steadily, Raila has been gaining steadily, meaning there's progress. That's what we want to, generally there's progress going forward. So it's a good sign. If Raila is at 27 in the mountain and Ruto is at 52, it's a loss for him because he needs at least 80% of the mountain vote. He knows that. Ndio unaona ameanza kutangatanga tena, ameanza kukuja na mambo ingine mingi ambaye haileti msimamo. He knows he's going to lose this vote because the other thing is the mountain is not going to be excited like the past elections, meaning the turnout is going to be low. A low turnout and him having a 52% margin, a 52%, only 25% again margin against Raila. It spells doom to him. That's the reality. It's hitting him hard and it's going to hit him more hard. The other thing is, I can't believe these polls when they tell us that Raila has 41% in Ukambani with the full backing of Kalonzo Musyoka and Ruto is at 32. Okay, that's a cooked analysis, of course, but the real figures will come out on August 9th, and I'm telling you, it's going to shock them because always Ukambani has been standing with Raila and Kalonzo, so nothing is going to change this election. I'm very sure nothing is going to change. Mr. Wangida, come up with your question, please.
I just wanted to clarify something. You have raised that issue of Ukambani Lower Eastern,
Yeah.
where Raila is at 49.
Yeah.
And Ruto is at 32.
Yes.
That's around 81%. And
Yeah.
there's another 19% who are said to have been undecided.
Okay.
You know, just as I told you people, you know, these polls were taken between 27th and 29th May of this year, and that was the period at which Kalonzo Musyoka was also agitating and saying that he was going to run. So we are expecting that now that Kalonzo Musyoka is part and parcel of the Azimio family, that when infrastructure go on and they conduct the next polls, we are expecting that the Raila's numbers in Ukambani will now increase because they will now Raila and Kalonzo consolidating, they will make their numbers to increase, and the 32% that William Ruto is now purported to be enjoying in Ukambani will go down. That's my take. And I think that it's the same thing that even Angela explained as she was giving these polls today.
Yeah, I hadn't figured it out because Kalonzo was still on the other side, but now he's with Raila. So I'm very sure it's 30 plus or 20 something plus. So it's good progress on our side. Anyway, what I wanted to say last is about the Bismarck guy, yeah, the rice man. I think it's good what he's doing. I don't know if it's propaganda or he said it that he's going to empower witch doctors and herbal people to treat people who can't access amenipatia kazi ya kutafuta waganga huku Kilifi, tuko na wengi sana. We'll send them that way, yeah.
Lakini anataka afuke Kenyatta Referral Hospital kwanza.
We'll send them your way, Bernard. We have many of them here. We are going to send them your way. Anyway, wacha niachie hapo kwa sasa. Asante.
Asante Stephen, we appreciate it. Let's keep the conversation going. Nashukuru wote ambao mnaendelea kukaribishana. Let's keep the spirit up. Let's keep inviting guys. Let's share and ensure that everybody gets this rightful, lively conversation so that kila mmoja atajua mbivu na mbichi. Usikuwe na yote ambaye atadanganywa na wale ambao wangependa kudanganya. Kuna swala gani lingine hapa? Acha tusikilize hii alafu turudi.
Kidera oo saytuun leh wari sida aadan barro kala noqo wacheni huyu
Mimi nimekuwa msomi kwa nchi ya Wamasai, na Wamasai wanaheshimu mkifikiria pamoja kabla ya kutoa matamshi. Na mimi nimebahatika nikawa waziri wa biashara wa taifa hili, nikapigania haki ya Kenya kuzuia uagizaji wa nguo kutoka mataifa mengine isidhuru ukulima wa pamba Kenya. Ningesema penda tu kidogo niseme hivi. Wewe kama familia, kunaweza kuwa na kiangazi, ng'ombe zenu zikakufa zote. Mnaanza kununua maziwa kutoka kwa jirani. Wakati mazingira yanaanza kubadilika, wale wenye wamefanya biashara kununua maziwa na kuwaletea, hawawezi wakawa sababu ya kusema tusiwegeze kwa kuguza ng'ombe, tutoe na maziwa na kuuza maziwa yetu sisi. Nasema hivi kwa sababu gani? Kenya sehemu kame zinahitaji kilimo cha pamba kubuni ajira. Wafanyikazi wa Kenya wanahitaji ajira kwa shine la kutengeneza nguo, wapate ajira. Yule mwenye amekuwa anauza nguo kutoka Ulaya anastahili kuuza nguo zinatengenezwa Kenya. Baba the Fifth amesema hivi, fikra endelevu ni kwamba wale ambao wamekuwa nauza maziwa kutoka kwa jirani, tutawapatia fursa kuuza maziwa ya kutoka kwetu, ili tueneze ajira kwa nchi yetu. Hatupigani na mtu wa kufanya biashara ya nguo zinazoagizwa kutoka nje. Tutamsaidia auze nguo za kutoka Kenya ili abuni ajira kwa mkulima wa pamba na mfanyikazi wa shina la kutengeneza nguo. Asanteni sana.
Haya, msomi ashamaliza. Tumsikilize huyu Samuel ako wapi?
Habari zenyu.
Samuel, welcome.
Habari zenyu nyote. So I wanted to talk on the poll. I wanted to talk on the polls, but Wangira is on point because actually the polls were taken when Kalonzo was running. And on the same story of the polls, if you look at Ruto is at 52%. 52% for 4 years. We have some like almost 30% of people who are undecided. What does that tell you? The margin can only get bigger. Unakumbuka Master Stroke Bernard? Eh? Yes. On story ya Mtumba nayo, I will request you to play 2 videos, one for Raila and one for Ruto. Because one for Ruto, yeye ndiye alisema atafanya nini Mtumba? Atafunga mitumba. But for Raila said he will give those people a chance to market our local things. So pande ya Mtumba, and again if you look at mambo ya Mtumba, hata sijui kwa nini tunabishana sana ama tunaongelea sana. Raila is trying to show us, we as Africans, we are supposed to trust. Why do we go to school? We go to school to produce. We go to school to manufacture. So mambo ya Mtumba hata sijui tunaongea sana kuhusu. The only thing mimi naona hapa, I'm seeing kicks of a dying horse. No, not a horse, a donkey. Farasi ni moja. Ni hayo tu.
Asante sana Bwana Samuel Kariuki, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Tutacheza hiyo kanda baadaye. Onyango, wewe inaonekana utulii. Okay, njoo mbio mbio basi. Wangira, hold on. Onyango Jared, unmute, the mic is beside you. Yes.
Bernard, how are you?
Niko salama, vipi?
I'm doing well. Sorry, this is my first time being in this show. Huh?
Okay, you're welcome.
And I'm humbled to be welcomed by you.
We thank God.
I wanted to discuss maybe 2 or 3 points. Number 1 is on the opinion polls. Number 2 is on the manifesto. And number 3 is on the Karua factor. Let me start with the opinion polls. If we go back to 2013, 2017, and that is on the credibility of these opinion polls. In 2013, Raila was leading just a month before the elections. In 2017, the same thing. So I don't know, are these opinion polls credible or they are manufactured or engineered somewhere? That is just my question. I can see someone is raising the hand. Samuel Kariuki.
No. Onyango, just make your submission. If I allow questions right now, it will be hectic. Make your submission. We'll interrogate you later. Thank you.
Sorry, I saw someone's hands up.
Now, Bwana Jared, that's the reason why I am the chairman. I'm the only one to give permission to somebody to talk. If you donate your time, when your time is up, nakata wewe piap. So don't donate your time responding to people. Just go ahead with your submission. Thank you.
I'm not donating. Thank you. So the point is, when you check these opinion polls, I think they are engineered somewhere just to drive a narrative that maybe someone is doing better and in the real sense is not doing. When you also check the ownership of InfoTracker, those people, I don't want to mention their names, but when you check, you can just conclude you can just make a conclusion. Then on number 2, I think Baba's manifesto was a good one. It's only that the tail end of it, he soiled it. Not actually by what he mentioned on Mitumba that he will ban it, but the point is when he associated Mitumba with the dead. I think that is what our opponents took advantage and they propelled out of proportion. Then number 3, I happen to work in central Kenya. I don't want to mention the place, but this thing called Karua factor, I think it's something that is fictitious, because when you talk to the people on the ground, these people are telling you this Mother Karua ran for presidency. I don't know, she got what percentage? I don't know, but we just have to be factual to ourselves. Then my advice to our team, the online team led by Mutembei, I think we are lagging behind in terms of countering our opponents. You saw the way these people took advantage of the utterance on Mitumba, and it actually blew it beyond proportion. Thank you, Mutembei. I'm at the airport. I want to travel somewhere. Thank you. Continue well.
Sawa Bwana Onyango, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Only that I'll tell you, the politics is planned ahead of time. Whatever you see happening is an outcome of long-term arrangement and counter organizations. So the mother factor cannot be fictitious. It cannot be blown out of proportion. The historical voting patterns of Mount Kenya is that they have one person at a time. When Matiba and Kibaki ran at the same time, they had to choose between the two. When Kibaki ran with Uhuru, they had to choose between the two. Mother Karua's performance in the last election was a choice between the two. The mountain needed to vote as a block, so they chose Uhuru, not because Uhuru is better than Mother Karua. It was just a turn for Uhuru, then the turn for Mother Karua will come later. That is how historically they have voted, and I don't see them change any soon as far as rallying around one leader at a time is concerned historically on the mountain part. So right now, the choice between Gachagua and Mother Karua, I don't see anybody confused in the mountain to say that Gachagua is better than Mother Karua. Not in my wildest dreams. So let's wait and see. But for it to be fictitious, Yoni, look at the rallies. Look at the performance of the rallies. The dwindling numbers for William Ruto. He had to go and rescue his deputy when his deputy could not hold a rally yesterday. So the things are getting thicker and thicker. But we remain hopeful. We still have got 2 months or so. These elections will be clear. One thing I'm sure, the 2022 elections will be as clear as day and night before we go to the ballot. Nothing will be confusing between the two teams. Samuel, yes, what is this, Samuel?
Maybe to ride on what you are saying, Jared, I would like you to understand this. Right now in Mount Kenya, we don't have a candidate, a presidential candidate. So we are looking at those who are the second in command. Okay? And there's a very simple question that we're asking ourselves: on whose hands are the gamer community safe? Ukiangalia Gachagua is a yes man, yes man, yes man. And actually, I'm from Madeira, a place called Gadhogu, Konyu. Right now, if you go there, na uongee na watu wasikize vizuri sana, people are saying even Rigathi can auction us as a community. So for now, ukiangalia kura za Wakikuyu, juu hakuna presidential candidate, tumerudi hapa chini. Sasa hapa ndo tuna compare na tuna contrast. And kuhusu polls, if they are fictitious, 3 months ago, when Ruto was leading, the polls were okay. Now that Raila amechukua, it tells you a lot. Because at the end of the day, ukiangalia hizo polls vile zinaendelea saa hizi na penye kunaenda, today kuna watu wanini walipigwa kwa Moses Kuria na fans wa UDA. Do you know what people in Nyeri are saying? Are saying we are going back to Azimio because Azimio inakaa iko more organized. Ni hayo tu.
Okay, thank you. Wangira, shortly, please.
I just want to respond to my namesake, Jared. You know, he's trying to counter what he calls the credibility of polls, because he purports that, in 2013, Raila was leading and he never won the elections. In 2017, he was leading, he never won the elections, and even perhaps 2007. You know, we must be realistic to what has been happening in this country, my brother Gerald. We know that in 2013 there were issues around that election, and I'm very sure that if the Supreme Court did not knock out our affidavit of 900 pages, perhaps the situation could have been different. And that's why you see when we went to the elections to the Supreme Court in 2017. The Supreme Court found out that there were illegalities and irregularities pertaining that particular election of 2017. So for you to purport that Raila Odinga has been leading and he has never won these elections, is being short-sighted. Because the records are outside there, they're very, very clear. In fact, on record, as far as is concerned, the August 2027 elections were not there because the court declared them null and void. So which are these elections that you are talking about when you are trying to confront the credibility of these opinion polls? Which are these ones that you're talking about? And just to finalize on this particular part, even today as we speak, and that was one of the points that I raised here during my deliberations, around 1.1 million votes have been found in the register. Votes of people, Bernard, you remember what I was telling you? Votes of people with duplication records, votes of people of invalid documentation, and these are huge numbers that could have perhaps played a role in the 2017 election. So let us don't be short-sighted. Try to look at issues the way they are, and don't fight numbers when they don't favor you. And when they favor you, you say it's all right. I agree with my brother Samuel that when William Ruto was ahead, nobody was complaining about the opinion votes polls. And now because he's now doing badly, you have started complaining about the opinion polls. What's the issue here? What we should be playing for is for the free and fair election, so that we can, whoever wins fairly, not like what we saw in 2017. Ni hayo tu.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Wangira. It's good, and I'm happy for the responses. I would also say something about the Mtumba rumors and propaganda. The worst way to deal with propaganda is propagate it. you can't win against it if you are following it. So in church, there is a principle we deal with how to deal with rumors and stories in the church world. Is as a pastor, say nothing about it. As a pastor's wife, say nothing about it. Silence is part and parcel of how to win the war against rumors and stories. The moment you say anything about it, you give it life, and it will run ahead of you. So I'm happy that they ran against themselves. They have defeated themselves with the Mtumba story, and now it has backfired. They are giving it up. Better that way. Ingekuwa kuna special announcement about it, special press about it, and all that, to still be here with us. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa to reduce kuinua mikono tafadhali. We so that we give submissions faster ndio usikae kwa line sana. The more questions I allow, the more utakaa kwa line. Tumsikilize Paul haraka mbio tafadhali. Paul.
So thank you, Bernard. First and foremost, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I have to rush to maybe the issues that are coming up today. Number one is on the opinion polls. I have to say the following, that on these opinion polls, I do not want to really put a lot of trust in them, but I have to say the following, that Raila will win round 1. Why am I saying this? That all the data and what have you, that anything that is actually coming on our way is actually showing that Raila is headed that direction. Remember, this is one of the elections that will be having, and this is exactly what Raila has been calling upon. And we, his supporters, we have been calling upon this, that we have an election that is actually leveled for all. It is leveled for all, where everybody is given an opportunity. So on this one, we want, the only thing that Raila has been calling for is not favors, it's not anything. We have been asking for a leveled ground where everybody will be able to compete on ideas. On ideas. Raila is not telling Chebukati to declare him president. No. We only want a free, fair, verifiable, and credible elections. If you're to. And this is exactly what we have been looking for. And on that basis, that means if the election is held today on that platform, in that trajectory, we want to imagine that everybody will be satisfied with the results and there will be no cause for alarm and chaos in Kenya, because electoral malpractices and electoral injustices, this has cost Kenya a lot in the past. And therefore, we still call upon the IBC, because I have been raising about the issue of IBC in this platform all along. And Chebukati has no option. He has to remain within the rule bricks. He has to play within the rules to make sure that the elections are free and fair. On a letter that was written by UDA to NIS, it is not here nor there. Those are signs of a failing coalition. And to me, if I were the one this letter came, I would actually tell them on the face, I have no reply for you. What is this now? It shows of a people or a group of people who are, they just want to put there are noises everywhere. And for your information, UDA and Kenya Kwanza, they are in the place where Raila Odinga and the NASA and the CORD were in 2017 and 2013, requesting for only one thing: credibility, openness, and fairness. Then they are with the system. They were enjoying the trappings of power. But because they did not want to make the law for posterity, they did not want to make the procedure and the rules for everybody, so that in future, when the shoe will be on the other foot or feet, or the shoes be on the other feet, they could not actually accept. We have part of even their group that actually told the president to become a benevolent dictator. You remember those particular statements. Now today, they are the ones complaining. Now, writing to NIS telling them to clarify on the NIS, it's ridiculous. Ruto told us the other day that he actually shares the intelligence with the president and other organs. They said that the intelligence that the president receives is the one I receive. Then which one else do you want to receive? It's it's ridiculous. Whether you because I heard him saying that he receives the intelligence from NIS. I don't know that is sijui NHIS, sijui wanaita, I don't know. I don't know which organization is called NHIS. I don't know. The only thing I know is that Kenya has systems. If the intelligence is showing towards that direction, then intelligence is not for everybody. In fact, the moment he decided to become a ghost worker within government, you cannot blame anybody on that. I want to go back to the issue of Kipruto Kirwa. There was something that Kipruto Kirwa said when he left UDA and the GA party. He said that he could not remain in Kenya Kwanza because the democracy of this country was on trial. Decisions were made in that party without consulting the members or without consulting the proper organs, and therefore they could not believe, or he could not believe, that that particular coalition would actually take the country to the proper direction. That tells you what, Ben? If the alligator comes from the sea and tell you that the crocodile is sick, why would you doubt? That means there is a problem in that coalition. There is a big problem. And by the way, Kipruto Kirwa is a very bright guy. He could see that this ship is sinking. It is sinking. So on that one, plus putting so many things on that, you find that it is really weighing on them. On Karua factor, I want to completely take a departure from what Gerard has said. The Karua factor is so heavy on Gachagua's, or on the other side of the Gachagua's peak. Very heavy. Actually, you cannot compare those two. And that is why this coalition is struggling, is because how do we counter Karua? How? One, they will not be able to actually soil her. There is nothing that they can cling on to soil her. Number two, she's a woman known to stand firm. Is not a yes woman. In fact, if you listen to most of the people from the Kikuyu community, they say that Karua, they are three men combined. Karua as one woman, they are three men combined. Karua is one woman. You cannot, she's not a pushover, no. And even Raila knows. And even the people around that group, they know that they actually approach him with a lot of caution, because she's firm. She's a deputy president, in which, and that is why the president, our presidential flag bearer, Raila Amolo Odinga, said that the office of the deputy president will be a workshop. That is where all the works will be done, because that is the workshop of the president. Therefore, Raila Odinga had to get a firm, a decisive, an assertive candidate. And the moment you tell me that you can compare Rigathi Gachagua with Karua, then you lose me. Completely, you lose me. On the issue of Mituba and such kind of things, I don't want to comment about that, because I've actually listened to a lot of hot air. Because let me call it hot air, because Ruto is on record saying that their government would actually ban Mitumba. Anyway, that is not here, not there. The only thing is that I concentrate on what Raila said about the what? About the Mitumba. And that does not actually tell us that he did not tell us that he actually going to ban mitumba. He only said that he will actually make sure that the Kenyan textile industry will thrive. On issues to do with KESSES, the electorate are speaking. Anyway, I don't have to go to that. The Rigathi was echoed in Mount Kenya today. You know, things are really changing. The ground is becoming slippery. And on the issues to do with the manifesto, I thank what the writer, because I've been able to listen to him, zero rating the taxing on animal feeds and the farm inputs, and also making sure that he also makes sure that the double taxation of the small and medium enterprises will actually be able to grow and give them time to grow. And the moment they are actually given that particular opportunity to be registered and also maybe to thrive, they actually given the conducive environment in which they can be able to grow, so that they may be able to boost their employment, investment in the country, and also for the economic growth and development. I think that is the much I can do. And for now, thank you, Ben. Asante sana.
Thank you, Pana Paul. That's elaborate and a good one. I am happy that every Kenyan is getting that clearly. It is important that we keep moving forward. Moving forward meaning let these elections leave us or push us in a better place as a country than just recycling leaders from one office to another. Let it be that the kind of leaders we are put in office are going to give us a better Kenya by providing good leadership. Not just kuna mtu hapa anasema we can improve our textile industry without touching mitumba. Nobody's touching mitumba. We are only ensuring that we have our own product in the market, just like mitumba has a market. Now, if we will let the imports flood the market, they destroy the local industries. Not necessarily by making our own products expensive or less expensive. As long as we make the production, the cost of production of sugar locally be more expensive than the imported sugar, what are we telling farmers? We are not able to sustain them, so they should cut down the sugar cane and plant avocados or something else. So it is important that we be factual. Let's not reason we never short-sightedly thinking only today. Let's look at this for posterity. Let's look at our children, our children's children. What kind of economy are we handing over to them by the choice of leaders we are choosing? So kusikue tu na story ya wewe kusema unatetea mitumba. Mitumba haihitaji kutetewa. Iko na soko yake na iko na wanunuzi wake. Lakini itafika wakati ambapo lazima maziwa yetu yafanye nini? Yarudi kama vile kitu yameeleza. Maziwa yetu yakisharudi, ng'ombe zetu zimerudi, hakuna haja ya kwenda kununua maziwa ya jirani wakati uko na maziwa kwako. It makes no sense. You're also looking for market to sell your own milk, and now you are saying you defend your neighbor to keep supplying milk to you. Does it add up? And you're really serious about recovering the economy and employing the youth and doing away with the unemployment whatever nightmare in the country. So let's reason maturely and look at things holistically, because the future it belongs to those who are able to focus and counter things that will be problem before they become problem. That's how leadership is done. That you focus, come 20 years from now, our population will have moved from 50 million to 70 million. Are we going to be able to feed 70 million mouths? Do we have enough food in the farm? Or will we have a capacity to produce enough food to feed 70 million mouths? That's how leadership is done. But this leadership of let's maintain the status quo, let's not touch this corner. If you touch this corner, utapewa kura. If you touch mtumba, utapewa kura. If you touch yawa, utapewa kura. Then you become a slave of the people instead of you leading them to where they are supposed to be. So let's not flip-flop and follow people who are going nowhere. Kenya Kwanza and team, they seem not to have any agenda now. They're waiting for anything that Azimio says, they run with it. In my opinion, they are doing well. Let them keep up. Na naomba tulinde muda dakika mbili tukisonga mbio mbio. Bantu Warrior, tafadhali mbio mbio tuende.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard, nashukuru sana na wasalimu nyote hapo kwenye panel. Sina mengi sana zaidi ni kuongea kulingamana na Kenya Kwanza na Kenya Kwisha. Ya, kitu changu nataka kuongea ni kwanza ni ile neno linaitwa hustler. Watu wengi wanaongea, wengine hata hawajui what is the meaning of hustler. Lakini ikiwa unataka kujua meaning of the hustler, unaenda kwenye Google. Kwenye browser ya Google and put hustler and you'll find out what's the meaning of hustler. Hiyo kwanza. Pili, kuwa kiongozi wa nchi si lazima utumie pesa, maanake kuna hisi ya viongozi wengi. Hata ukienda Amerika unakuta Ross Perot was a multi-billionaire, Bloomberg multi-billionaire, lakini hakuweza kuwa marais wa Amerika. Walikuwa wanatamani kuwa marais, lakini hawakuwa marais. Na wengi sana mamilionea na mabilionaires hawakuwa rais, hawezi kupata hiyo nafasi. Saa ingine it doesn't work like that. Baba manifesto yake is wonderful. Baba analeta mabadiliko katika nchi ambao watu bado hawajaona, na this is just the beginning. There's a lot to come. Hii ameongea peke yake, na uzuri wa baba akisema kitu anakifuatilia kukifanya. Hasemi just to make people happy. When he says something, he stick on that thing until he complete. That's the way it should be. Inaonesha how leadership he has. Na I'm very thankful na nafurahia sana na wapongeza sana baba na Martha Karua and the whole team na organization ya Azimio la Umoja. Well done. They are doing a very, very good job. Excellent. Wonderful job. Hii ni marathon, sio ile 100 meter ya Usain Bolt. His Excellency ameongea mara nyingi sana, na mkumbuke, msisahau, akawaambia hii ni marathon. Ni marathon, na mnaona marathon, mnaona mzee anakuja tu, anafanya mambo yake vizuri polepole, and you people you can see. Na sisi tumekaa kwa muda mrefu sana. Kenya imestruggle na imestarve, iko thirsty for many, many years. Almost now 60 years since the independence. I don't want to go back to talk about other leaders who have gone, passed away. Kenya inatamani sasa maendeleo, and this is the right time. It is 21st century, it's a different time. Kuna viongozi politician wengi, it will be their over. They will be finished, many of them. Ikiwa Ruto is one of them. Let me tell you, he won't come back again. Kwa sababu pesa ameshatumia na zimeonekana hazisaidii kitu. Na vile anavyoongea na yale anavyofanya, baba atafanya mambo na Martha Karua ya hii nchi, na mutaona nyi wenyewe. You will forget even if he comes back 2017. Nafikiria nchi yote itamwambia, wewe bwana, kaa kando kabisa, wachana na sisi. And new kids on the block watakuja, wakina Karua, Moses Kuria, wakina Madevidi, hawa watu, wakina Mutua ambao wamenunuliwa, wakina Kingi, hawa wote watavanish, hata hawatajulikana, watadisperse, watapotea kabisa, kwa vile Azimio itakavyofanya agenda zake. Nikiongea kulingamana na Mitumba, mimi namsapoti sana baba Mitumba. Nimekaa siku nyingi hapa nasikiza tu watu wanaongea bara Mitumba. Sisi ndio ile dump ya western world. Sisi tuko huko, we know about the Mitumba. Mimi nikienda hapa dakika mbili tu kuna mahali watu wanatupa mitumba. Na mitumba ni nguo ambazo baba amesema zina watu wakufa. It is true. Most of 50% ni watu ambao wakifa nguo zao zote zinachukuliwa zinaenda pelekwa kwenye sehemu za mitumba. Unaona? Wengine ni nguo ambazo za watu majumbani, wengine wana skin disease, wengine wana magonjwa, mabikini na underwear na masocks. Watu wana skin disease mpaka kwenye miguu, zinaoshwa, inaoshwa, alafu sisi ndio watu wa kuchukua dump, kuchukua rejected, watu hawazitaki. Ati sisi Kenya tunataka kujivunia na mitumba. Lazima tu sacrifice, tusahau habari ya mitumba. Wacha baba, manifesto yake inasema tufungue viwanja, wakulima wakuze pamba, industry zifunguliwe every county, ili vijana wapate kazi wanaolilia kazi. Niko na mengi ya kusema, lakini kwa sasa nawaambia ni hayo. Hii ndio tsunami ya baba imekuja. Asante sana bwana Bena.
Thank you Bantu Warrior, we appreciate it. It is accurate. Naomba tufuate kwa makini, tusidanganywe na propaganda. Na kuvaa nguo ya mfu sio laana. Huku ni Africa, people inherit including wife. Now is it cloth? So I don't see anything abominable about calling to buy clothes belonging to dead people. Ninyi mnang'ang'ania ndugu yenu amekufa, mnaanza kung'ang'ania suti, nani anachukua nini, mpaka mke mnang'ang'ania. Sasa hapa tena mnaanza kuletea hapa propaganda hiyo, nguo za mtumbani za wale wafu. Kwanza hao si ndugu zenu. Let it rest there. Thank you to kumaliza mkururo. Naomba tumsikilize Edwin Keraro. Edwin, unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Hiyo kitu iko crossed. You click on it once on the screen. Bwana wewe utafanya mazoezi. una unmute. Unaona hiyo mic kando ya jina lako kwa screen, on the screen. Touch it once. We will never hear what you're saying until you do what I'm telling you to do. Bwana Edwin, pole sana. Itabidi ufanye mazoezi baadaye. Tutakurudia baadaye. Okay. Yeah, you can't handle it. Okay, not nice. Namna gani? Yes, not nice. What is not nice?
Not nice is anaendesha gari.
We can't hear you. Not nice. There is something wrong with your audio. Please fix it. Then you will come back later. We can't hear what you're saying. Although you are already mute. You are already unmute. So gadget zako connect vizuri. Okay, done.
Dennis, are you hearing me?
Yes, Dennis Ocheng. Go ahead.
Okay. When I speak, there's a certain issue where those other people are talking about CG. Peter Munya is promising Kenya that there's one thing that is not going to do because it is a fake. He has failed for over times about the issue of fertilizer. At the next time, Raila is going to appoint him to be a minister for agriculture. And yet he has failed for the first time. So whatever thing he's going to do at the moment, let him do. Whatever thing he's going to do in future, let him do at the moment. But the issue is the setup of the current government and the setup of the next government. They are two different things. Even Mr. Ruto himself is a deputy president, and whatever he's telling Kenyans, 70% of what he is promising Kenyans, he can as well do them at the moment. So It is just a blame game. These Kenya Kwisha people, let them give Kenyans their manifesto, what they are going to tell Kenyans, not what Azimio are saying. They are using those people to beat them. It is not a matter of a Cold War. This is politics. It is not a matter of Cold War. Acha niongee hivi alafu ni washinde. Hapana. We are in a race where you sell your policy and Kenyans are going to judge whose policies are better. But according to me, the Azimio manifesto, they are just up to the mark. Because whatever, the way I've been following them, then we are going to see the transformed country, the transformed Africa. In fact, if Mr. President, the fifth, that's what is telling us now, then our Kenya is going to be an example to other countries in Africa. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. Nashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Nani huyu? Felicia. Wewe ndio ile Felicia ilikuwa ya Kabugu. Karibu lakini. Bwana Felicia, you are not mute, you are still mute. Unmute. Which is how hiyo ndio sheria.
Are you getting me now?
Yes, you are okay now. Go ahead.
Okay, there are certain issues yenye ningependa ni address hata mimi pia kulingana na hii debate. Kwanza ni ile maneno ya intelligence report. Let's say in a scenario where you and me are not entitled to a certain report, but there are certain people who are getting this report and relaying them to us. Now, if two people relay a different information that they say came from one source, then you start asking yourself, who is actually saying the truth? Now, you come to certain features in human being. For example, ukisema uongo, kuna venye mwili yako itaanza kutetemeka. Kuna venye utajipresent ukiwa unasema uongo. And these features can be seen actually with the UDA party leader. Even if yeye ndiye anasema ako na ile intelligence report ya ukweli. So it is like ni ukweli ya kwamba baba ndio ana lead na kila mahali hata tunaona kwa info track ama kwa hizi polls zingine ni yeye ndiye ako mbele. So hapo hatuwezi ongelea maneno mengine mingi. Another thing, Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza is not a coalition and it is not registered anywhere. Because if it would have been registered, it would have been presented to the IEBC as Kenya Kwanza having a presidential candidate who is William Samoei Ruto. But if you review or if you go back to the speech of Wafula Chebukati when Raila was presenting his papers, he said, "Thank you, Mr. Raila Odinga, for presenting your papers under the Azimio coalition. In fact, this is the first coalition ever after those other parties." So it is like Kenya Kwanza is just Kenya Kwanza. And if Kenya Kwanza is not presenting their papers as Kenya Kwanza and giving the UDA the privilege to present their papers, it is like wale watu kama ma-DVD, Weta, Mutula Kilonzo, these people are just out and they don't know the kind of politics they are playing. They're just out. And they're not entitled to any entitlement, even if Kenya Kwanza, even if UDA may take the leadership. They're not entitled to anything, any portion, any form of government employments and benefits. They are not entitled to unless kwa neema tu ya president yao awapee tu a certain portion too. Then another thing on the issue of manifesto ya Raila, it was very good. The problem is that Raila happened to have mentioned the fact that hii manifesto itakuwa affected within the 100 days. You know, you start questioning yourself. Even if me, I support Raila 100% with his political ambition, but you start asking yourself, after this 100 days, after this industry is being created, after this being done, after that being done, what will Raila do? Because he still have fresh five years. So it is like Raila is going to give priority to things that should be given priority, but he may not accomplish all these things within 100 days. We are human beings and we understand these things properly. Then another thing, sources of fund, if at all hii manifesto ya UDA yenye itategenezwa ama hii manifesto ya Raila itakuwa affected. Ukiona Raila ananyamaza akiulizwa, now show us your card, we are now on the table, show us your card, where is your sources of fund? Then Raila ananyamaza, hapo haongei. Martha Karua haongei. Hakuna mtu anaongea sources of fund to fund the manifesto. Now you start asking yourself, where are these people going to get the funds? Well, the government have many sources of getting funds. One, when a new government come in, you find that there are certain countries that are loyal to that presidential candidate. Those countries come in with a foreign aid to assist the new government. That is one. Two, Raila can override the printing of money by the Delaru. Everybody knows that money, Kenyan money, is being made at Delaru. What if Raila overran that thing to make billions for those projects to be started? You know, these options are there. Or is he going to overtax Kenyans within those 100 days? You know, these things are there. Now, Raila is even saying that ukikopeshwa na serikali hautalipa for the next 7 years. Both the two parties, both the UDA and chama ya baba wamesema ya kwamba hautalipa hiyo loan ya serikali for the next 7, kumaanisha one full government ukipewa loan hata ya 100,000 utaishi ukikula, na hata maisha yako ikiisha hiyo loan imepotea hivyo. So it raises a lot of questions. So mi naona both the two presidential aspirants are very hopeful on their sources of fund. That this one we must just note, even without being hell-bent that I support Baba and you support UDA. Yes. Yes.
Wewe ni mgeni Kenya ama unaelewa kwamba budget ya Kenya huwa inasomwa in the month of June?
Okay, mimi si mgeni Kenya. But so election changes everything.
Budget inasomwa June.
Hata kama budget ilisomwa June.
Economic year for the country begins in June.
Yes, budget ilisomwa, sikatai. But can I tell you that a new government has 100 days to present something to the people?
Present what? I am telling you that new government does not drop from heaven with new policies. it plugs into the budget that was passed in June. They are coming in office in September. They don't draw their own budget. They must work within this budget for the whole year. Their new budget will come in June of the following year.
Now let me
So when you ask where will Baba get the money, where will Karua get the money? When Karua, are they coming to are they coming to take over Kenya and throw away the entire system of operation of government?
Let me take you back when William Samoei Ruto was promising 47 sports ground. Eti kila county itakuwa na sports ground. At that moment ili happen ya kwamba budget ya hiyo mwaka pia ilikuwa ishasomwa, lakini akasema in the next 100 days sisi tukichukua serikali tuta effect 47 grounds for playing kama Kasarani, to the tune of Kasarani. Now that one was not budgeted for by that budget by then. Tuelewe tu. Now when a new government comes in,
you know where I'm going with the next question. Did you see the stadiums?
Yes. No, I didn't see them. Actually, some of them are still under construction.
You haven't seen them because they were not budgeted for. So thank you. Let's not speculate on matters that are cast into law, and let the new government come in force. They know what to do. There is a lot of money in this country. A story ya kwenda interfere na print pesa ama print pesa mingi is bad for the economy. We already have a bad economy, so that is a no-go zone. Raila is a seasoned politician. He's been in government. He knows what to do. We should trust him. With Mother Karua, now they cannot tell you where they'll get the money because the copy and paste group is up in town. They are looking now. They are working on their copy pasted manifesto. They will launch it on 30th after they have looked for how to twist what Azimio gave out. So that should not be an issue at this point in time. 100 days are good, not to have implemented everything, but to have shown that they can perform. The 100 days where the cost of living will drop drastically by introduction of subsidies to the manufacturers. That's a 1 week program. Bora pesa iko wamepeana kwa industries, alafu serikali inalipa nusu, wananchi wanalipa nusu. So we had subsidized during COVID. The government was paying the taxes they had waived from the food products, kept the price low despite the fact that people were not working. So hiyo ni technicality ya function ya serikali, sioni sababu tusumbukane nayo. Let's wait and see. Okay, nani huyu? Edwin, sasa have you cured your problem? Try out. Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. You click on it once. We can't hear you. You must unmute for us to hear you, Mr. Edwin. Hapo kando ya jina yako kuna hiyo kitu imekurosiwa hivi. Click on it ifunguke. So unaona, angalia yangu kama sija mute, kama nime mute can mute haiko. Angalia kwa jina yangu. Hapa nitafanya tuition na pole, lakini utarudi baadaye. Nashukuru. Na Dennis ulikuwa ushamsubmit. Tumsikilize Sanford.
Hello everyone.
Hello to you. How are you?
Alan.
Yes.
I'm good. It's been time. Hope you are doing well.
We thank God all is well.
I mean, so today I want to make my contribution of matters politics. Indeed, Bernard, I beg to differ with you over one thing. You know, sometimes these politicians, we shouldn't trust them. These manifestos are just a matter of making us believe that we are in paradise while we are not. I'm fond of not believing in such utterances. The only thing that has ever worked in Kenya since independence is the free primary education. It really worked under Mwai Kibaki. But the rest is history. We had of the stadiums. Now we have even I'm worried of this thing we call I don't know, the 100 days of waiving the prices of commodities to make the living standard cheap. You know, that's quite a big process. I mean, Bernard, the government needs to strain somewhere for it to achieve its ambition. So let's not of being excited of maybe the manifesto was so good, the 10 promises that Baba gave us. You know, I believe that we believe in paradise. Let's accept the reality that whatever that might come, let it come. Yeah, that is the reality.
Onyango, you are inviting Onyanja, sorry. You are inviting us
Yes.
into unbelief. We are believers. We are first believers before
No.
we are anything else. And believers, their job is to believe. 2, Raila Odinga being on the steering, it works. It works because historically he has proven it. The implementation of free primary education was an impossibility when we took over from Kano, but it worked. Devolution was unimaginable. But when the 2010 constitution came in, it's working. Every time Baba is on the steering wheel, things work. Even in the Grand Coalition government, you remember we used to have two categories of unga ya mtu wa kawaida na unga ya watu wakubwa.
It's my time, remember?
Yes,
it's my time, remember?
I'm just putting your point in perspective because you want to remove it from perspective so that we buy into the fear. There's no reason to fear here.
Allow me.
Thank you.
Allow me to believe in one thing. Yes, allow me to believe in one thing. I'm not easy. I applaud this with a lot of depth in it. I know where we are. I know that we don't want to turn into a small Zimbabwe or Uganda. So I believe that whatever Baba is saying, he's very conscious about it. And there is no way other things will work. Others will work. Like now, the cost of living, if it's effective, it will come down by a few percentage, around 5%. Because right now we are servicing the debts of Ruto government. You know, that's a fact. That he needs to deploy some mechanism to ensure that he clears the debts and at the same time the country runs. So I tend to believe that. But our hope is that Kenya is now going to land in the right hands, safe hands. In whose hands will the country be safe? In Baba's hands. That's the only thing that I believe in. I tend to believe that out of the 10 promises that Baba gave, at least at the end of his tenure, he will have to have achieved around 7. That will be a great achievement for Baba. Because I believe that none is perfect. Because we were told like the outgoing president and his regime, a lot of stadiums, laptops to schools, you know. Yeah, they made us believe that Kenya is going to be paradise. It's going to be Canaan, you know. They built us. They built a small heaven on earth. So our maneno ya kuongea mingi. I like Baba. Wherever he goes wrong, he comes quick to apologize. Anawambia no, tuliza hii, we'll check on this and do this like this and this. He is very conscious. That's the quality of a leader we need. At this time, we don't need a politician. We need a leader who's Baba. Baba, you know, is no longer a leader by now. He's got the experience that this country needs. Ndo itoke kwa shida ambayo iko nayo. So bana, let me tend to believe that Baba is going to work on the rate of inflation. To work on the rate of unemployment in this country. Afungue private sector ikuwe sawa. You know, the rate of taxation. You see, vitu zinapanda bei kiorera. I remember, although we did not like Moi, but there's one thing I like in Moi's government. Kwa Moi, akisema bei ishuke inashuka. Akisema bei inapanda haipandi sana. So alikuwa anachunga wananchi. But now, starting from Ruto's government, my friend, tumejikuna. We feel hii shida yenye tunapitia. So let's not hata Uhuru ni most of the time I actually don't listen to his speeches because I know these are the people who are wenye wametuletea hii shida. We cannot blame one. Unajua huwezi anza kupiga pipi eti wewe baba, wakati nyumba ilikuwa inaanguka, where were you? So sometimes that's why hii hata kujiassociate na campaign za baba I like it because huyo yeye akikuja sera zake hatutasikiza. Tunataka tusikize baba. He's been struggling for this country. He's been doing everything right. Now let the time come, he takes on the mantle of this nation. Tuone yeye vile atatupendesha, at least ashughulikie mambo kidogo. We know atashughulikia hata ile kidogo. So thank you for your time, na tuweke hii spirit ya baba, tujue hii nyumba iko sawa, nyumba ambayo iko na baba na mama, watoto, you know, hata hizi nini za kupika sisi inakuwa tatu, moja ya 1 2 3. What do they mean? A complete family. Nakuwa na baba, mama na watoto, ndio sisi. Sasa tunaamini raundi hii hatutatetereka. Asante sana.
Sawa, thank you very much Onyanja. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Nikukumbushe tu time ya Moi hakuwa na kitu inaitwa free market. Kitu ilikuwa it was determined by the government, including the prices of commodities. So that is a different ball game. This other governments is supply and demand. If we want to lower the price, we must overproduce. If we want to increase the price, we must control the production. Failure to that, we are at the mercy of the market. So even the president has nothing to do. Ndio anamwambia mnataka nifanye nini? What do you want to do? So if mkitaka bei ya tomato ishuke, toa tomato mingi. Zaeni tomato mingi, bei ya tomato itaanguka. Lakini mkiambia president ashukishe wakati tomato hazitoshi kwa soko, bei itaendelea tu kuwa juu. So let's upgrade and appreciate where we find ourselves. But I am sure that with the balancing of decisions and priorities, like the Ruto government gave priority to infrastructure. They forgot the subsidy to manufacturers. That's why the cost of living is high. But that foundation that they have laid is going to yield fruit in this coming regime. Now with the expressway working, the other infrastructure being completed, the country movement is going to be faster. So the economy recovery will be faster, in my opinion. Baba may have it easy in this regime than Uhuru Kenyatta, because Uhuru Kenyatta was working on the foundation. Now the foundation is done. If you build on that, it will pick up very fast. And Kenyans will be happy. Asante sana kwa maoni yenu. Olivia Mwashi asema I saw you preaching. Bwana asifiwe sana. Kama umepokea preaching asubuhi ya leo, tuma sadaka. Tuma sadaka. Hiyo ndio kazi yangu. Hii nafanya ni ya ziada. Hii inakuanga plan B. But my main job is to break down God's word, make people understand even if they don't want to understand. Hiyo ndio kazi yangu. Hii ingine ya kumoderate na journalism, hiyo ni spare. Ni spare wheel. But I'm happy. Thank you so much for your support and continued encouragement. Wengine hapa nao wamezoea kutusi kila kitu. So in every program hata wanatuma matusi kama program hayo wahusu. But Hiyo ndio Kenya yetu. Kabla nimpatie John, kulikuwa na nani? Mama Selina, ulikuwa umeinua mkono, sijui kulikuwa na nini. Ni vile tu nilitaka nimalize mkururo wa watu ndio nianze upya.
Sawa Penat, ndugu yetu vile alianza alitaka kutuchanganya but baadaye akarudi laini, so ni sawa. Unless unataka niendelee, otherwise niko tayari kusikiza. Wakati yangu ikifika nitaingia.
Sawa sawa, tegea hapo hapo, tutarudi kwako baadaye. Wacha tumsikilize John na Jeff. John, namna gani?
Niko poa sana Mr. Bernard.
Karibu.
Yeah, thank you so much for kunipea nafasi. I say hey to Mama Selina, Mr. Nyanja, Mr. Ching, and Jeff. Okay. Mr. Nyanja, there is one thing that wakati ulikuwa umeenda nje, I needed to tell you this. All this gold, the more baba anakuwa mzee, the more wiser he is gaining. He's just gaining some wisdom from God. So everything that he's saying, I trust in him. That's the first place the president of Kenya nimeweka so much faith in him that he will perform, other than the other ones when you may go in that presidency. So back to the main topics of today. I'm honest with you, even if kama una macho hata ige skip off hata ukimwambia sahi anaweza ona baba is going to winning big, because those places that UDS used to say like these are our strongholds, those places that are not stronghold. Sometimes back we say the battlefields, but now they're not battlefields. Mwingine shall win those places, so gonna be very hard for them. When it comes to Gachagua, I only say every now and again, Gachagua should not even appear in rock or leadership level. He's a guy who needs to go back to the village and stay there. That is not a leader. That's not a leader you can even send to a certain place to represent you. Take an example, you have sent somebody of that kind to UK. What do you expect from an individual of that kind? And the last thing that I can say is mengi. There is this thing what we call Baba Mkate. If you used to go somewhere, watoto wanakuona wanakuita baba amefika, unawaletea chakula wanakula. Then when they realize that their dad venye waliambiwa alikuwa amekufa na mamake, then they realize that the dad is alive. Then once you go back, hata wao hawataki kukuona. That is what happening. That is what is happening to UDA in Central. Even boycotting the incoming, as they say, the incoming deputy president, you boycott mikutano yake. So it means things are changing the Central. Today's polls, actually, they reflected something to UDI. As the current deputy president akisema wameshindwa hata na manifesto. Bado hatujaweka manifesto on the ground. That is a draft that we had. Hatujaanza implement that manifesto. So he usually talks anything. He talks anything, whatever he sees that he's gonna speak. That's the nature of that. That's the nature of the DP. And I saw Moses Kuria today akiwa anafanya vitu zake huko na mitumba whatever. I guess hata ingawa alinunua those codes, hizo zilikuwa kwa kamera. The moment anatoka huko, there is no way anaenda kuvaa hizo nguo. Ni kufurahisha watu waangalie kuwa they are supporting that. I'm behind Baba. Mitumba, ni watu wengi hawako understand whatever Baba said. He didn't say once I get to power, I should cut Mitumba completely. No, he said gradually. Gradually means with the time. With the time, as time goes by, kama tumeintroduce the textile industry ya Kenya, then give it like a year, I guess. The production of those clothes, it has meet the demand of clothes in the society. So once you do that, after even a half of the mitumba that was being imported back to Kenya, after he cut off, we could even a half. As time goes by, that's what he meant. Now, I guess after even that thing of mitumba is not something that we need to be discussing, because even those guys from Kisumu, I have a video of it in my YouTube. They were saying whatever he did, whatever he said was the correct thing that needs to be done. So you see, even the person who is benefiting from mitumba himself is saying that is the right thing. Oh, unapinga nini? So that is what I had. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, asante sana. Every change has its own resistance and tough choices, but leadership requires that we make those tough decisions so that we move the country forward. We will never move to the next level trying to maintain the current level at all costs. So the difference between leaders and managers is seen at this point in time. Moses Kuria represents not even managers, but people who are, those are hecklers. I don't see, I've never understood why Moses Kuria is a member of parliament in the first place since he joined politics. His purpose and what he stands for, what he serves, I've not seen it, and nobody has ever convinced me otherwise. Labda nikutana watu wa Gatundu, labda wataniambia sababu wanamwamini kwamba Moses Kuria ana kiongozi. Mimi sijaona uongozi wake, sijaona hata hekima yake. He's just one frustrated person. Jeff, how are you? Is it Jeff?
Is Jeff. How are you? Bernard, mambo?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm sorry, nilijoin very late. I'm from work, so nimekuwa nimechoka. So nika realize mko online, so nikaamua niingie nisikize what's popping in and what's popping out.
Sawa, karibu.
So for me, I thank you so much, you guys. You are doing good work. Bernard, you are doing something good. I'm the top fan of your page. Let me talk something. Like today, I was reading a newspaper, and I came to realize that the wave that we are having right now is something that is unstoppable. I came to realize that around 98% of the old people now, they have come out and they will vote in large numbers. So I just came to realize that so how Shosho na Babu walikuanga wapi? You know, they have now realized that that kuna kijana amekuja sasa, huyu kijana ni kama anataka kuiba nchi. You know, I was in a matatu nikajiuliza nikasema now Kenyans now they are thinking now. So unajua sasa you know these teenager boys and girls, we call them the under 26 or under 28 or under 24. You know, these boys, sijui huyu jamaa amewapatia nini bana. You know, wanafuata na kitu ya kwanza hawana kura. Then you know this guy is giving them 50 shillings, 100 shillings. Kitu tu yenye mtu anaenda buy, you know, unajua sasa generation ya sahi now we are living in a world of digitalization. So our young ones are being confused with internet. So mtu akipewa so moja anaona hii imetosha data. Leo sasa ni kugoogle mambo mbaya. I don't know, our parents are seeing this. No? So our parents wameamuka. Now I think now the government should come up with a structure where that we should have almost five lines of voting. Let the wazee have their own line, let the vijana have their own line, so that tusisukuma wazee, tuache wapigia baba kura kwa amani, so that when they finish voting, let them go home and rest, and then we wait the results so that we can all of us go in the street to kusherekea matokeo ya baba the fifth. Then another thing is I don't think sijui ni all post hiyo clip ama nani aliweka clip Bernard. So niliona Garissa town someone tried to push Aden Duale chini. Who was she or who was he? Or was it propaganda ama ni nini ili happen?
It's an angry Baba diehard. Duale said something that Baba ni mzee wa kuzimia, so the boy could not hold himself. Akaenda kuvua trouser.
You know, I watched the clip nikacheka. So I just realized that Duale kama angejishikilia angeanguka chini. And Ruto was there just looking like this. I used the term mtu wake wa mkono bana.
Sasa tunataka Ruto afanye nini? Aruke.
Unajua sasa alikuwa ameandamana na yeye. It was only Aden Duale was there. But the other sycophants walikuwa ziu Meru ama they were campaigning at their own. So what I want to tell you is, you guys, let's keep out the spirit. Let's mobilize a lot of votes for the Baba. And I know we are winning this time. We are winning. And I'm very comfortable that now Raila Amolo Odinga is going to be the president. No, unajua sasa hii tuliongeza sosa. No, Martha Karua is just a sosa. Yeah, alikuja akaongeza sasa. Sasa bila aliongeza, no, we are having a lot of wave from we call them wimbi la wanawake. Now, I don't think if there's something that will hinder us to clinch this seat coming in the 9th of August.
Can you repeat what you say? Ati inaitwa nini?
No, I'm just saying. No,
wimbi la kina mama ama wimbi la wanawake?
Oh. So, ni wimbi kama ni wimbi la wanawake ama wimbi la kina mama? Okay. I think I've just messed up a word to use, but I'm just happy about these ladies. So we call them windi la wanawake or windi la kina mama. So I don't know if someone can correct me. I'll be okay.
Do you have a mother in your home?
I'm sorry, I don't have one. My mother passed away, so
okay,
I'm sorry if I've used the wrong term.
But you had one before.
Yes, I had.
So
I had one.
Kina mama, you know, wanawake ni mapipi senyu. Saa ingine munachanganya. Lazima mjue kuna wamama na wake. Pipi senyu ndiye munaesaita mwanamke ama, lakini kwa kuchumulisha mupatia wamama heshima yao. We are your mothers, we are your sisters, your grandmothers. So the best name to call ni kusema wamama. That is why kuna wamama. But kusema maendeleo ya wanawake is a different thing. Ukitaka kuongea about maendeleo, we are able to say maendeleo ya wanawake. But ukiongea kuhusu kina mama, they have a special name. Hatuwezi kuja kuita nyinyi, ni sawa? Thank you. I'm sorry, Bernard, but they are our sons. Lazima tuwa.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. It's important. Jeff,
yes.
Hicho ni Kiswahili sanifu na tena cha heshima.
Sawa.
Kwa jina mwafaka ni kina mama. Okay?
Kina mama.
That is a general view and respectable. Wanawake, it's more abusive. Although although there are people who can say and get away with it based on their age. So when it is your age, you must tread carefully. And the gender matters, unajua, they are sensitive, very, very sensitive. So
exactly.
You let your tongue go slowly.
Exactly. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Another thing is I think, Bernard, now I'm seeing now Baba is coming up in the central region. Now I think now we are gaming up. I think we are topping up our votes now. 27% Simbaya, tunakuja polepole. We need in the coming mikutano yama mikutano, tunataka Rigathi Gachagua apewe mic sana aongee. So we need more votes. So we need more votes from Rigathi Gachagua. So if Rigathi Gachagua is given a mic, tunapewa nini, kura nyingi zinaongezeka. It's like alipewa mic akasema mimi huyo mwanamke akiongeza kura Mount Kenya nitamkata mikono. So we need that, guys. We need a lot of votes from the central region. So thank you so much. God bless you.
Okay, sawa, asante sana, nashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tusonge mbele. Mambo yatanyooka tu tukifanya sehemu yetu. Umesema vizuri, hao vijana wanaokimbia na deputy president hawana kura, hata hawana ID, wacha kura, ID yenyewe hawana. So hao walisikia kuna mtu anapeana pesa, wakaenda kuchukua pesa. So tuwezi kusema kwa nini wanamfuata nyuki ukula asali. Walifuata kuchukua hela ambayo mzee nani alituambia hiyo ng'ombe iko na maziwa mingi, kamueni itapasuka mkiacha. So sisi tumesaidia ng'ombe isipasuke. Vijana wetu wamejitolea, wamekamua sasa sahi haijapasuka na tunashukuru. Lakini siku ya kiyama ni tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 ndio atajua kuna tofauti kati ya punda na ng'ombe. Kuna msemo huko kwetu anasema mtu alikuwa anapingana kwamba kuna tofauti kati ya punda na ng'ombe. So watu walipokuwa wananunua ng'ombe akanunua punda. Lakini ilipofika nyumbani kwenda kukama akakuta kumbe punda iko na matiti mbili. So kupingana watapingana hapa, lakini siku ya kukama kila mtu atakuja kuona reality ya kile kitu ameshindania kukichukua miaka hiyo. Thank you. Asante. Wacha tumsikilize Mama Selina tukisubiri wengine. I have a problem with the downloading videos now. I'm still sorting it out. That's why videos niko nazo mingi za kucheza, lakini downloader imekataa. Nimeingia maeneo ambayo that downloader doesn't work, so I'm looking for an alternative downloader. Mpaka nipate ndio tutapata video za kucheza. Mama Selina, endelea.
Asante Penat. Wow, tutasema nini? Sasa niliona ndugu moja anauliza ati kijana aling'ang'ana huko Karisa. Sasa kila mwanaume alitaiti kufunga longi yake kwa sababu hawakujua who is next. Sasa ukiuliza TBT, hata yeye alikuwa na chunga yake. Ukiona imeumana nyinyi wa Kenya mnatuchekesha. Unajua saa ile unakimbia race, ukiwa peke yako uwezi kujitime. Unajua ukiwa peke yako unakimbia, ujui kama umefikisha ile inatakikana, kwa sababu ukiangalia nyuma ni wewe, ukiangalia mbele ni wewe. So watu ya UDA walikimbia 4 years na aliwachana na Uhuru, na Uhuru aliwaambia kabisa, alikuja akasema nilisema Kednio Mark said go. Akasema nikikimbia huko mbele, aliona TBT yake alirudi akakimbia nyuma. So alikimbia mpaka sasa hata ajarudi, akujua president ameenda mbele, yeye alishika miti yake na kwenda huko nyuma. And labda mlifikiria Uhuru anasema uongo, but it has come to be the truth. Ukifanya kukimbia, hata kama umejitime peke yako bila mtu mwingine akusaidie kukimbia zaidi, you cannot make it. So watu walikimbia 4 years, wakajisikia wako 70%, wakajisikia wako 80%. Uhuru pia na hiyo Kiswahili yake akakuja akasema marathon bado, na akasema mzee anakuja polepole na atawapita, kwa sababu Uhuru alielewa hawa ndio walituma vijana. Wakati walijaribu kusema noti ya 1000 imeisha, mkaweka pesa kwa makunia, mkakata mamatres, mkalalia pesa. Serikali hawakupata kupata hiyo pesa, wakajua mtawasumbua na hiyo pesa. Si ati ilikuwa inashindwa Uhuru kwenda Central na kukatasha deputy yake asiende. So alisema Central yeye ni kingpin, wanamwambia ndio. Yeye ni kiongozi ya Central, wanasema ndio. Lete pesa kanisa hapa, sisi tuko vijana. Sasa jamaa kwa wiki alisungushwa Central msima. Leo ako Nyeri, kesho Murang'a. Hata aende kanisa 3 ama Harambee 10. Wanasema lete tu. Walikuwa wanachukua pesa yao ile Moi aliwanyanyasa. Those are the things. Na ndugu yangu alitupa wasee. Hakutaka kusikia maoni ya watu. Watu wanamuuliza, na unaelewa hii watu? Kama walidanganya Mudavadi, wewe ni nani? Akasema nyinyi pure. Walifanya nini Raila? Nyinyi hata hamjui, mimi ndiye mimi. Sasa for now tuliambiwa ukipanda mahindi utafuna mahindi. Ukipanda marakwe utafuna marakwe. So watu wanafuna yale walipanda. Kenya ni sawana shida. Tena tuliambiwa hivi, yale mambo watu wase wameona, hata kijana uwe na PhD uwezi kuja kuona, kwa sababu mtu msee, mimi nimewahi kuwa msichana, nimekuwa mtoto nikakuwa msichana, nikakuwa pipi, kitambo nikuwe mama, nikafika nikakuwa mama, kukua mama nikakuwa grandmother mahali niko sasa. So nimepita usichana, nimepita umama, sasa mimi ni grandmother. Hata msichana mrembo aolewe, hawezi kuja kuwa grandmother, lazima akuwe msichana, akuwe pipi, akuwe mama, ndiye afike mahali nimefika. Ruto kukuja kufikiria anashindana na Raila, angeangalia mara mbili. Huyu mtu tangu wakati hiyo yote, kama Moi haikumweza na ni wakati ya baba mambo ilikuwa ngumu, amekuja amefanya serikali ya Kibaki ikakuwa ngumu, amekuja hiyo yao na Uhuru watoto. Sasa ni kama kusema kijana ule ataenda chondoni, anaenda kufunza msee vile wanaume wanatahiri. You cannot. Wewe kwanza utahirishwe ndio uweze, kwa sababu hata pena tamsore. Watu uwezi wanasema hata kama we ni daktari ile ya PhD, uwezi kaa kwa hiyo kiti na ungoje useme kwa sababu umetahirisha wengine, you are ready to do it for yourself. Hiyo ni ngumu. Kijana yetu alikimbia, akakataa kusikia maoni ya wasee. Mulisikia nikilia, kina Sally Koskei wako wapi? Kina Franklin. Nilihesabu majina ya hiyo watu yote. Hiyo watu sahi tukiongea wako wapi? Ndio wote wamerudi kwa baba. Baba wakati amesema anasimama na Martha Karua, all professionals, wale watu yote waliheshimiwa, wale watu yote walitengeneza uchumi ya serikali ya Kibaki. Mkisa Kitui amekuwa kwa United Nation, New York, na alikuwa na posti kubwa sana, na amerudi akaingia chini ya baba. Economist, watu yote wale wamesoma, wasomi, unaona wanachipangia kwa sababu wanajua mahali wanataka experience yao Penat ifanye kazi. Baba hawezi kuja kukufuata, akikupatia kazi, Penat fanya kazi yako. Ukishindwa, uachana naye, mwingine akuja afanye. Sasa hii udikteta, watu wanakuja, unaenda chukua tio for real, unawacha lawyer yenye alikuwakilisha huko international community, alisimama Hague na akafanya kesi, hata ingawa walikuwa wengi. He did something, that man of Meru. Unaenda kuacha mtu mwenye angeita wasomi wenzake na waambie this is the right time, tukuje tusaidie mtu wetu. Ona Martha Karua, the first day alishikana na baba, Law Society of Kenya, wale wanapiganga watu, walisema part of us amekuja, tutamsaidia. Kina Itopu Imanyara, unasikia watu wengi wale walijua maneno ya kutengeneza. I believe our country after tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, nchi yetu, hata nilisikia watu wengine wakiongea baba 100 days. What is 100 days? Kama baba anaingia na the first day, hata wesi sahi wamejua wawezi ipa tena. But mzuri, our excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, unajua Bernard, wana new government come in, wale watu wanajaribu kuipa pesa yote wenzao wakuja wapate nyumba kama iko kikapu ni pure. Sahi Uhuru anang'ang'ana kukuja kuandia baba na hakuna pesa ile iko kwa serikali, hii apate tata tunaenda itaripika. Baba atasikuta wanaipanga na kusipa hiyo yote walikuwa naipa. So baba akiingia ndani watakuta pesa ya kuanzia. Na hiyo ndio Wakenya wanangoja. Na mtu yeyote ameipa, sahi pena nakwambia, kuna watu wanarudisha hizo pesa chini kabla serikali ichapatilika, because already wamejua baba anaenda kuwa president. Martha Karua amewaambia nikiingia tu ofisi siku ya kwanza, macho yake yote iko kwa hiyo corruption. Nani anataka akutwe? Ndio unaona watu walikimbia. Nimefurahia Central ati Gachagua anajaribu kusema, unajua Kibaki huko msee yetu anaambiwa tawe. Ni vile tu wa Kikuyu wajui kusema tawe, lakini kuna hiyo tawe ya Kikuyu waliambia hawa pia. Hii tawe Bernard imetawe watu wengi sana. Sasa watu wanaenda wanaambiwa tawe na lugha yao, kwa sababu sasa sisi tuna vile tunasema. Gachagua ninaona tu mkono ina cross, ingawa hii watu wajui kusema tawe wanaambiwa Ruto anajaribu kuongea Karisa wanaambiwa Alafu watu wale walienda mkutano, walisimama. Hii watu waliteka tufande penat kupepa watu. Sahi Gachagua hata ana hiyo time ya kupepa watu. Hii story ya yellow t-shirt ilienda wapi? Sijui Alex mulipeleka off, sijui Alex hata yeye ameenda na hiyo t-shirt. Tunataka kujua hiyo factory pesa imeisha ama imefanyika nini. Ukiangalia mkutano ya hii watu penat, hivyo ndio tulikuwa tunataka. Kama mkutano ya baba, kama nilikuwa nimevaa red, nitaenda hiyo mkutano nikiwa na red. Hii watu walikuwa wamenunua watu ya kushout. That is why unaona wakienda mkutano wanashangaa, kwa sababu ile watu 1,000 ama watu 500 wanalipa 200 wanaweka na posters, wanaruka juu mpaka wanafanya wengine wanafikiria kumbe mambo ni hapo. Lakini sasa deputy president ya Kenya kwisha, Huda hata hawezi kuwa na watu 200. Can you imagine? Munaokopa hii mtu mwingine anaenda kutuonyesha inaware ya kufanyia nini? Huyu anaitwa Moses Kuria. Anaenda Kikomba anashika. Yaani wanaume ya Kenya, yaani kabisa. Hiyo mtu ana watoto na ako na bibi. Hiyo bibi unakuja kuonyeshwa hiyo nguo. Wewe mama bibi ya hiyo mtu anaitwa Kuria, lazima ukuwe na discipline. Bwana yako anaenda shikia watu manguo ya ndani. Hiyo ni penat. I think Kenya wanaume sijui mulikataa kufuata maneno ya samane. How can a father, baba msima, kimutu kinaitwa kibaba, anaenda aipisha watoto yake na kuanika? Angechukua shati, angetuonyesha marinda, angetuonyesha vitu ingine. Wachue wanatupa max. Aibu ya mwisho. Kenya kwisha, ndiyo sababu mnaitwa hivyo. Mwenye anataka kukua kafana Kiambu, Kaboko aliambia wamama, nikikuja na helikopta fumbi itainua hiyo manguo yenu, na hamuna hiyo manguo alisema. Hasa leo kibaba ingine kimeenda Kikomba tena, hii wanaume ya Kiambu wamekaaje? Wanaenda kutuonyesha tena manguo ya ndani. Nini nyinyi mnakosa? Hakuna wamama Kiambu ya kusaidia nyinyi mkae vizuri? Ama wamama walitoroka? Pena hii watu nafikiria baba akichukua serikali tuanze kupeleka chakula Kiambu ndio wanaume waanze kuitwa wa baba. I think they don't no longer do their job. And I'm sorry, it is not everybody. Huyo mwingine ni Kaboko, huyo mwingine ni Moses Kuria. What do we call them? Anyway.
Ndio wamekubali baba mkate.
Yes, hata unajua kuna sehemu ingine father-in-laws anawasaidia kufanya ile maneno ndio watoto wafatikane. Sababu wamekunywa ile kiroro mpaka ndio unaona Ruto anawapatia 100 wanakimbia wanasahau hata wanalala chini ya kitanda. Anyway, hiyo lazima tuangalie. Tunataka baba akichukua serikali na wamama kwa sababu wako, we need to go back and make our children. Nilipenda Martha Karua anasema lazima tuone child culture na tuone boy, tushike watoto yetu yote mbili. Tulete vijana juu, tulete wasichana juu. Hili nchi yetu iendelee. Otherwise, Penat, nafikiri Kenya ni siku ngapi sasa? Karibu 60 something. Tunamaliza. By next week sito imefungwa. Wanaume wakienda mahali yote wanapigiwa nduru. Atuali, baba akiingia State House, lazima tupatie heshima huyu msee. Kwa sababu yale mambo yote alituambia kama mlicheka inatendeka. Mudiviti ama naitwa Mudavati na Sosa wamefungiwa huko Western. Western waliamua kitambo Penat. Hasa wanaume wanahangaika, wanaenda wanaambiwa tawe, wanashika tawe. Sasa watu ngapi mnasema ikatwe miti? Mbona mnasahau? Kuna wetu wengine hata sasa
uko kwa Mlulu hakuna miti ya kukata, ni mawe tu. Kwa hivyo ni watu wapewe mtu wa kuwachunga.
Chungeni wasiingie hiyo mto hiyo yenyu hiyo inapepanga watu kwa sababu sasa ni ngumu. Kalonzo he said something and I'm going to believe in it. Kalonzo alisema tulikuwa Kenya kwanza. Naitwa nini? Ile Oka Kenya. Alisema kuna wanaume maisha yao itasaulika kwa nchi ya Kenya. Na akasema walitaka kumfuruta. Lakini yeye akakuwa mwerefu kwa sababu ya watu ya kanisa wakamurutisha laini. Akasema kuna watu majina yao itasaulika milele. Mtu kama Wetangula, mtu kama Mudavadi, nobody will come for them. Naye Tibuti, oh my God, na shangaa, sijui, unajua anyway, tuone mbele kwa sababu kama ataruti, na sijui vile anaruti, na amefanya mzuri kuanguka na Gachagua, unajua watasaidiana. Otherwise Kenya, nataka kushukuru kina mama, shukuru wa baba, vijana yetu, nawaambia tuende wote tupike kura. Pena tumetuonyesha 55%. Atucharitika, tunataka kuona baba akifly na 70%. So tunataka kila mtu aondoke mapema, asimame apike kura. Tumeambiwa polling station Penat ndiye mwisho. Haya, ya pili nimeona leo, I'm sorry, nimeona leo mnaambiwa kukilia register. Ikasemekana kuna kura 200,000 na kitu ilipika kura, lakini bahati mbaya wako kaburini na watu wengine hawataki kuongea kitu kama hiyo. Kama mnaongea mtumba watu walikufa, kwa nini msituambie hii watu walifika kura watu 200,000 na kitu na they are not there? Na kuna another 440 something thousand Penat ya kwamba walikuwa walikuwa tabo kwa register. Sasa Chebukati aliambiwa vizuri, Chief Justice Martha Koome, fanya haki. Martha Karua Senior Counsel, Chebukati lazima asimame leo kwa sababu ukijaribu kidogo, na kuna mtu anaitwa Davis Chirchir, naona ametachwa kwa hiyo mambo penalty. As Kenyans, we want to know this man anafanya kazi gani kwa IEBC. Chebukati lazima pia watuambie, because if you are not employed na china yako itakuwa kwa orodha ya commissioners ama wafanyikazi ya IEBC, huyu mwanaume anatoka wapi? Kwa nini china yake? Kwa nini Wakenya wengine wajaisikika penalty? Kwa nini kila mara 2017 china yake iliapia kwa Chebukati karibu mara sijui 100 times. Today kama hatuchapika kura pia tumeona hiyo China. What is going on penalty? Tunataka kuambia mama Martha Karua, our deputy president, mama tafadhali mtuangalilie hiyo China. Who is this man? Tunataka kujua ni deputy ya Chebukati. Is he the deputy state? Pengine deputy state ni huyo mtu penalty. Ndiye Ruto ametuambia hakuna deputy state. So we know this Chirchir is the deputy state. We want to know this man. Matiangi atusaidie kutuambia this man is the real deputy state. Yeye ndiye anajua hiyo watu 200,000 na kitu, na hiyo ingine almost 800,000 votes. So as tukiendelea tunataka kujua hiyo mtu penalty. Tuweke siku moja to discuss Chirchir. Where is he from? Yeye anafanya kazi gani? Na kwa nini yeye china yake inaapia every time in IEBC? Asante sana penalty. Wacha tu.
Okay, okay, thank you Mama Selina. It's great. We will we'll dive into that Kipchirichiri manenos. But you know, William Ruto is a politician, and one of the tactics of politics is preempting what is about to take place, because you have foreknowledge that is going to work at your disadvantage. So mi naona ni alitoka mapema aseme, ili Chebukati akikuja kusema kwamba hii majina inapaswa kuondolewa, ionekane it is ill advised. But the truth is, the firm that has checked the register is not IEBC, it's hired firm. So their findings has nothing to do with IEBC or the political persuasion. So this is something that will be cleared, and there's still 1 million votes that he was talking about. So probably yeye hakutaka zitolewe kwa sababu zilikuwa zinamsaidia, na akajipendekeza mapema ili labda Chebukati aogope azipeane hiyo nini iende kufanywa kupigwa msasa. But I think this time we are going to do the right thing. Let's get some videos before we listen to the two guys who have come to join us. At least nimesucceed, video 2 hivi zimedondoka. Video moja hii hapa.
Rais William Ruto amepuuza takwimu za kura ya maoni kwa yuko nyuma ya mpinzani wake mkuu Raila Odinga kwa umaarufu, huku mchuano wa Ikulu unapokaribia. Kulingana na Ruto, takwimu za hivi punde zinalenga kuwahada wapiga kura na kuchora taswira mbadala na kuwataka wafuasi wake kutozitilia maanani, kama anavyotuarifu Francis Kashuri.
Baada ya pilika zake kusaka kura kaunti za Wajir na Garissa, hii leo naibu rais William Ruto alitua kaunti ya Mandera kunadi sera zake, huku mchuano wa Ikulu unapojongea. Mandera, mko tayari? Hebu nione wala anasema tuko tayari, tuko tayari, tuko tayari. Huku takwimu za shirika la Infotrack zikibaini Ruto amebanwa katika kura ya maoni na mpinzani wake mkuu, kinara wa Azimio Raila Odinga. Katika kinyang'anyiro cha kumrithi Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, naibu rais alikuwa na mtazamo tofauti.
Sasa kwa sababu wamekwama, system imekwama, deep state imekwama, manifesto yao imekwama, wameenda kumanufacture ati opinion poll, ati ya kusema ya kwamba sijui wataendelea namna gani, wameenda wakasema sijui NSIS, wameenda wakasema opinion poll. Mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa Mandera na watu wa Kenya, hawa watu tumewashinda na njia zote.
Ni wagombea 4 waliofuzu kwa kipute cha Ikulu mwezi Agosti: Ruto, Odinga, Profesa George Wajakoya wa chama cha Roots na David Moore wa Ihiga anayepeperusha bendera ya agano. Mchuano huo hata hivyo umebainika kuwa wafarasi wawili, huku Ruto akidai Odinga anapigwa jeki na taasisi za serikali.
Tumewashinda na mpango, tumewashinda na sera, hawana chochote. Tutawashinda asubuhi na mapema tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8.
Mimi naomba watu wa Elwak, tafadhali msipoteze kura yenu. Kura yenu ijenge madarasa. Mchague ule kiongozi anajenga madarasa. Mimi nilikwambia viongozi wamekuacha, lakini wananchi wa Elwak na Mandera wako na wewe.
Kaunti 3 za kaskazini mashariki, Garissa, Mandera na Wajir, zina takriban wapiga kura 1617 kulingana na sajili ya tume ya uchaguzi nchini IEBC. Katika juhudi za kuinda kipande cha kapu la kura hizo, Ruto ameahidi kushughulikia masuala nyeti yanayoathiri eneo hili iwapo ataingia Ikulu.
Hakuna uraia mara mbili Kenya. Vile wale wa Kenya wengine wanapatiwa ID na kitambulisho pamoja na passport, lazima watu wa Mandera na wa Somali wapatiwe kitambulisho na ID kama wa Kenya wengine.
Tangu wasalamiane, census namba zetu zote zimekuja chini. Tangu wasalamiane, makamu wa rais, boda ya Somalia na sisi imefungwa, bei ya bidhaa imeenda juu, sasa watu wetu hapa wanaumia.
Lipo pia swala la vijana wanaojipata taabani kwa kushukiwa kushiriki masuala ya ugaidi.
Kama kuna mhalifu lazima apelekwe kotini, lakini mambo ya extrajudicial killing, ati mtu anapotea, watoto wanapotea, wazee wanapotea, hiyo mambo tutakomesha.
Msafara wa Ruto ukielekea kaunti za Marsabit na Isiolo zilizo na wapiga kura 1251, huku zikisalia siku 61 mbivu na mbichi kubainika debeni. Francis Gashuri, runinga ya Citizen.
Okay. Elijah.
Ya, habari ya leo.
Salama namna gani?
Niko salama kabisa. Labda nyinyi.
Naona mmetushinda na seras, lakini seras yenu ni gani?
Sera ni bottom up vile mnavyoona, na UDA tumejipanga tayari, tuko tayari kuelekea kinyang'arinyo hilo, na tungependa sana tuangazia kwamba Raila amewin, maana mimi naona nyinyi mmecelebrate mapema na hii game bado.
Wewe nieleza vizuri bottom up inakuaje sera? Aje sera?
Sera ni bottom up, na tunaangazia sana kuinua uchumi ya mtu mwenye ako chini, jinsi mnavyojua, na mpaka sasa naona celebration side yenu iko sana, mna celebrate, mnaona 50+ 55+ na baada hawajapiga kura. Sijui sasa, inategemea na penye imefanywa hiyo opinion polls. Juu labda opinion polls imefanywa sehemu moja ama sehemu yenye baba anacholikana, kisha sasa watu wataenda maandamano kesho wakifanya kura. Hiyo nayo ina shida. Wangefanya opinion polls, juu hata wakifanyia opinion polls Eldoret, nani ataongoza? So hii vitu saa zingine inaweza kuwa hivyo, inategemea na
wewe bwana Elijah. Opinion poll imetangazwa leo, okay? Na itakuwa imetangazwa jana, so itakuwa kwa gazeti, okay? Kama vile watu wamepoll in different section of the country. It is not in one section, it's a country-wide program. So wewe utaangalia kwa The Star ama the other newspapers, they will carry the graph. Vile watu walisema Wasingishu, vile watu walisema Marsabit, vile watu walisema Turkana, nani anaongoza wapi. Hiyo yote iko is covered. It's not one section.
Inategemea ni nani alipatikana siku hiyo na nani alikuwa hapo, hivyo ndio akaulizwa. Unajua wote watu wa reserve kwanza, nani amewahi ulizwa? Kila opinion polls watasema hivyo. Juu 2017 tulikuwa na hiyo shida tena, 2013 tulikuwa hivyo. Juu inategemea who is funding, nani ana fund. Juu serikali hawajaweka hiyo pesa ya nini, ya opinion polls. So kwa leo Bernard, nilitaka niangazie vitu mbili mpaka tatu hivi. Juzi sikuwa na jana sikuwa, nimekuwa nikiwasikiza. Niliingia na nikatoka juu nilikuwa kazini. Ningetaka niangazie mambo ya sera ya papa kidogo, kama utaniruhusu niongelee. Juu niliingilia sana kusikiza na singetaka nichangie kama sijapitia. Sitaonea makosa mambo ya mitumba, maana hiyo ni kama kurudisha pesa ikuje nyumbani. Juu watu wakianza makampuni ya manguo nyumbani, pesa itakuwa imepaki nyumbani, hapo sioni shida. Mambo ya makampuni, kuanzisha kampuni kama vile baba aliweka, sioni hiyo ni pesa inapaki nyumbani pia. Na mimi jinsi mnavyojua, napenda sana tuongelee vitu zenye zinaweza saidia, na vitu zenye haziwezi kutusaidia tuachane nazo. Juu tukisema tutapunguza ushuru na tunadaiwa deni, na at the same time tunataka tulipe watu 6,000. Nami nikaja nikajiuliza tutapata wapi hii pesa ya kulipa watu shilingi 6,000 ili hali tumepunguza ushuru. Namba 2, kama kweli Kenya yenye tunataka tuishi sisi wote. Juu Kenya si ati mwenye atachukua hii uongozi kesho ndio atatubadilisha safari moja. Tusitarajie hivyo. Tusitarajie ya kwamba Kenya itabadilika tu baada ya siku 100. No. Hii Kenya bado itakuwa hivyo kwa muda, na inastahili tusoee mapema. Hakuna wakati mtu atachukua serikali hivi na ili hali abadilishe uchumi kesho na abadilishe kila kitu siku yenye inafuata. No. Lazima tutapitia shida yetu na tutasoea shida yetu. Kila mtu anapoomba kazi lazima aweke CV mzuri, ili wewe mwenye unaenda kumpea kazi uangalie CV ili yale mtu ni ule ule. Hawa viongozi wote tumewajua tangu zamani, na kuna kusema na kisha kutenda na mambo mengine. Ongoja kidogo, utaniuliza swali, wacha nimalize tu kuongea, hakuna shida. Viongozi hawa tumewajua tangu mwanzo. Tuangalie vizuri kwa sasa na tusiwaangalie kwa mambo ya tu ya kusema. Tuzingatie mambo ya kusema okay, huyu fulani anatoka jamii fulani na huyu anatoka jamii fulani. Tuangalie wote kama Wakenya kwanza, kisha sisi tuongee, tukijaribu kuchambua sana zile sera zao. Wanaposema hivi inawezekana, wanaweza wakafanya, na kama hawawezi pena tuseme kwa uwazi, tuseme okay, fulani amesema hivi na hivi na hivi. Je, inawezekana? Na itawezekanaje? Na atatufikisha vipi? Ama baada ya miaka 5 tutakuwa vipi? Maana tukiongea leo, tumeona viongozi hao wote wamekuanga kwa serikali tangu mwanzo. Si ati wameanza leo, si ati wote wamefika leo. Tunaweza kuwachambua kulingana na vile walivyo. Kulingana na mimi, niliwahi uliza ama nimeandika kwa mahali nikasema, nataka Raila atuonyeshe amewahi fanya nini yenye amechenga kwa nchi, yenye inaweza inua uchumi ya watu wenye wako chini, ili tuone kwa sasa tuseme okay, alipokuwa Kipera akiongoza kama mbunge pale mahali, alibadilisha maisha ya sehemu ile kwa kuchenga mashule, kwa kuchenga manyumba, kwa kuchenga nini yenye watu wananufaika nayo mpaka sasa hivi. Ili tunapoenda kumchakua, tusimchakue tu mtu kwa sababu ya zile zenye ametueleza leo, bali tumchakue kwa kuona vitu zenye ametenda tangu mwanzo. Tuseme hivi, alipokuwa akiongoza kama mbunge pale mahali kwa miaka 30 na kitu, ama miaka 20 ama miaka 10 na kitu, ni nini na nini na nini alifanya ama alijenga pale mahali yenye watu sehemu ile wananufaika nayo mpaka leo. Mimi nyumbani ninatoka sehemu ya Eldoret North ambapo William Ruto alituongoza kwa mara tatu hivi, muhula tatu hivi kabla ya kuja kuachia Kale. Before Ruto aongoze kulikuwa na Chesire na sehemu ile hatukuwa na mashule ya simiti. William Ruto alipokuja kuchukua akabadilisha, akabomoa zote za mchanga na alijenga ya simiti mpaka leo iko. Tunapoongea hivi kuna watu viwete wenye walikuwa kule sehemu ile. Serikali walikuwa hawazingatii siku hizo kuokoa watu wenye hawajiwezi kama wale cripples, people with disabilities, walikuwa hawawekewi mshahara kama leo na serikali siku hizo. William Ruto alipatika kuokoa sehemu, baadhi ya watu wale wengi wao waliokolewa na William Ruto, kuwanunulia shamba na kuwachengea nyumba na mwisho hata kuwavurutia stima na kuwanunulia baiskeli ile yao hiyo ya watu wenye hawajiwezi. Leo tunapoongea hivi tunaona William Ruto huyu mwenye tunamsema kwa ubaya
sana. Elijah, hebu tu nini, inaonekana wewe umekuja kupigia debe William Ruto. Hiyo kazi alikuwa akafanya kama serikali, anafanya kama mbunge?
Siku hiyo alikuwa mbunge tu pure.
So akiwa mbunge alikuwa anafanya charity work ama alikuwa na sindikisha serikali inafanya?
Yeye mwenyewe alikuwa anakuja na organization siku hizo kama
okay.
Yeah.
So that's what he did as an individual and as a charitable service to the community.
Hiyo ninashuhudia kabisa kupenda alifanya. Mungu mmoja alifanya.
Okay. Hiyo haina shida. Okay.
Yeah. Kuna hata mmoja wetu alipatika na hiyo nini? Hiyo organization siku hizo. Yeah.
Hiyo ni kazi imefanywa mpaka niliwaambia mimi mtu wa church. Okay?
Sema.
So hiyo kazi tunafanya hata watu wa church. Kuna street feeding program, street rehabilitation program. Those are charitable organization programs that we undertake. The difference with politics,
yes,
for you to be an effective politician, it's not in just you doing the thing. It is in how well you can influence the government to do what it's supposed to do. Okay. You asked about Raila Odinga and his being an MP for Langata for 20
If you
years.
can allow me to finish, Bernard, please.
Order.
Okay.
It was during that time that when we have Nyayo High Rise, we have there is Kibera High Rise, the slum upgrading program. It was not done by Raila. It was done by the government, okay, through the lobbying of the member of parliament. That's the difference. So kuna tofauti ya kufanya handouts na kuna tofauti ya kusinikisha serikali ifanye kazi yake, na mojawapo ya kazi ya serikali ni kulinda watu wake. Kama hiyo 6,000 ni kulinda watu wake, sio favor. Serikali inapaswa kulinda watu wake na lazima ishinikizwe ifanye hivyo. There is no government that should be left on the hook. Watu wakilala kwa street, watu wakilala njaa. It is the government responsibility to protect its people. So, while you are restricting yourself to the debate, make your conclusion, please. And just keep facts, keep historical facts the way they are. Itakusaidia haraka kuliko kutwist history. If you twist history, you'll always be caught. Thank you.
No, I'm not trying to twist the history, but I'm trying to let you people know that, okay, this is what is there, that this man William Ruto have been doing. I was trying to say that he have brought a lot of organization and he have been helping people since. And we can see his wife, Rachel Ruto, she started the Joyful Woman. And that organization is still going on right now as I'm talking. Bernard, I'm trying to say that You can see somebody before he leads you, but don't let him lead you before you oversee him. Maybe he's going to overlead you or overthrow you and put you down where you're going to respect him because of the way he's going to put you down. Okay, I was to talk about this bottom-up economic model because I support you there. I will not judge Papa wrongly. I will not talk bad things about him because once I was his supporter in the year 2000, back in the year 2007. Let me talk like this, Bernard. If I'm talking about a bottom-up economic model, where we can see a lot of promises for young people, a lot of promises for Mama Boka, a lot of promises for Boda Boda, and these all are.
Bernard, why is Elijah talking all the time? He has taken like 20 minutes still talking. We went to a break, he's still talking.
David,
Where
Why?
is 20 minutes?
No, this one
David,
is not
hold
fair,
on.
Bernard. This
Give
guy
me
has
5
to
David, hold
stop.
on.
even.
David, hold on.
No,
Thank you.
you start.
Please mute your mic. It's okay. We give a hearing here so that we'll be tolerant too. Just relax. We are coming to you next. So, Sawa. Elijah, make your points, but be brief. You know that I have a queue I'm taking care of. And make maximum use of the limited time you have to do as much as you can, because I can't give you all the time. Thank you.
Okay, Bernard, thank you for covering me like that. I appreciate it. I was talking about the economic model, which it has a lot of promises for young people, for all these small business, whereby if you put money to these people, they're gonna pay back by tax collection. We'll get money there. But if we give money to people, like for me, if you give me money today, tomorrow, and the other day, you're going to surrender, not to give me again. But if you show me how to get money, I'm going to find money for myself. I'm not going to ask anybody to help me. So let me finish like that, Bernard, because I see it's like I'm taking a lot of time, and I don't want to be like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to interrogate you on that line. Yes, David. David, endelea.
Thank you so much, Bernard. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are clear. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Now, I just want to say something about what Elijah has said. You know, Elijah is not being honest. First of all, he has said so many things that are not honest. You know, from what he has submitted, it is obvious that he loves Ruto because Ruto comes from his tribe. There's nothing that Ruto is offering. If we don't get it right this time, then we will never get it right. I want to tell you something, that there's nobody offering anything like Raila Odinga. I want to tell you, when you retire, think about it. Elijah, when you got your smoking zone, think about it. There is no one who's thinking about Kenya than Raila Odinga. I know we are tribal, but there's nothing that will come out of this thing than Raila Odinga, because Ruto has been given time. He was there 10 years, didn't deliver anything. What you are telling us now, we have heard it before. So I just want to take this chance and thank John and Mama Selina for what they've done. You know, I wanted to thank them before, but I forgot because, you know, I had a lot of pressure. But I want to thank you, John Okibo and Mama Selina, for what you've done. Because what I want to tell this UDA guy is that there is nothing that he's offering. Kenyans have discovered your lies, and it is high time, man. You need to up your game. If I told you will bring your your manifesto on 30th, then you need to up it up, because I don't see if Kenyans will agree with you anymore. Your leader is a very controversial person. He says something today, tomorrow he changes. See, like right now, they're fighting Raila Odinga on Mitumbas. But the same thing that Raila Odinga is saying, he said it last week. So how can we trust you, man? So I just want to tell you that don't be tribal. Open up your eyes. See, these leaders, they are calling us. And the leader who is calling us most is from your tribe. I'm sorry to say that. Just open up your eyes so that you can get what is coming on. Thank you so much, Bernard.
Okay, Elijah, right of reply quickly in
Okay,
less than a minute.
okay, Bernard, thank you for allowing me in again. If you people have been there before, I come out before and I apologize something that I wrote somewhere. And I come out and say that we Kenyans, after more than let's say 100 years, we will not keep saying that I'm from that tribe. Because your sister maybe was married somewhere else from by some other tribes. And after generation again, we will not keep saying that, oh, I am from that tribe. Myself, if I may talk, I am a Kalenjin. My father is a Kalenjin. My mother is a Luya. Who am I now? My uncles are from Western Kenya. My father is from Nandi. These people meet, I don't know where. If we keep saying these Kenyans, we will lead our country to a place where we are not going to enjoy. If I may say, and if I may come out about what you just say, you say that our tribal leader is saying lies every day. My question was, can you tell me what Raila have done somewhere that we can say, okay, Raila have done that one and that one and that one in terms of development? In terms of development, just to tell me Raila when he was a leader, when he was leading somewhere, he done that, you have done that again, and that one again. You have helped
Okay,
people
your
from that
question is
place to
clear.
that place. That's
No,
my question.
Elijah, Roger, your question is clear. Wait for the answer. Let's begin with John.
Mr. Bernard, I only have one question for Mr. Elijah. Say, hi, Mr. Elijah. I have one question for you. Can you give us an example of a country that has adopted the bottom-up economy and it has succeeded? Can just give one example of that country?
Okay, I can say bottom-up economy model is working here in Canada. Here in Canada, you can start your small business and the government is not going to charge you nothing. For the next 6 months, no taxation, no nothing. Listen, after your business is going to run good, then they will start judging and there will be some money that the government is going to help you. Like when you arrive in a country like this, the government is going to cover you for some times. The government is going to cover you for some times because you will be down economically. But after that, you will start working and paying tax, and the government are going to benefit from that taxation.
I guess, give me a minute, Mr. Bernard. I guess whatever you are trying to tell us is null and void. Canada is my next neighbor now. I haven't had something of that kind in my life. So your reader, he came out very clearly saying USA was the first country that used bottom up. Now you are changing your statement to Canada. Whom are we following? Who is lying to the people now? Is it you or your reader? Bottom up has nothing to do with Canada, nothing to do with USA. That is a slogan to confuse our people. That is all.
No, I am trying to say what I have seen for myself. Because what I have seen here is working.
Okay. It's okay, Elijah. Hold on. David.
Yeah, I just want to tell Mr. Elijah that he's just trying to blow the trumpet of his leader, because there is no day Elijah will agree that his leader is wrong. You know, we are intelligent people here. And one thing that I want to tell Elijah is that we know all these things. You're not trying to educate us. We are not trying to invent the wheel. I just want to tell you, my friend, that Kenyans are not stupid. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. When Elijah, since you're in Canada, let me tell you about Kenya. Okay. The progress this country has made under the leadership of Raila Odinga would have never been made if the powers that were left to carry the day. Progress. What do I mean by progress? The moving from one party state, the danger we were in under one party state, it was so bad that nothing was done for the country except at the will and the whim of one man, the president. And for 24 years, we were mark timing, singing the same song. We sang the Moi song until the remotest of the remotest village knew the name Moi. And in fact, there was a time when I was growing up, I thought being president was equivalent to being Jesus. And hiyo rungu ya Nyayo, I thought it's part of our national requirement that ukiwa rais ukuwe na rungu ya Nyayo. Yeah, everything was turned into Moi. Shule ilikuwa inaitwa Moi, hospitali inaitwa Moi, matatu zilikuwa zinaitwa Moi, public service, transport, everything. The change from one single state to another, to multipartyism, it was a major milestone in this country. Who are the minds behind that, the push behind that? That was a major progress for this country. Secondly, the new constitution. Now that we have devolution, which we never had, okay? And to Moi, it was impossible to have devolution. Kwa nini devolution? Itagawa watu watagawana kwa ukabila utaharibu inji itakwama. It was excuse after excuse after excuse. But look at what devolution has done. What were the brains behind devolution? The forceful forces at Bomas who stuck their neck for devolution to be put in the constitution were not the Moi baby children. It was not the status quo people, were the pro-change people, okay, who are led by Raila Odinga. We had Mbai dying for the same thing, just pushing for devolution. Now I wanted to see how serious it was that somebody can be assassinated for pushing for devolution. Unajua watu wakiona devolution inafanya kazi wanafikiria walisema tu devolution, wakasema amen, Nyayo, hey, tukapiga makofi, devolution ikakuwa. It was a do or die issue for it to be put in the constitution. Who pushed for that ideology? Who stuck his life for that? That contributed to the development of this country better than any charitable wheelchair to anybody anywhere on earth. If we develop policy, we develop the country better than when we distribute handouts. Kibaki, who became president, the first thing he did when he got in office is ban Harambes. And the 5 years he was in office, when every minister was not allowed to conduct Harambe, we had CDF, okay? CDF could not work during Moi's time. It was banned. It was unimaginable. Kwa nini? Moi alikuwa anaongeza umaarufu wake kwa kutembea kwa kila Harambe. Harambe ya kina mama, Harambe ya watoto, Harambe ya shule, Harambe ya kanisa, ili akuwe kwa vinywa vya kila Mkenya na umaarufu wake uendelee. Why? He wants people to depend on him. Kibaki came in and say hizo vitu za harambee ndio zinasaidia corruption, because lazima uchangie kadi ya harambee, na katika kuchangia kadi ya harambee mpaka ufanye nini? You will have to embezzle into the public coffers. So Kibaki without harambee, look at what the country has gone through in terms of transformation under CDF. That is what I call developing the country. The infrastructure that was kicked in, the 2030 Vision 2030, okay, which came in under Kibaki and Raila, it has developed this country far much better than all the Harambes did for 24 years. So what we have achieved in 10 years, or let's say 20 years, is much more than what we had achieved for the first 35 years, the 15 of Jomo Kenyatta plus the 24 of Moi. Okay, we have achieved milestones under these brains of leadership. That is what I call national leadership. Problem yangu na William Ruto ni moja tu, anapenda kuturudisha kwa enzi ya Moi, ambapo yeye akuwe baba na mama wa nchi, sisi wote tukue watoto wake. Na hiyo ilituuma for 24 years, we could not improve. Mpaka Moi akaanza kututhreaten, kama amjengi shule muache kuzaa. Kwa nini? Kama ni kujenga shule lazima tutupitie mlango wa harambee. Saa hii schools are built with nobody sweating. To go to the chief, rubber stamp peke yake, unataka bursary ama unataka help loan, okay? Lazima usainiwe na chief. Ukifika kwa ofisi ya chief kuna kitabu ya harambee. Hii ni harambee ya rais, ni harambee ya MP, hii ni harambee ya DO. Mpaka uchangie hizi vitabu ndio upewe rubber stamp. Hizo vitu zote zilikwenda. Kwa nini? Better brains, better leadership moves the country forward. All that is credited to people who believed in a possibility that was impossible then under that particular status quo. So if William Ruto gave me a better offer than that Baba is promising, and proves through history that he is able to deliver something better than what Baba is delivering, I'll be the first one to campaign for him. I'll be the first one to vote for him. I have confessed here that 2013, I was almost convinced that Jubilee was better than NASA. When William Ruto came on the platform and said, we cannot continue with the traditional setting of education system and education training. When the world has gone digital, we are going to have digital economy. Everything is going online. Every Kenyan should go online. So tablets and I believed that story. I said, mimi napenda baba, lakini hawa vijana kuna kitu wanasema ambacho ni progressive. Ile iliniua tu kabisa. Ni vile William Ruto alikuja 20 years later, I mean 10 years later, na kanaambia sasa laptop hapana, tablet hapana. Turudi wapi? Wheelbarrow. Hapo nikasarenda. I am not going back to any wheelbarrow anywhere, because the world has gone digital. How are we going to carry wheelbarrow? Are we going to carry laptop on wheelbarrow? Or what is going to happen? So when he flip-flopped from progressive policies to backward 16th century ideologies, ndio tukaachana. Na sioni kama atarikava hapa. So tusidanganyane. Let us not mix handouts with government policy and national development. The country does not develop on handouts. It does not develop on goodwill. It develops on proper structured leadership that is policy driven, not the rhetorics of bottom up. Tuanzie hapa katikati tupande hapa juu. Si tuanzie hapa katikati tuwe hapa chini kwanza. Hapana, is your commendation ya football. It's moving 50 million people ahead. If you are ever a class monitor, to monitor 40 students in a class is a big issue. Now, can you imagine moving 50 million people from where they are to where they ought to go? You cannot use tuanzie hapa chini tupande hapa juu. Hapana. There has to be something more substantial and more convincing. I've talked too much. Let me play this video and then we move forward.
Bonde la ufa. Hata hii maneno wanasikia independent, in another 3 weeks watu wote watakuwa ndani ya Kenya kwanza. Tutafuta wale kondoo ambao wamepotea, tuwalete nyumbani.
Parliament all over the world is controlled by numbers. And when we say independent people are Azimio sympathizers, it's because even if they don't love Azimio, when they remove our numbers, the numbers we need in National Assembly to go and make bottom-up economic model, it means therefore the beneficiary is the enemy, which is Azimio.
We have decided 2 things. Now kuna mtu anaweza kutoa hapo. 2 things we have decided. 1, presidential candidate wetu William Ruto by Number 2, we have decided candidates yote kutoka president mpaka MCA UDA. I'm asking the people of Nandi to do the same. Mutafanya? Because watu wakitembea safari pamoja wasijifichanie. Watu wengine wasiweke karata chini ya meza. Kandi yote tuweke juu ya nini? What we have agreed. If we have agreed watu ya Nandi mchague Ruto, watu ya Mount Kenya tumekubaliana tuchague Ruto. Hata vile sisi tumeamua tuchague UDA, hata nyinyi mfanye the same thing. Your Excellency, wewe kampeni yako inaishia Naivasha na kurudi upande hii. Hata shamba tayari kwa tunaongea huko Wasingishu iko ofa. Nimesikia hapa pia watu wanasema kichini hawajasema sana, lakini nimesikia rumor. Sasa wewe concentrate Rift Valley, wacha William Ruto concentrate huko. Sisi sasa ni jeshi yako ya mkono. Sasa kama unatafuta watu ya mkono, Murkomen nako, mimi niko, hao wabunge wote wanani Wasingishu Elgeyo Marakwet, hii ni jeshi yako. Tafadhali usiweke mchezo kwa uchaguzi. Manake hii ni uchaguzi ya kufufua uchumi na ya kubadilisha maisha ya Wakenya. It is about you as a person and your family. This is not an election like any other. It's a personal thing for you that you are going to organize your lives and those of your children. It's an election utachukua pesa upatie mtu bus fare yule hana, because it's about yourself. It's not about
Haya, tukisema is an ideological problem, a mindset problem, ninyi mnaona sisi tumechanganyikiwa. Now look at that. Independent candidates, are they not constitutional? They are constitutional. Do they have right to do that? Yes. But what is being said here? They are enemies. So that means Kenya Kwanza wants to come in and even scrub off that ticket for independent because he's an enemy. And then on the other hand, they want suit. Inamaanisha hata kama ukivalisha umbwa t-shirt ya yellow, bora tu iko UDA, wewe ipatie MCA. Is that how people should be voting? Not in 2022. People should choose who be their leader because those leaders are leaders, not because they have a yellow ticket or a Azimio ticket. We want to have credible leaders. Counties will, for example, the difference between Kakamega County, okay, and Busia County is like day and night. After 10 years, okay, Oparanya 10 years, or Jamong what? 10 years. But you go to Busia, no tarmac road. I went to preach in a place called Kingandole, okay? Kingandole is in Busia. Our vehicle plus my shoes remained in the mud because the vehicle can't move. Why? somebody has been sleeping on the job. Why did Ojamong get away with failure to function as a governor? Because he had MCS just like him. Nobody rose up to challenge him and say, this road has to be done. This infrastructure has to be improved and all that. So, kinambia eti usichague independent kwa sababu inafanya William Ruto anakuwa weak. Are we here to enhance William's strength, or are we here to develop our country? I give to Mama Selina kwanza.
Bernard, katika Uasin Gishu County, there is a very strong independent candidate anaitwa Puseki. Kuna independent candidate anaitwa Ezra KESSES. Hii naona umeweka hapa. So wanajaribu njia yote kwa sababu wanataka kuambia watu, unajua sasa ni ile wanapika ule candidate, lakini lazima watumie hiyo njia yote. But otherwise, kulingana na vile maneno inatoka huko, Puseki is very strong. Wanajaribu kupiga hiyo KESSES, they are very strong. So wanataka ni njia ya uchanja ya kujaribu, but wananchi wako werevu. Thank you, Bernard.
Yes, Elijah, half a minute.
Bernard, mambo ya kusema tuchakue suit imetokea side zote. Ukisikia hata kwa mikutano ya baba imetokea kwamba tupike suit sehemu zingine. So mambo ya suit au wanasiasa wote wako nayo. Na mambo ya Mishira na Puseki, ndio Puseki alikuwa strong even the year 2017. Ambapo ililid mpaka wakali wakafanya kitu kama tapigo pale Eldoret ili manda kwa siku ya wiki. Lakini kulingana na mimi, mambo ya suti yenye imekujia hii mpaka councilor ama mpaka MCA, ningependa tuchague mtu kulingana na zera zake ama na vile tunamjua, kulingana na vile anaweza akaja kutufanyia kazi. Maana kiongozi sio suit, kiongozi ni kazi. Naweza sema hivyo.
Bernard, ni mchipu 1 minute ni chipu Elisha. Mandago kidogo tu Bernard. Mandago ilipiti aungane apeane kiti kwa baba, ilipiti asaidiwe na ODM kwa sababu kuna resco sama sijui kiti gani. Otherwise kweli Puseki angechukua, but Mandago akasaidiwa na NASA ndiye akawin. So this time round Puseki kama atakuwa na diaspora ile walimsaidia Mandago, then mambo ni ngumu Uasin Gishu.
Okay, thank you. Where is it? Bwana Kenywa?
Thank you Mr. Bernard. Habari yenu nyinyi wote? Nimeona mtu wangu hapo wa UDA, Elija. Nyinyi wote, Elija, wewe ni ndugu yangu usijali. Lakini hiyo kitu yote Gachagua amewaambia ni uongo. Sisi Mount Kenya hatutafanya hivyo. Hiyo ni uongo. So hiyo ni kitu moja isifurahisha watu sana. About wacha niongea kidogo mambo hiyo ya suti. Unajua kitu moja I'm going to say here about suti kutoka chini mpaka juu. You know, in Azimio it's a coalition of parties. Iko na parties mingi sana. So baba kusema suti ni tuchague watu wa Azimio. Kuna Jubilee, kuna ODM, kuna wote, kuna Wiper, tuwachague mahali wako. Lakini hii ya Ruto ni UDA peke yake. Hakuna kitu kama Kenya Kwanza. Juu hata Ruto mwenyewe amesimama na chama ya UDA. Deputy wake amesimama na UDA. So hakuna kitu kama Kenya Kwanza hapo. Akina Weta na akina Mudavadi na akina Kingi, hao ni kitu bure, hao wahesabiwi huko. Chama ya UDA ni moja. Hakuna kitu kama Kenya Kwanza, UDA. So ndio maana nasema suti. Kama wewe si wa UDA usichaguliwe. Njuu hakuna kitu kama Kenya Kwanza. Sisi Azimio ni chama mingi. President peke yake ndiye wa Azimio. Hao watu wengine wote wamesimama na chama zao. Deputy President wa Azimio ni wa NAK Kenya, Martha Karua. Si unaona? So hiyo iko very different, ni kama usiku na mchana. Pande hii ingine ni UDA peke yake, hakuna kitu kama Kenya Kwanza. It's only UDA. But pande ya Azimio ni chama mingi na zimesimamisha watu na chama zao. Haya, let me just go to discussion now. Hii point ya kwanza ya Raila win first, hii ni kitu iko. Hii hata tuondoe deep state yenye wanasema deep state iko. Tuende man to man, Raila na Ruto. Ruto ataonea hiyo, anaweza onea hiyo kiti view sasa. Man to man, Raila peke yake na Ruto peke yake. Hakuna mambo, hakuna kuwekelea story ya nini. Hao watu wawili, Ruto hawezi shinda Raila. What's over comes what? Hiyo ni kitu moja. Kitu ya kwanza, Raila is a experienced man. Raila pale hakuna utajiri anaenda kutafuta kwa hii kiti ya president. Raila hakuna utajiri anaenda kutafuta pale. Raila yeye anataka kwenda kuonyesha watu leadership na kuongoza inchi na kujenga inchi. Ruto na grupu yake au ni utajiri wanaenda kutafuta. Na hiyo ni kitu hiko. Vijana lika yetu nini wanatafuta? Vijana lika yetu hakuna uongozi wanatafuta, ni utajiri. Akina Didi Nyoro, my henchmen, hao ni utajiri wanatafuta, si uongozi. So what I may say here, we need a leader. Si mtu anaenda biashara, tunataka kiongozi. Na baba, kitu moja tunajua ni uongozi, anaenda kutengenezea inchi. So pande ya kushinda hii 55 na 37, hiyo ni kitu iko. Hata bila opinion polls, hiyo ni kitu iko. The previous elections, baba Mount Kenya hakuwa anapata hata 10, hata 5% ama hata 3%, na amekuwa akitesa serikali mpaka inainua mikono, anawashinda. Ni saizi tuko, ni saizi sisi tuko. Mimi na kule yangu moja labda nimemanage kuconvince watu more than 50. Kula yangu moja inakuja ikiwa 50, mwingine yake inakuja ikiwa 50. So let's people not think in Mount Kenya ukipata Sabina Chege yako na watu 100 peke yake anawaongelesha, mseme si watu. Those people will translate into a lot of votes. You will say 100 times 50, then you will get how many votes are those. Kwa hivyo watu wasiandamine baba saa hii na Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya is very serious na undecided. Hao watu mnasema ni undecided in Mount Kenya, my friend, hao ni waazimio. Ni vile hawataki kuongea. Hakuna mtu, watu wa UDA wanashindanga wakiimba mimi ni hustler, mimi ni hustler, mimi ni wa UDA since 2017. 2020 na huko wameishi kuimba, wanajulikana, hawezi nyamaza. Those undecided wako UDA, wako nini Azimio. Huyo mtu ukikaa naye 5 minutes ukiongea na yeye, finally utasikia amekwambia afadhali Azimio. So hiyo ni kitu moja watu wakijua. Mount Kenya wasijaribu kugambo. Ruto asigambo na Mount Kenya, my friend. Huko tutampiga character development moja serious sana. Haya, wacha tusonge mbele. Haya, don't force anyone on us. KESSES voters to DP. Yeah, sure. Njuu hii formation ya UDA inauzia watu uoga. It's like it's a force. You must vote for us. It's like Ruto to be in presidency, it's a must. By force, by fire. Ruto aulizwe, Kalonzo Musyoka ako wapi, alikuwa deputy? Kijana Wamaro alikuwa wapi? Sijui Mudavadi ako wapi? Who else? Hapo ma deputy president wote wako wapi? And they had resources. Wako wapi? Ruto asione kama yeye ndiye wa kwanza. Serikali ni kupangwa, inapangangwa. Si yeye anaipanga, serikali upangwa. And this guy messed up the time he decided to divide the rich and the poor in mountain. Not knowing very well in Mount Kenya, the most listed people, they are from Mount Kenya who owns Nairobi. You want people to fight with Mwangi Equity, Safaricom, all those rich people. You want to fight them. How? How? A person who employs more than 100,000 people, you want to fight with that person? That's being, unless mtu mwenye afikiri. So serikali ni kupangwa, inapangangwa. Si vile anafikiria wakiwa na Gachagua, no. Sisi hatutaki mchele na nyama bwana in Mount Kenya. That's why we are following Baba. Njoo sisi hatutaki mambo ya mchele na nyama. Mchele na nyama kuna wale watu wanataka. So hatulazimishwi na mtu kuchagua mtu sisi. Another thing, story ya flip flop. Hiyo Ruto tushamzoea. Aliongea mambo ya mtumba the other day. Kamukonji. The other day ameongea sijui wapi. Lakini baba akisema hiyo kitu vile iko organized, inakuwa ni siasa ya Ruto sasa. Hiyo ndio siasa amekuwa akipiga hata North Eastern ya mtumba. Lakini ajui still watu wako na time ya kusoma manifesto. Already iko online. Na sisi tushaisoma, tutaelezea watu. Na watu watajua maana. I have a lot of people working in Gikomba and already they know how Baba was meaning and they support it very much. Usifikirie mtumba inaajiri watu 2,000,000. If our industries comes back, they will employ more than 8 million from the farmer mpaka mtu wa sales. Itaajiria watu wote. Lakini mtumba ni yule mtu anaweza kuleta container peke yake, anaileta inafika, anauzia watu. Huyo ndiye anapata pesa. Vile tulifanya ngwanya Makema na akina Kimani Ichung'wah. They bring containers, njuu wako na uwezo. Alafu sisi wengine huku tunaanza kufinyiliwa. Those are the things that we don't want. Mtumba hata ikiwezwa kubaniwa kesho, if it's possible, inaweza kuwa vizuri sana. But the best part, Baba alipeana a good explanation on how this thing will work. Lazima wakulima walime kila kitu, hizo vitu zipatikane as we build the industries. So unaweza pata ni kitu inaweza kuwa inatolewa pole pole, upate hata within 5 years tutakuwa tumemanage 50% of industries. So vile tutaweza kuproduce, to process a lot of clothes, the more clothes zitakuwa cheaper. Na the more mtumba itaenda ikiondolewa. Si ati ataamka asubuhi ati mtumba itolewe, no. So wenye wanapiga hiyo propaganda, watu wa UDA waambiwe, sisi Baba do not make mistakes. Anything Baba says, it's something that has been advised and research has been done. Watu wengine wanakuja kutudanganya haraka haraka tusifikirie ndio tuwachague. Wataonea hiyo kitu kwa view sasa. Because we really need to move on with life in a good country. Hatutaki history ya wakora tuku kuja hapa kuibaiba huku. Mr. Bernard, we don't want to remain where we are for 24 years. Rigathi Gachagua is a KANU material. Ruto, CV ya Ruto nimetafuta amefanya kazi wapi, nikaona kuna mahali amewaifanya kazi. Alitoka university direct kwa ministry. Akachukuliwa na Moi. Hivyo tu. Sijaona kampuni amefanya kazi, sijaona anywhere. Another thing, I would like to know, hata nilisema siku ingine, I would like someone to show me the direction to where Ruto's poultry chickens are, poultry farm, nione hizo kuku zake. Ndio nijue hiyo mayai upakejiwa wapi, hizo kuku zenye zinachinjiangwa wapi, because huwezi niambia kuku 200,000 kazi yake ni kutaga tu, hakuna zenye uchinjwa. Kazi yake ni kutaga tu. Zenye uchinjwa zinapelekangwa wapi? The other day I asked someone from Farmer Choice about mambo ya kuku. Huko akaniambia sisi hata hatujui, hata sijawahi jua mambo ya hizo kuku mnasema kuku za Ruto mimi. Even KFC they doesn't know about kuku za Ruto. Kwani zake zinauzangwa Uganda ama zinapelekangwa wapi? Because to be realistic, 200,000 chicken hakuwezi kosa kuku lazima zinachinjangwa. Kwani kuku inaweza zaa mayai for 5 years? For 5 years kuku inaweza kaa for 5 years ikitaganga mayai tu ikitaga. No. So tusibebwe mchezo hapa with these young boys. Na serikali ya vijana haiwezi enda mbali, ita collapse because they have interest. Wako na interest. Baba ana interest na mambo ya mali. Mzee amezeeka, yule ni mzee mtulivu. Anataka kuonyesha watu njia. Na niambia watu baba akichukua hiyo kiti, trust me hiyo kiti itazunguka Kenya yote. Lakini Ruto akiichukua wakiwa na Rigathi Gachagua, sisi watu wa Mount Kenya tusahau na hiyo kiti, kitu ya kwanza. Alafu tribe zote hakuna mahali hiyo kiti itapatikana because Ruto atakaa hapo wakiwa na Gachagua ni dictator. They praise money, wanaabudu pesa sana. Alafu wale MP wako nao, na ndio maana nataka MP wadogo, vijana wadogo wenye wanaweza convince wana pesa. Ndio kwa bunge pale wananunuliwa, wanabadilisha katiba. Wabunge tu wananunuliwa, wanabadilisha katiba. Ruto anakaa miaka 30 ama 20. Gachagua na yeye anachukua hapo kwa mzee. Na yeye anakaa 20. Hiyo ni miaka 40. Tutakuwa wapi sisi watu wa Mount Kenya? So those are the things that we are looking on a very serious note. Hatutaki kuweka pale mtu mwenye hajakomaa. Ruto hajakomaa. Ruto ako na tamaa ya uongozi sana. Siku mara yake ya kwanza ya kuzimama na anatishia watu hivi, anaongea vile anataka. Na the first hajawahi jaribu tena. Hajawahi jaribu hata kiti ya governor. Na anakuwa na hiyo joto yote. Tunafikiria sana sisi watu wa mlima. We are very keen on this matter. And 1 vote from Mount Kenya will translate into 50 votes. Kwa hivyo, anybody who talks about Mount Kenya should be very wise. 1 vote will come with 50 votes. The way Uhuru said, kura yake ni moja. Lakini ako na watu wawili watatu anaweza convince. I'm part of hao watu wake. Na mimi niko na watu wangu. Na mwingine na mwingine na mwingine na mwingine na mwingine. 2.5 million from Mount Kenya for baba. Na hivyo ndivyo Ruto ataenda Sugoi mbio. Thank you so much Mr. Bernard. Na Gachagua asiendelee kudanganya. Apeango Mike kila siku aongea vibaya. Kila siku anaongea vibaya. Kila siku anaongea vibaya. Hivyo ndivyo tunataka.
Anaongea vizuri we. Gachagua anasema vizuri sana. Si mbaya.
Kila siku apeango Mike.
Yes.
Kila siku. Sasa hizi tunataka mchele na nyama.
Najua nyinyi Mwea mnapanda mchele. Sasa hizo bishori ndio mnapigiwa pale huko State House. Ni nyama tu lakini mchele mko nazo.
Tunaenda kukula. Thank you Mr. Bernard.
Okay, asante bwana Kenya, tunashukuru. Mambo ni kama haya. Wacha tusikilize huyu mtoto wetu alafu tumlete Nathan naye achangie. Tusikilize mtoto yetu anataka kusema.
Elija amepotea.
Nani?
Elija nimeingia akapotea bwana.
Elijah kwa Canada anasema huko bottom up inafanya kazi. Inaonekana ameenda ku find out. Oh, here we go.
Raila ataanguka kura mara 5 alafu atakuwa the 5th failure in Kenya. Unaelewa? Alianguka 97, akaanguka 2007, akaanguka 2013, akaanguka 2017. 2022 itakuwa namba ngapi? That is why they are calling him Raila the 5th. Mtu wa kuanguka kura safari ya ngapi? Ya 5. Na sisi tumesumbuka Kenya mzima. Tumeenda Mount Kenya. Kura zote ziko kwa kikapu yetu ya Kenya Kwanza. Rift Valley
kura zote ziko kwa Kenya kwanza. Na hii dalili ninaona Western, hii mchezo ya 70% tuache, tutagonga 90%. Tutagonga 90, sema 90%. Na ukiangalia hapa, jamii yetu ni vijana watupu, na ndio sisi tumeweka mkataba na Ruto, sio kupata mawaziri peke yake, kwa sababu mawaziri ni wachache. Wakati wanachukua watu kwenda kwa majeshi, kileo wakati huu hakuna watoto kwenda kukimbia na kuanguka. Tunaleta lori, tunaweka 30% yetu, tunapeleka. Kama ni wale kwenda kwa polisi, tunaweka 30%, tunapeleka. Kama ni walimu, tunaweka 30%, tunapeleka. And we have a history of working with the people. Huyu Manyaraka ya amekuwa hapa. Mimi ndio nilimpa ubalozi akaenda Uingereza. Nikasukuma yeye. Akafanya kazi mzuri, akarudi mkampa ubunge. We have no history of betraying people. We have no history of cheating people. Ruto has no history of betraying people. You can't say the same of Raila or Uhuru. Their betrayal is their other name by any other means. Kwa hivyo tunawaomba ndugu zangu, hii kelele inapikwa hapa na kina Eugene wa Malwa, Oparanya, huyo mzee wa minyororo kutoka Kuisero, kila siku anatupa maneno. Alisema Ruto hatafika kwa debe. Ruto amefika, hajafika? Amefika, hajafika? Sasa Atwole akija hapa Kakamega mumuulize, yeye anacheza mchezo wa nani? Kwa sababu sisi tunajua Uhuru sasa amemwacha Raila kwa mataa. Juza amemwambia, mimi siwezi kutembea na wewe kutafuta kura, jitetee. Ndio naona Uhuru ako Ulaya, akirudi anakimbia Ethiopia, akirudi ataenda Uganda, akirudi ataenda South Africa. Sasa ameambia Raila, mimi lazima nitembee, niambie viongozi wengine kwa heri bwana, wewe jitetee. Na Raila mwenyewe akisimama hata hajui kuomba kura, mpira, mambo yamekwisha. Hana sera yoyote. Our people, we will not let you down. Stand with Musalia, stand with Weta. We mean well for you. We want to take you to where it matters. In the government. Tangu tupate uhuru, hakuna wakati wowote mtu wa Mulembe ameketi na serikali akasaini mkataba ya kwamba hii ndio chini yetu. This is the first time. Tunaenda kwa serikali as shareholders. Na kutoka Trans Nzoia tumegonga 80 tayari. Bungoma tumegonga 90 tayari. Hapa Kakamega mahala vile niliona jana hata tutagonga 90. Vihiga vile niliona tutagonga 90. Huyu mzee lazima astaafu aende nyumbani na handshake partner wake Uhuru box Gatundu, Raila box
Okay, wanapenda karibu.
Huyu mtoto wenyu amekuwa na watu ngapi? Mbona utuonyeshe crown Pena?
Hakuna watu, woni ako na mama kijiji.
Lakini hata wamama ni 3 wanaitika. Pena.
No, ni lazima hiyo ni video imechukuliwa strategically, sionyeshe watu kwa sababu hakuna watu.
Wow.
Sawa, Nathan niendelea.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Always a pleasure to be back here. Acha niweke microphone yangu. Poleni. Using whatever, not using a headphone. So, hope mnanisikia. Bernard, can you hear me?
Yeah, you are clear. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so let me just start by saying, easy polls zinafanywa. Me, like I always said, even from the word go, even in the comment section, polls are skewed. Polls are always skewed. And when we say they are skewed is because when ukiangalia kwa statistical angle, there's always a margin of error. Na sijui kama hawa wase wanajua hiyo kitu wanafaa kuuliza au ma journalists. There's always a margin of error. Sample size is good, 9,000, perfect. But there's always a margin of error. So I would always say that we should not get carried away as a people and assume that, we are commanding the lead. Let us go in there and do the mobilization. Let's go in, tuingie kwa vijiji, tuingie kila mahali na tufanye kazi ya baba. That's what I can say. Let us not get carried away by these info truck things. Number two, they say that I think this negates even every single thing that I want to say. 18 to 27% are voting for UDA. So UDA, UDA ama ni Udaku, I don't know, whatever it is, they're appealing to the youth. The youths, the people who have actually watu wamechukua ID. That smells a rat. Na sijui kama kuna mtu ananusa hiyo rat. 18 to 27. So they're saying that appeals for about, I don't know, 20-something%. And then the people who are actually elevated, people who have actually voted maybe twice or once, they're actually in the bracket of kutoka 27 years to 35 years. Is the greater percentage. 27 to 35 years. Those are the numbers that I got from Infotruck. That tells you something. Ukiangalia your age bracket. And Mr. Bennett, let me tell you, and Kenyans as a whole, let us interrogate and let us just take this pose as a poll that has just been done statistically, because at the end of the day, Kenyans will decide. Mtu asijaribu kutuambia ati, sijui somebody is behind, somebody is in front. Let us go in the masses and push Raila Amolo Odinga to the presidency with 65%. Because there's nothing, akunanga kitu kama ati undecided votes. Let me tell you, Mr. Bernard, akuna kitu, and Kenyans as a whole, there's nothing like 65%. Okay, let me move on. Bungoma imecategorized as undecided. Wacha nikwambie, mimi as far as I'm concerned, I'm not from Bungoma, but I know Mr. Weta cannot actually get anything, leave alone even from his village. He will probably get a vote from his village. But that's why you know Bungoma iko undecided. Kakamega is decided, is Azimio. Kakamega iko na Vihiga. Hizo zote ziko decided. So hii Bungoma hii watu walikuwa wanasema hapa sijui, I don't know, another day here, I don't know. I mean, we need to get our acts clear and understand that, facts are facts, and let's move forward with life. Weta hizi hata fetch anything. So Mr. Weta na nani wataanguka tu. We go to Honorable my brother and my uncle and my good friend, Honorable Sylvie Kalonzo Musyoka. He speaks in parables, yes, and I know people have bashed him here. But you see, at the end of the day, he speaks his word and he means it. When he says he's going to move like a buffalo soldier and get the votes for the Kenyan people, he will exactly do that. You take it to the bank. This time round, take it to the bank. It's not like it's not like controversial issues like sijui, like going for a going for a presidential debate, not presidential debate, but a presidential interview, whatever. Honorable Kalonzo is a man of stature. He doesn't go for interviews unless you're going to speak to him. Speak to him. He's a diplomat. And that's why that Jimmy Wanjigi is actually pursuing the same things, diplomacy. You don't interview Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. That's why it was demeaning for him. And us as Kenyan people and as a combination, to feel hapo wamekosewa, but things have turned around and we are happy for the Kenyan people and we are very happy moving forward. The enemy is one and we know. We are saying the sample size was okay, based on what we call statistical data. What Infotrack has done was a recommendable job, I would say. Very, very well done job, because hata vile nimesikia wame-explain vizuri sana, because they were saying every simple size ikipotea, they will actually match you up with somebody else who has actually done the same kind of work from your own demography. So I'm happy because what we're getting is that Raila Amolo Odinga is leading by 42%. And guess what? About 25 to 27 to 28% are saying that we don't know. What are they not knowing? You understand? So they will know before they know. So you will see. So when it comes to, somebody was talking about a debt crisis, and I pity people who talk about debt and the debt crisis, and I don't know what they say about debt. They do not understand economics. Na mimi naweza taka mtu anakuja hapa ni challenge, because mtu kama ajui mambo ya kukopa na kulipa asikuja hapa kutuambia upuzi na nonsense, because there's something that we call money supply. So you don't just come here and just speak rubbish for the sake of just demeaning the government that is in place, just to make yourself look good. Yeah, come here with facts, and then we're going to challenge you. You can challenge me later. Yes, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute. Kenywa, I want you to take the chair. Coming back after Nathan, give to Okumu, then Jakindube.
Okay, fine.
Nathan, na wewe muda wako uliisha. Tamatisha.
Yeah. Okay, sawa.
1 minute.
All right. So let us not just get here and get people just speaking for the sake of speaking and just wasting people's time just to demean our president for the sake of OSG debt and nini. We know what debt brings, and we know what debt does to an economy, and we know what borrowing brings to an economy. So let us not just come here and just speak for the sake of speaking, because that whets my appetite, because I need such people. So I'm not going to speak that topic sahi because ya GDP na hizo vitu zote. I don't want to speak that. So let me just move on. Mr. Buzeki, I love Mr. Buzeki, and I think if he runs independently, he will win whatever he's running. Uko Rift Valley. He's my man. He's a man of the people as well. So I like the guy. So yeah, so I think I will end it there so that I can give space to anybody who wants to ask me a question, and then we can move on. Thank you so much, Mr. King.
Okay, Nathan, thank you for your submission. It's good. I think it's loud and clear. Anyone with question maybe can ask. If there is no question or comment, Cyrus, you can take the floor.
Asante sana Bwana Kinywa. Good evening, everybody.
Okay. Good evening. Good evening.
Jakindu Bay, Nathan. Selina naona amebadilisha jina. Olo is asleep. All right. Nimeamka still niko disorientated. I worked 16 hours, you know, nilifanya kazi jana, nikakuja nikalala the whole day. Kuamka nikatafuta nitembee TV to catch up, you know, catch up on politics in Kenya. But just to comment on hiyo video yenye Beda na play hiyo Weta. You know, sometime back Muhisa Kitui said something and I tend to agree with him. You know, alisema venye Mudavadi alienda UDA alifikiria Sudi ataanza kuongea kama Mudavadi, but unfortunately Mudavadi ndiye ameanza kuongea kama Sudi. So look at Weta, you look at him, what is he talking about, you know? Anaongea kama Sudi and he's a lawyer, he's been a leader, he's been a foreign affairs minister. You know, hii maneno ya UDA to me inanichanganya sana. And that tells you the calibers of leaders we're having, you know. Like for example, it pains me nikiona ati the main challenge wa Raila Odinga ati ni Ruto. And then opinion poll inasema ati 50-50, ati sijui neck to neck, you know. It's like, have you ever wondered why Brazil national team hawajai cheza friendly game na Harambee Stars, you know? So you look at it, man, we lack choices, you know? Because ati Raila na Ruto, ati yao ndio main competitors. It makes me so sad, you know? Oh, the other thing I want to talk about, you know, Mr. Nathan amesema hapo, hakuna kitu inaitwa ati undecided voters, and I agree with you. Ukiona kwa poll mtu anasema ati I'm not decided, huyo ni mtu hardliner who is an introvert, you know, hataki tu kusema ukweli. But those undecided voters, those are real hardliners. Utakuta ni mtu wa Azimio ile kabisa, but he doesn't just want to say it, or ni mtu wa UDA, hardliner, but he doesn't want to say it. And then let me just comment something about Mitumba. You know, niliona you know, the UDA are running away with this Mitumba Raila talked about. You know, Mitumba does not necessarily mean cheap, and made in Kenya does not necessarily mean expensive. You know, I remember, I think I was in primary school or in high school. We used to make these tours, and we went to a textile industry in Kisumu. Ilikuwa inajiita Kikomi. Man, that industry was massive, and there were a lot of guys who were working there. Wengine wana, you know, a lot. You know, I was so young, and it was a wonder how just cotton wool, sijui inatembeaje, inatengeneza uzi, and then ukienda huko imetengeneza like a large sheet, you know. It was a spectacle. So if we revive these industries, you know, it will start from the farmers. Kutakuwa na farmers wenye wana farm cotton, kutakuwa na watu wana harvest hiyo cotton, kutakuwa na transporters, they transport it to the industries, and then the industries wenye watakuwa na, you know, make these textiles, kutakuwa na employment, and then people will be selling too, you know. You know, I remember kuna hii nguo tulikuwa tunavaa in primary school, nguo ingine kashati ingine, it was made in Kenya, yes, but wakati wa jua inakuwa moto mpaka inakuchoma, you know. So made in Kenya does not necessarily mean it will be expensive, you know. They will make them in grades yenye you will uta afford wherever you can, you know. Like watatengeneza tangu ya maybe 50 bob, na watatengeneza ingine hata 100,000, because hata mitumba, kuna mitumba yenye iko very expensive, unaona. So it doesn't necessarily mean that kama ni mitumba it is cheap, ama kama ni made in Kenya it will be expensive. So I think they're missing the point. They just want to score political points, because, you know, most of the audience yenye wanaongeleshaga, they assume, you know, hawajui Kenya inaendelea, but I bet most Kenyans know what is happening. And then kuna hii story it saddens me. Ruto himself has been saying that we elect leaders wenye track record, you know. But Ruto himself, kumbuka, alienda kwa inaitwa KESSES ama KESSES, something like that, you know. Kuna huyo MP Muhindi. You know, I've been following that MP, huyo MP Muhindi. Akona hizi hospitali zinaitwa Medihills. You know, I stay in Nakuru. I used to stay in Nakuru. So I've been to Medihills, kuna Medihills zingine is it Eldoret? And kuna time alikuwa na hii program ng'ombe kwa kila familia, you know. So that guy ni mtu wa track record. But you remember Ruto himself alienda kamwataka akasema sijui tumbo kubwa ati to elect UDA, you know, ati amekula mali ya wananchi. I don't think if that guy amekula mali ya wananchi, you know. That guy has been using his own resources to boost the livelihood of his constituents. But sahi unasikia venye anatakiwa. So Ruto asituambie maneno ya track record, you know. So for now bado niko na usingizi, I'll still be following up. But last time out I said I was coming to vote, and niliambiwa how to check if my voter's card is valid. Nika check, and for the first time the IDC website, it worked, you know, like within a minute I had confirmed my voter's card was valid, you know. Ni ile tu nilikuwa nimesahau, nilikuwa nimeregister na passport because nilikuwa naweka ID number inakataa, so I almost got depressed, but when niliweka passport ikatoka. So end of July I'm back there in Kenya, man, to vote. I want to be part of history. Otherwise, Mtembei TV, I think it's doing a good job. Keep up the spirit. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much, Okumu, and you are much welcomed back home. And please don't forget your passport in the house the day of voting.
Yeah,
You know,
by the way, hata hiyo ilinikujia kwa nini, because you know I can leave
if
it
you
and
are
then if you vote.
yeah, if you are registered via passport,
Yeah.
it's the same thing you are going to use to vote.
Yeah.
So if you just forget it in the house, my friend, you know that will be a gone vote for Baba. So
Yeah.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think let's keep conversation going on, and we try to educate more people back in the chat. You know, most of the people doesn't understand about politics, but once they come here and listen, they will understand a little bit. And also, the most of things also we panelists, we don't know. Maybe someone else can come and give us a reason to understand those things. So thank you very much, Mr. Cyrus. I think if there is no question or anything, I can call in Mr. Jakindube. Mr. Jakindube, I think he is up on something. So he is up on something. I think Mr. Jakindube. Okay. Okay, Selina, Mama Selina, you have something to say? As we check on his...
I'm just listening.
Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, he's back.
I think
Mr. Yeah. Jakindube, mzee, vipi? Vipi?
Salama.
Nimeshindwa mzee, amenyamaza bwana. So, how are you?
Sijambo, mimi nilikuwa nimenyamaza nikingojea tamu yangu.
Oh, the floor is yours now. Maybe you can educate us a little bit tuelewe maneno.
Asante sana. Mimi nataka kuzungumzia kitu kimoja tu. Labda hata sio haiko hapa, lakini nataka kuzungumzia kitu kimoja. Nataka kuzungumzia mambo ya ujinga, ugonjwa na umasikini. Na mimi nataka kujikita kabisa mambo ya ujinga. Kwa sababu nimeona Wakenya tangu juzi, jana na hata leo bado wanazungumzia juu ya mitumba. Ati Raila amesema mtumba vibaya, ati kwa sababu amesema sijui ni nguo za watu wamekufa. Hawa Wakenya, mimi nawaambia Wakenya waamke, waache kulalia masikio. Mitumba sio biashara. Mitumba sio biashara. Ukienda Amerika, ukienda Uingereza, ukienda Germany, ukienda hizi nchi za wazungu, hizo kuna second hand clothes, lakini hizo zinauzwa kwa maduka zile za misaada, maduka za misaada, ambapo ukiona nguo yako moja imekukuu au viatu ama nini utaki kutumia, unapeleka kwa hiyo duka, unawapatia charity shops. Hizo ndizo zinauza hizo vitu. Huwezi kupata biashara popote ati mtu anauza mitumba. Hakuna. Sasa sisi wa Kenya wanafanya hivyo kwa sababu wana viwanda vyao, na vile vile hawawezi kukuruhusu kuingiza anything. Hasi kwamba eti kwa sababu sisi tuko na demokrasi na haki, so unaingiza takataka yoyote Kenya. That is wrong. Kuingiza takataka, utaingiza hata kitu ile ni hatari. Moses Kuria si alichomwa na takataka, kitu ambayo haijapimwa, si karibu imuue, ilimchoma mguu, watu hawakuona, amekaa hospitali miezi mingapi. Alafu Wakenya bado hawaoni hata hiyo. Sisi Wakenya hatuoni kwamba hizo vitu za kuleta tu ovyo ovyo. Hizo mitumba haifai. Kwa nini tunauza mitumba na factory nchi yetu tunaweza tulikuwa tunapanda pamba na nguo? Hakuna siku moja watu hawatakosa kuvaa nguo, hakuna siku moja watu watakosa kuvaa nguo. So ni kitu ambayo ni biashara ambayo ni ya kudumu. So hatuwezi kusema ati tunataka kununua tunachukua nguo za watu wengine zile wamevaa wametosheka nayo. Hiyo ndio biashara yetu. Kwani kwa nini sisi tunafanya hivi? Sisi tuko na material zote, tuko na nchi ambayo iko na pamba. Kwa nini tusitengeneze yetu? Mimi nilipokuwa mdogo tulikuwa na mafundi ambao zilikuwa zinashonwa, zinapelekwa sokoni, zinauzwa kama hizi mitumba zinauzwa. Hapo Kikomba watu walikuwa na nguo, lakini zilikuwa zile zimeshonwa. Na hata hapo Kikomba kulikuwa na mafundi wenye macherehani, kulikuwa na hapo cherehani, wao mafundi walikuwa wanashona hizo nguo. Hata bibi yangu alifanya hiyo biashara. Nguo mpya imeshonwa, anachukua anapeleka huko sokoni Nyeri, ama siku nyingine anapeleka huko Yugi, au siku zingine anapeleka Murang'a kwa soko, wanauza. Sasa kwa nini tunataka kung'ang'ania mtumba hiyo? Nataka kuambia Wakenya, hii kitu ni watu wasizungumze. Raila anazungumzia kitu ambayo ni kitu ambayo itasimamia Kenya, watoto na wajukuu. Saa hii tunasema hatuna vijana wamekosa kazi. Mbona basi hiyo mtumba haijawapatia kazi? Mbona wanasema hawana kazi? Saa zingine tuwe watu ambao wanaamka bwana, tuwe watu ambao wanaona mbele. Kama mtu amesema jambo vizuri, tujue hii ni jambo ambalo lina maana, lina tija, sio tu kila kitu eti mtu anapinga. Hata leo niliona kijana mmoja ambaye anasemekana ni mtu ambaye ndio jamaa ambaye anajua mambo ya utafiti ya economy, kwamba yeye ni economist. Vile alijibu, anasema kwamba mitumba ni lazima iwepo kwa sababu kila mtu anaweza kuwa na chaguo, wengine wanapenda hiyo mitumba. Sio hivyo. Sidhani kama watu tunataka, kwa sababu ukichukua cotton, mkulima atakuwa ameandika watu hata wakati wa kuvuna hiyo, alafu wale wa kupeleka transport vile vile, hiyo ni kazi. alafu huko kwa general kuna watu wanafanya hiyo kazi, alafu watu wa factory wako watu ambao wanafanya kazi, alafu wale wauzaji wa wholesale ni wafanyikazi, mafundi. Zamani tulikuwa na mafundi kwa kila sehemu ambao unaenda unapimiwa nguo, unapimiwa longi au unashonewa nguo. Sasa hapo Nairobi, hapo Luthuli Avenue ilikuwa na mafundi tu. Kulikuwa hapo na maduka za kushona nguo tu, za kushona masuti ni longi, ukitaka inashonwa vizuri kama vile umeumbwa nayo. Sasa hizo vitu zote ati tunanunua tu vitu, watu wengine ndio tunawafanyisha kazi, alafu sisi tunasema hapa hatuna kazi, tunalia hatuna kazi. Ati watu hawezi kusema eti kwa sababu amesema mitumba. Wakenya wafikirie mitumba. Raila anasema hiyo kitu ambayo ni mpango wa miaka mingi, miaka 200 au miaka nyingi tu, tukiwa na industry ya namna hiyo. Hiyo kitu ambayo inaweza kutusaidia kwa vizazi vijavyo na wa sasa, wajukuu na watukuu na kila mtu. So tusifanye mambo yetu eti sisi tuwe tu nchi ambayo inauza vitu ambavyo zimetengenezwa na watu wengine, na sisi vile tunaweza kutengeneza. Hiyo sio, mimi sikubaliane nayo hata kidogo. Na mimi nataka kuambia Wakenya mjihadhari na uongo wa Ruto. Na mimi nimefurahi leo kuona kwamba baba anazidi kupanda, anazidi kuonyesha kwamba ana ushindi, kwa sababu Ruto anasema sasa ni 42 against 37, nyingine hii ni 55 against 37. Hiyo ni kuonyesha ushindi. Kitu nataka kuwaomba wote ni kwamba tuzidi kufanya kampeni ya kuonyesha kwamba sisi ndio tuko kwa upande ambao inaangalia Kenya kwa miaka nyingi. Tunataka nchi ambayo imejengwa, nchi ambayo taifa ambalo limefanya nini, limejengwa, na nchi ambayo imejengwa. Kwa vijana ambao hawaelewi, ni lazima mimi naomba vijana wote, ni lazima tujenge taifa. Taifa ni watu. Ni lazima sisi watu tuwe wamoja, tushirikiane, tujue nchi yetu. Ni lazima tushirikiane, umoja ni nguvu, alafu tujenge nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo kuna kujenga taifa na kuna kujenga nchi. Lazima hizo vitu viwili tuzifanye. Tukijenga taifa, ndio biashara itafanyika vizuri. Hata wageni wakija, wakitaka kuja kufanya biashara kwa nchi yetu, watatupata sisi ni watu waaminifu, watu ambao hawapendi corruption, watu ambao sio wabadhilifu. So hiyo ni lazima sisi wenyewe, inaanzana na sisi. Tusiseme tu eti ni president, hata sisi wenyewe ndio inatakiwa sisi wenyewe tujitoe, kwamba ukipewa kazi kwenda kufanya kazi, fanya kazi. Usiende huko kwanza kutaka kusema sijui unataka kufanya corruption. Sio watu hizi corruption haifanywi na vyuma au na mashini, inafanywa na sisi, na ni sisi ndio tunafanya hiyo, na sisi ni wana Kenya. Lazima sisi tuanze kujikosoa, kusema hatutakubali rushwa, hatutakubali rushwa, na tukiona rushwa tutaikemea na tutaisema. Asanteni sana. Asante Bernard.
Thank you Mzee Jackie Dube. So I think everybody has listened and learned something from you. And one thing I'll just keep on emphasizing here, you know, and I may say this to young people. A poor man's greeting, it's mistaken with begging. And you know, sometimes when Baba says anataka watu wapate kazi wa maana, because someone who is stable, working a decent job, that person will always make his or her own decision collectively. But the moment you are not empowered, you are just going around mtaani, hakuna kazi unafanya. The decision, you will never make a decision by yourself. Circumstances will be making you to make decisions. Na ndio maana vitu zote baba anaongea kuhusu the other part UDA, they are trying to demonize them because they know if all Kenyans have money, uwezi wa control, they will be making their own decision very well. But kama wakulima hawana pesa na vijana hawana pesa, hao watu utaweza kuwatawala. So to rule a nation, you make it poor. And that was I think I may say who the want, because they are fighting every good bit. And you see, these people are negative of government projects every time. Negative every time, negative every time, because they don't want Kenyans to benefit. They want Kenyans to remain where we were for 24 years so that they can control Kenyans. But once everybody has got money, ukienda kwa kijana akona 5,000, mwingine zake 10, mwingine zake 20, at the end of the day hao watu wezi wa confuse. They will be making their decision correctively. Hawatakuwa ati wanapushiwa na hiyo 50 yako ama 100 yako kufanya kitu. Watakuwa wanafanya mambo zao kulingana na vile wao wenyewe wanaona. So we need as a youth and people, we need to be very serious on this matter about checking on the leaders. Let us not just vote because of ile watu ni wengi hype. Let us vote because of hype. Let's vote because of the leadership we want to be in, because hakuna mtu atataka ukisalimia mtu kwa barabara anaona ni kama unamuomba, you know. Saizi ukisalimia politician akipita kijijini kwenu anasemanga huyo ni pesa anataka, so hata hezi simama, you understand, it's like you're begging. But the moment everybody has got money, hata mtu kuwa na shughuli na wao, hakuna mtu atakuwa na, hata akipita hakuna mtu atakuwa na shughulika na yeye. So that's where you want Kenya to be. So thank you very much, Mr. Bernard. Maybe you are back, I can switch it back to you.
Thank you Bwana Kenya kufanya kazi nzuri, tunashukuru. Nashukuru kwa maoni ya kila Mkenya. Ni muhimu tumakinike, tusisalie nyuma. A progressive country takes responsibility for its progress. It does not shift blames. And leadership is seen, 1, in crisis, 2, in how well you work with more successful people than you are. Any leader who is afraid of other people who are doing better than him, he's insecure. He has a personal problem that he needs to cure first before he's given leadership. So one way of telling who is qualified to be the CEO of this country is look who is around who. What kind of people are around who, and what are they injecting in the president to be, or in the leader to be. Mandako's sentiments about independent and Murkomen are very much telling, okay? That UDA doesn't want credible people. They want anybody as long as they are UDA. They don't care the quality, they don't care the sense of responsibility, or what are those people offering. All they want is to see UDA as a strong party because that's their vision, and it will be a strong party by it bringing anything and everybody in parliament. That is not what we are looking for as Kenyans. We need to have sensible leaders, especially in parliament. Hiyo story ya Sudi kwenda kusema aliachia kizungu kinamili na Junet waongee kwa sababu wao ndio wamezoea kuongea kizungu, yeye anafanya kazi tu. We got parliament is a policy making house, is a law making house. You can't vote everybody to go there. We must vote in good brains. We will make policies that are progressive, and progressive in the sense that you can accommodate people with different ideologies and different persuasion. Not that you have to beat everybody to wear yellow and think yellow and drink yellow, sleep yellow, wake up yellow. No, There has to be a way where you see leadership in another person. You see the solution in another person. The greatest days when this nation made progress, we had different people in the cabinet. People who thought differently, people who proposed different things. History ya uniform ya Jubilee, they imeleta shida. The policies they have made in the 10 years, you can't tell whether we are going back or we're going forward. Why? Because the brains we took in parliament, either they got arrested there or they don't function when they get there. So get a leader who is functional, especially upstairs. People who can think 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 50 years from now. How will Kenya be looking like? Sio tu mtu kuambia tuanzie hapa chini, si hapa katikati alafu si mnajua vile sisi tuko na sera na hawa wana sisi tuna mpango na tuna. Mpango ni upi? Unatutoa wapi, kitupeleka wapi? We need to know that plan. Unaweza kuwa na plan. Idi Amin alikuwa na plan ya kuclean Uganda kwa matatizo ya Uganda, kufanya nini? Kukusanya viwete wote, mwaga kwa mto, una clean street ya Uganda. Hiyo ilikuwa mpango pia. So mpango wako ni upi? Utatusaidia vipi? Na utatumia nani kutekeleza? Kwa sababu kama unataka watu wasikuwe na degree, watu wasikuwe na masomo, lakini kwa sababu ni viongozi waliitwa waende kupewa majukumu, something has to happen. So let's be sober, let's remain focused. Let's listen out to this, and then we bring Mondua Nyumba to come and give us more from the house. There is one video here.
Kabla sijaita gavana, tukubaliane kitu kimoja. Sisi tulikuwa tunaambiwa na hii mzee wetu Keraito ati ametoa nyinyi zote amepeleka Azimio. Ni kweli? Ni kweli? Anasema amepanga na Matiang'i na Kenoti ati nyinyi atatafuta polisi walazimishe nyinyi kumpigia kura. Inawezekana? Sasa unajua sababu ya kuuliza mchague gavana ya bottom up ya hapa chini. Tunataka gavana huyu Linturi akichaguliwa, askari ya Kanjo kwanza awapeleke training, awafundishe kuheshimu watu ya kawaida. Aambie hawa ya kwamba nyinyi ndio matajiri yao na nyinyi ndio wakubwa ya hiyo maaskari. Tungetaka Senate governor wa bottom up ambaye atapunguza maleseni, watu walipe pesa kidogo. Kwa hivyo ndio tunauliza tuchague governor wa bottom up. Sasa si mmeamua kuchagua William Ruto? Mnaweza chagua William Ruto, mchagulie governor ya Azimio. Mnaweza mchagulia governor ya Azimio. Sikiraito ni mtu ya Azimio. Sikila mtu najua ni mtu ya Azimio. Itakuwaje nyinyi watu ya Timao, watu ya Bure, mnaweza amua mnataka bottom up, mnataka William Ruto na Rigathi Gachagua, alafu mchanganywe ati mtafute governor ya Azimio? Inawezekana? Hata yule kijana amesimama hapa na Jubilee na ODM ni Azimio. Si mnajua hiyo? Jubilee ilimezwa kitambo na Azimio. Kwa hivyo wakija hapa kusema ati yeye ni wa Jubilee, muambie ni Azimio. Na lazima nyinyi mkubali ya kwamba kwa heshima tunaomba nyinyi mchagulie William Ruto laini yake. Lakini mkituchanganya na Azimio, hii kazi ya Meru itakuwa ngumu. Kwa hivyo ni mzuri hii mzee Keraito aende apumzike. Hata akitaka kufuata ile mzee waende bodo pamoja, ni sawa sawa? Ni sawa sawa? Si wao wanajuana? Si mzee hapo mtaweka kwa Wilbaro, mpeleke Bondo. Keraito aende na gari ama mtaweka kwa Wilbaro? Hata Keraito aende na Wilbaro express mpaka nyumbani. Mtachagua huyu gavana Mithika Linturi. Huyu mmeamua ndiye huyu. Haya, mheshimiwa gavana Mithika Linturi.
Asante sana watu wetu wa Timao. Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe tena. Naibu rais wetu Mheshimiwa Gachagua, hapa ndio Timao. Hawa
Haya, mundu wa nyumba aongezewe mic ama tupumzike?
Bernard, habari ya jioni ama asubuhi?
Ni asubuhi. Vipi?
Ni salama. Nasalimia Bwana Ndhusi, Jakendube, Seila Zakomo, Bwana Kenywa, na tunaona tuna mgeni mpya ambaye anaitwa Sele Chebe. Sele Chebe, karibu sana. Lakini naona mnafanana sana na mama mwingine amekuwa hapa, mnakaa kama identical twins.
Ni sisters.
I will do some research.
Yeah, they are sisters.
Ni sister Selena.
Identical
Yeah,
twins.
na umesalamia watoto Nakuru ama hata uchapita hapo?
Bado tapita kesho, nimekuwa Nairobi kidogo. Tapita kesho. Asante. Silas, pole sana, I only talked of the ID. I should have talked of the passport. But as I said, the only place I traveled was Uganda one time, many years back, and I misplaced my passport. So kichwa yangu haikumbuki passport, nakumbuka ID peke yake. So it was passport and ID, I remember, sorry. Yeah, you forgive me for not saying passport. Good. Now, Bwana Kenywa, congratulations.
Thank you mzee.
My recommendation nikasema wewe ni kijana na uko na wisdom was noted by Bernard, and I can see you are promoted. Utaninunulia chai nikikuja huko pande hizo. Naona you are in full charge. So my words were not wasted. So Bernard, sitasema mengi. I've been away kidogo 2 days, lakini I like Mtembei. Keep it up. Na Mtembei is a very good program. So kwa hiyo nani siwezi ongea Gachagua. Hata anaita Linturi kijana. Sasa Linturi with his white hair amekuwa kijana lini tena? Na ni mtu wako na kesi nyingi mpaka zingine mbaya sana za rape za bibi za watu huko na nyuki. Na via waligongana na yule bibi yake alikuwa chief of staff kwa naibu wa rais Ruto. Yani ana kesi 1 maybe up to 5. Hata sasa natini kijana. Sasa mimi ni kijana nikikuja hapa mimi sema ni kijana, mimi nasema ni mzee na ni kweli. Wewe unakataa kuwa mzee na mna gani na umekuwa? Hawa watu wanachekesha sana. Haya, hiyo akachagua. Nothing positive comes. It's so shallow, even the argument and the words coming out of his mouth. The expected DP. So shallow. And Mungu atatujalia. Na ametujalia already. So umeona poll inasema Raila at is it 55% and Ruto at 37. I'll predict the final result. Honorable Raila will get 60%, 60 plus. Ruto will get 30 plus. Na kidogo kidogo itapatiwa wengine. In August, after the elections, just ask me if you are not right. Raila 60 plus, Ruto 30 plus, less than 40. Ruto will get less than 40, 30 plus. Na wengine igawanywe ni wao wengine wawili. Hiyo nimeongea na ni ukweli, that is item 1. Who wants to bet on that? 20k? Well, Ndhusi naona unataka kubeti na mimi, sawa tu nakuona. You lose. You can take 100 to the bank. Nisika kusema take it to the bank.
Daddy inaonekana uko na inside information. Hatuwezi beti na wewe.
Sawa, asante. Wazee wana mambo nyingi wanajua ni kunyamaza, wananyamazaga. Hata hiyo Selina usimchezee, ana kuna information. She can't lay all the information here. She has got a lot of information. That's a moving library bwana. Haya, sasa ingine ya KESSES. Huyo MP amefanya mambo mzuri. Kwa sababu amejenga mahospitali, although they are private, bado zinasaidia wananchi. Kuna kitu moja nasemaga na watu hufanya makosa sana. Tuseme nimeweka duka na nauza sukari. Wakati unakuja kununua sukari, unaona tu ni pesa unaniletea. You forget that I'm giving you a service. Suppose you had the money na hakuna pale tena nunue sukari. People look at it one way, but it's two way. You bring your money and you go away with the sugar. So don't see me as the beneficiary at Timulatea pesa and nimepata profit. Hapana, you're the beneficiary for having gotten that service. It's two way. The MP has hii hospitali ya Medihill na hapa na Nakuru imesaidia watu wengi sana, exactly along the highway Nakuru Nairobi highway. Kuna ingine Eldoret, I've been to all of them, and sijaenda haki in Nairobi. Na I think, I'm not sure, but I can be corrected. I think the problem is for him not having fully endorsed UDA. I think that's where the problem is. But Selina, you can advise me on that. I don't know exactly what. And he's a bit independent, so Ruto doesn't like that. But like it happened with Ketere, Alfred, the same thing is going to happen. The voters are going to refuse to be boxed into a difficult situation. They will defy Ruto openly. Saa sita kama jua imewaka watakata. Hii ingine Ruto flip-flops. This man is confused now. You say before mtu anakuwa mad kabla Mungu akuite. Actually he's lost direction. He's not a normal person. Acha niwachie hapo hiyo. It's over with UDA in Central. Yeah, it is. Walikuwa akisema wheelbarrow itapanda mlima kuliko tinga, na tinga ni 4-wheel drive. Sasa kumenyesha huko. Na Raila ameweka 4-wheel drive ya tinga yake, ina climb na speed nyingine kali sana. Actually that's what I'm saying. By August tinga itakuwa imefika huko top hizo ya Mount Kenya, na itakuwa 60+%. How do you compare a 4-wheel tractor with a wheelbarrow in climbing Mount Kenya? They didn't know. Wamepotea. So Bernard, sina mengi leo, nataka atakusikiliza. Niko na nyinyi. Nimelala nikaamuka, kwa hivyo I'm fresh. So sasa niko fresh. Wenda tuketi na mpaka asubuhi. Maybe I can go to the background to allow somebody also to come in, but I'm with you people and I'm happy what is happening. Thank you, Badan, for promoting kijana wetu Kenya. I think I also need to be promoted one of the days to something.
In fact, I need an extra hand because I must build up energy for 24-hour broadcast during the elections. So we'll organize that.
I've already canvassed. Please don't forget.
we'll need to be sharing these 8 hours. If somebody moderate 2, it will be easier than somebody doing 5 and then you come and do 2. But we'll organize that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard.
Yeah. So let's listen out again to another video as we now prepare to hear. Huyu Roberto ashaongea ama tunamuonea?
Bado.
Hajaniona kando, kwa hivyo acha akae kwa bench kwanza. Ajitete.
Roberto, unajua Bernard ako Kenya. Muone kando kidogo wewe. Hii ni mambo ya Kenya sasa.
Yeye amejificha hapo Coast 2. Anafikiria Coast Bus ilifunga biashara. Welcome, Karua. Okay. Just a moment. Is this the same video or is another one? Just hold on.
Kabla sijaita gavana, tukubaliane kitu kimoja. Sisi tulikuwa tunaambiwa na hii mzee wetu Keraitu ati ametoa nyinyi zote amepeleka Azimio. Ni kweli? Ni kweli? Anasema amepanga.
Mimi nimepanda mimi niko na ndizi. Sasa si maneno inaenda ikiendana. Sibebe huyu urembo tukienda. Mara Karua, my friend. Ati sijui nini, unajua Raila amepea Mara Karua the big. Hii ilikuwa strategic. Kwa sababu wanajua Mara Karua. Huyo mzee akapewa hiyo kiti. Within 2 months Mara Karua ataresign, unajua
atatoa macho yote nje, akasirike, yeye si mtu wa kusimama, atoke. Alimanage kukaa na bwana yake miezi 2. Sasa wewe ndio utawezana na yeye. Mnanipata? So hiyo ni kudanganywa, umedanganywa tu. Waachana na hiyo maneno ya sijui mama. Wewe hata ukiangalia Martha Karua anakaa mama. Wewe acha maneno yako. She's very handsome. So haezi stick. Yes, jina mrame hii siasa. Siasa zinabere hivyo. Yes.
Hi, love.
Yes, darling.
Let me guess. Coffee?
Yeah.
Oh yes, it's halfway down the line for the year 2022. And here at Optivin, we're giving you an opportunity to stay warm this season. Buy a plot of land at Celebration Gardens, Kitengela. Celebration Gardens comes with Marram roads, trees along the internal roads, and will have water and electricity amongst other features. For every $699K that you place as deposit or installment towards any of Optivin's plot of land, we gift you a brand new coffee maker to make you feel warm. Changamkia ploti na Optivin. Call us on 0790 300 300.
Bernard.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, yani, I want comment.
Yes.
Yani, the women are there. One of them is being insulted like that, and they are clapping and smiling. You know, sometimes I do take this most of people for, I don't know why. Yani mtu anakaa hapo, mtu anaongea vibaya kuhusu mmoja wenu na ni alafu mnapiga makofi na mnafurahia. Very cheap.
No, they are not to blame. The blame is supposed to go to the speaker. Okay? I want you to imagine that is somebody who has served in parliament for a whole session. Okay? He's looking for second term. And that's how he's reasoning. So you can tell me, what were we expecting from that parliament to bring in terms of policy? We are the ones to blame. My bishop alituambia, wewe kama umevaa suti ya white, unaenda kanisani, alafu unapita kando ya barabara ukakuta watoto wanacheza na matope, ukaenda ukajoin kwa kucheza, wakakumwagia matope. Nani wa kulaumu? Ni wewe ulienda kujoin watoto ama watoto waliokupakia matope? So if we don't choose right leaders, we should forget about right leadership. Now, history are brainless campaigns that are built on personalities and running down everybody. Now, just an overview quickly before I bring in Roberto. Look at the UDA campaign, okay? What are they offering us that is better than Azimio, other than running down what Azimio is offering? Okay, they are spending 99% of their energy running down what Azimio is offering, yet they are not giving us what they are offering. Wanatuambia tu bottom up, hapa chini, hapa juu, hapa chini, hapa juu. Mimi sielewi hiyo what that means, and I've been listening to that for 4 years now. I don't get it. Why? Because their politics and their leadership is built on running others down so that they remain up. That is not how leadership is done. Leadership, you gain over your enemy or your opponent by becoming better. Becoming better, offering better policy, not running down the other person so that your lower policy becomes the major policy at that point in time. So they are all twisted in their mindset, they are twisted in their ideology, they are twisted in their attitude. They can't offer anything good for this country. They should be rejected on arrival. Roberto, karibu.
Jambo mingi, Wakenya wenzangu.
Nawasalimia. Nashukuru kuwa nanyi. I want to begin by congratulating one Mr. Bernard, because Bernard is a politician. Bernard, to safeguard his position, he has decided to distribute his ana deputy wawili. Hataki mmoja azoee kiti sana alafu aanze kuwa kama Bwana Ruto. Hako na Bwana Makiadi na ameleta kinywa.
Wewe Roberto, wewe kama umeanza kwenda hivyo tutakukalia ngumu. Kwanza wewe sekunde zako sasa tutakata. Kianza kuingilia kiti.
Sasa nataka niingie kwa I just want to comment on two videos. One is I'm sure you have played it. There is Aisha Jumwa running away from the debate. I don't know what Kenyans were expecting from that lady. If she could not read a simple statement, that tells you that hiyo makaratasi ilikuwa ni makaratasi gushi. There is no way that lady can take any county to another level. Even what the little that Kingi has done with the riddle with corruption, hers will be worse. So it is upon Kenyans, residents of Kilifi County, to watch this lady very carefully, because the only thing you can expect from a UDA brigade is siphoning of public funds. Now, coming to one Rigathi, we continue to advocate that he should be given the mic, even if he's irritating us. We don't mind. Let him irritate us and continue minusing their vote and adding to our basket. He is very clumsy. He has now resorted to plain lies, cheap lies, like he's talking to children. And it is worth noting that the Kenyan people are more educated and will clap for you, knowing that there are people who are well oiled when it comes to the pocket. So you can be sure every crowd, as they move, they cannot be moving with less than 1,500,000 for every stop. So we expect that from them. And now coming to Raila wins the first round. Yeah, the signs are there. Everybody was in doubt. But there is one thing that has always encouraged me, because when one time when Raila was interviewed, it was an interview at his home, and he said something, and I felt like, why is this old man trying to belittle William Ruto? And he said that William Ruto sio kitu kwangu kwa siasa. It is now being seen. The gentleman has never panicked, despite the fact that Ruto has been campaigning for 4 years. He knows how to go about his politics, and he strongly believes that his supporters are organic, of which they are, and would not abandon him for cheap gain from the DP. So the DP is feeling the heat, having navigated through the choosing of a deputy president or running mate. Raila has tilted the hitting, and you can now see what experience can do. In 2013, I was not one of, but the Kenyans decided that they wanted the young people. They were given the duo, and we can now see what the duo can do. Now you can imagine having one of the duos with a rogue running mate in the name of GACHAGUA. The only thing that Kenyans can expect is deteriorating of the economy and management of public affairs to a level that is probably 150% of what it is right now. So I believe that the scales have tilted in Western, in the mountain, and a few pockets of the coast which have been filtrated. I'm sure with Raila and team, or Azimio and team, will be able to tilt the scales back to where they belong. Regarding don't force anyone on us, basically the DP does not have a good record when it comes to being a friend to a politician and sticking to his word, because we all see what happened to when they formed the government in 2013. The gentleman without the gentleman has no fidelity. The gentleman is a tribalist, and I'll not fear saying that. Anybody who can challenge me about that, he can come forward. He chose almost 7 people from his ethnic community. So it is not a surprise that he feels that the Asian gentleman in KESSES is somebody who is out of place. He wants his own. He does not, regardless of what he has done. That is pure display of some tribalistic tendencies. So that we are not going to mince words. The gentleman has performed. He should be given a fair chance. So I'm glad.
Sorry, Roberto, umekwama kama kuna Roberto amekatiwa hewa. Pole pole, lakini haya, bwana Okumu, saidia yeye, akirudi ataendelea.
Okay, so asante Bernard.
Yes, I am back. I think there was something that went wrong. So I was done. Sorry?
Carry on.
So we need to be sober and elect the leaders we feel like they can produce, and not based on where you come from. Yes. Now, I want to comment on a few things that on the IBC. This could be out of topic, but just for a few seconds. There is something that we need to get very clear from the IBC, because during my registration way back, my first time to vote was in 1997. But subsequently, I have visited and taken people to go and register. And I don't understand how the IBC can tell us that there is double registration. You know, it is next to impossible unless they are telling us that they have gadgets that we do not know about. That is unthinkable. It is so shameful. There is no way two individuals can have the same fingerprints. That is number one. There are no two individuals who can have the same ID number. And for the last 4 years, they have they work hand in hand with the National Registration Bureau. They get data of the people who have passed on, and to come and now tell us that they have almost 200,000 people that are dead voters. This is not something they should be telling us, because it should be a work in progress thing. They whenever they receive any data, they should be able to update their register. And it is almost I mean, it is just obnoxious to tell us that for the last 4 years, it's like there has been an empty office. There are no people working there, yet people are receiving salaries. So that secretariat is wanting, and it does not inspire any confidence in the Kenyan people. It is high time that Chebukati becomes serious. The last time he was on air, he promised something on the 9th, which is actually, I think, tomorrow. And he has now shifted goalposts that he is addressing preliminary findings of the audit, and he is now pushing it to 20th for a release of the final register. This does not inspire confidence in the Kenyan people. And if he wants to take this country to the dogs, let him continue doing that, because I'm sure this time around, any attempt to play around with the elections, his personal safety will not be guaranteed, because we cannot have one individual tossing the country, keeping the country in suspense, and destabilized. It's now becoming actually a threat to national security. So let us, as Azimio, keep pressure on him so that he can style up. Otherwise, we don't need him there. In any case, the Supreme Court pronounced itself on what the quorum is in the IBC, and his absence will not stop the elections from going on. So let him take note. As long as there is somebody in that the commission, one of the commissioners has an equivalent of a high court judge, he can also be told to leave the space. Thank you.
Okay, asante. Nyumba na Kenya, ngojeni kwanza.
wa eneo bunge la KESSES kaunti ya Uasin Gishu wamemtaka naibu rais kuachia uamuzi wa kuwachagua viongozi wanaowataka. Wakazi hawa wanasema wana haki ya kikatiba kumchagua kiongozi wanayemtaka bila kushurutishwa na yeyote. Naibu Rais William Ruto wiki iliyopita aliwataka viongozi ama wakazi kutompigia kura mbunge wa KESSES Shwarap Misra, wakishinikiza kupigia kura kwa njia ya suti kwa kuwachagua wagombea wa chama cha UDA pekee. Aidha, wakazi hao wanasema watawachagua viongozi kwa kuangalia utendakazi wao wala sio chama.
There's no security threat. And if somebody is not happy, we love her or him more, then we conquer him or her. Thank you very much. By the way, love is the weapon to conquer anything in the world. Not hatred. Don't hate anybody.
Tunaomba peace, tunaomba Uasin Gishu. Hatutaki watu kutoka constituency zingine, hatutaki watu kutoka Kapseret, hatutaki watu kutoka Moiben, hatutaki watu kutoka Ainapkoi. Wanakuja kutupea pressure na kutaka kutuchagulia kiongozi. Hiyo hatukubali. Tunasema kiongozi wetu ni Mheshimiwa Misra, liwe liwalo. Pende tutasimama na yeye, lakini UDA tutapiga zile kura zingine zote kwa mambo ya UDA. Lakini hii peke yake tutapigia Mheshimiwa Misra, maana tuko na sababu vile nimesema hivi.
Tunataka viongozi ambao wanaheshimu raia, heshimu watu ambaye kama amechagua mtu, wacha huyo mtu awe kiongozi. Sisi hatutaki watu wa kuimplant viongozi kwetu alafu kesho tuumie miaka 5.
Sauti ya mwananchi.
Yes, Bernard, hapo ni kwetu, huko ni nyumbani. Wacha waamue, wasidanganywe.
Good. Bernard, naomba
quickly please, Roberto.
Just one I would just want to mention something. There There are people in the comment section. One is calling himself William Ruto Videos, and is now issuing threats to people like me. I want to assure him that I am not threatened to say that William Ruto is a tribalist. So he should style up in his comments and become civil. It is there in the open. I am past being threatened by a few minnows.
Okay, thank you. I think he's gotten your threat back. Don't worry, anaweza kuwa tu mmoja wetu hapa amecamouflage akabadilisha hiyo jina. But tumewazoea. You cannot police the media to turn it into a UDA platform. It doesn't work that way. We're in a free country, and this freedom, we did not get it by wishing. We got it by a long, straight struggle. Citizen News, the one Citizen Television you are blaming, Royal Media was in and out of court, on and off air, struggling to come up. You have come and found things running. Instead of you running your own channel, you are now blaming a private channel that is not carrying your news. News is not demanded. News is made. And if what you have made is news, the news house will carry it. But you cannot say whatever you make must become news. We know what news is. You can't teach us what news is so that we carry it. We choose what we carry. If you want everything done by UDA carried, then you carry it on your special channels. They tell them everything about what UDA did. But you can't blame other media houses for not carrying your news. And your news may not be our news. So we have a right to choose which news to carry. You cannot force us to say that...
Bernard, tell them to open... Bernard, tell them to open Bottom Up TV.
Aya, Mama Selina amewapatia hapo hekima bure. To Bottom Up TV. Alafu watu wa Bottom Up wote watawafuata huko, mtaongea hiyo story yote. But kama story yenu ni kulazimisha eti media houses should carry your story, they don't have to. There is no constitution requirement for the same, and there is no violation of any law for refusing to broadcast your story, especially if your story doesn't add up. Now, naomba nisichemke sana. Nyumba ulikuwa umeinua mkono, hebu tuanze na wewe.
Bana, sikuwa na jambo, nilikuwa na congratulate huyo nani, rafiki yangu Roberto. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kenywa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard, for that 1 minute I want to use. Watu wa comment hata tushughulike na wao. You know, someone like the guy who is calling William, I think the guy should see the doctor, or otherwise its head is empty. That's why he's just writing nonsense there. Another thing, let me just go to Meru about Rigathi. Yani anadanganya watu kitu watu hata wanaona. Ati Kiraito alisema na polisi na Matiang'i watalazimisha watu. You know, this guy ni vizuri apeangwa microphone every time. Now, there is one thing I want people to do a research. Since Kiraito Murungi started vying for a seat in Imenti, hajawahi shindwa na mtu. Hiyo ni kitu moja akuyakijua. Na the moment Kiraito alitoka senator akakuja kusimama governor, alishinda Munya. So, huyo Mithika Linturi atakuwa number 3. Mithika Linturi will be number 3. Number 1 will be Kiraito, number 2 Mwangaza, then Mithika Linturi number 3. So hiyo ni kitu moja. Kiraito, I think it's a professor or a doctor. That guy knows how to plan his things. Na Kiraito hajawahi kuwa nje ya serikali. Kwa hivyo hiyo uongo nani anaenda kuongea Meru, ataona moto na macho. Hiyo atajua Meru si kwake. Ati Matiang'i amesema, hiyo ni uongo tu, propaganda. Hiyo propaganda inaonekana hata na mtoto wa class 1 anaona hiyo ni uongo. Thank you very much Bernard. Watu understand hivyo na watu wa UDA wasifurahi sana.
Thank you Kenywa. Sasa kama kama Matiang'i ama Kibicho amesema atalazimisha watu, na hiyo inakuwa ni makosa. Okay, itakuwaje ni halali wakati Gachagua ndiye analazimisha watu? See, they are both forcing people, so both of them are the wrong, so let all of them follow the law. But all in all, I believe Kenyans are not stupid. They know what they are looking for in leadership, and we need to demand good quality leadership from everybody who is seeking leadership. Hii maneno ya kupembelezana tuachane nayo. Story ya shenyu na shenyu tuachane nayo kabisa. Kama mtu hajui njia, hajui njia. Reverting back to the Bible. Moses did not lead Israel from Egypt to promised land because he was older. No. Because he was a prophet. No. The only qualification that Moses had that made him lead Israel from Egypt to promised land is because Moses had already been in the wilderness alone. So he knew the panya routes, he knew the shortcuts, he knew which way to avoid, which way to take, which way to go. That is why he qualified to lead Israel, despite the fact that Aaron was older than him, Miriam was older than him, and his brothers were all older than him. So leadership is first of all knowing the way, not asking for the way from the people. It's knowing the way. Where are you taking us? Can you define what you want to give us? Break it down for us to see it clearly. If you can't do that, then you're lost. You are like that man who has a sticker behind his car. He said, don't follow me, I'm also lost. That's better. That's good leadership. Okay? Kama umepotea, ambia watu umepotea. Mapema wajipange. Badala wewe umepotea alafu unaendelea kuambia watu kwamba waendelee tu kukufuata. Haiwezekani. Thank you. Azimio Damu. Huyu Azimio Damu nimemuona mahali ama ni yule ile?
Ni yule amebadilisha jina.
Sema na furahi nimesikia sauti yako. Endelea.
Ai, hata nimejaribu kutafuta mpaka nimepata sasa. Hata waisi mimi nimefurahia. Na mimi napendanga kuwasikiza sana. Hata sirali. Na hiyo tu ndio nataka, njia ni hiyo tu. Wengine hii wachana nao tu, wachana maneno yao. Lakini sisi tuko na lengo moja na tunaenda njia moja tu. Endelea, mimi nawasikiza kabisa, tuendelee hivyo.
Okay, asante sana bwana Azimio Damu. Thank you so much. Let's keep moving forward. One more video, alafu tumlete Nathan. Na mwanza kunitafutia Makedia. Makiadi.
Where is Martin Deto? Bring Martin Deto here today. And Alex.
Which Martin Deto? Deto wa Kinango.
Let me get out, so they can come in. Allowed?
I get out. Yare nagdera o se tulle ore ali sida adam baroko la no.
Wale.
Sio kujizman. Wacheni huyu.
Ni kama hiyo video imependwa sana. Okay, hiyo ni Narok. Mambo yameanza kuwa unga iko karibu. Unakumbuka kaa ngumu na ngumu. Alisema wakati maji imezidi unga unatengeneza uji. Naona watu wakianza kunywa uji mapema. Nathan, karibu.
Hata afadhali angemtoa hiyo roho.
Asante sana Mr. Themba. Mr. Themba, you're always a good friend, and I always appreciate you, and always my spirit speaks to you in a good way. So thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So iko hivi, hakuna kitu inaitwa controversial ama vitu ati county ambazo as undecided counties. That is you cannot tell me Narok and Samburu and Turkana are undecided. Mimi, it baffles me, but let me just get me to my submission. I'm just saying that based on the video that you just played. Yeah, you cannot tell me Narok, Kajiado, Narok, Kajiado. Mimi nimetoka huko. Narok, Kajiado ati iko undecided. Since when? And then move to Turkana and Samburu. Just playing games, and I think they're playing good games. So let me just go back to my submission. Let me speak about Machakos County, where I come from, right? Yeah, because there's a lot that goes on in Machakos, because that's where I come from. That's my home county. I believe, summarizing kila kitu, I believe it will be a close call between White and Nzioka and Wavinya Ndeti. And I'm not a prophet. Unajua mimi si nabii. Unajua mimi nasema, you know, I'm not a person that decrees and says that things are supposed to happen. No. The people will decide. The people will decide. But what I'm saying is that Wavinya Ndeti were running on a wiper. Now, White and Nzioka running, as I think, is an independent. That's the only thing that we can take the mantle from this phony guy, this phony fake person called Mr. Mutua. Phony fake person. I've never seen any fake person as Mutua. Never seen a phony fake person as Mutua, because he has done roads, and roads have been depleted in less than 3 months. A tractor runs into that road and then it's just inatokana. And then you're telling us that you're doing roads in Mavoko. What roads are those? Mavoko is going to, Mavoko constituency, tutatengeneza mabarabara vizuri, because we are going to elect a very good leader uko Mavoko. I don't want to descend on him so much, because I know there are people defending him here. Let me go to the presidential thing. William Ruto is shipping away his votes. William Samoei Ruto, and I'm telling him this one, he's shipping away his votes to somewhere else, and I don't know where. Simply because he's doing all the wrong things. All the wrong things that have ever been taught in this earth, anazipeleka huko. Why? Because he's shipping away based on Infotruck. He's shipping it all the way to undecided. Right? So let us get the facts right. He's doing all the wrong things. He may be doing the right things, but right things. But Samoei Ruto can never do the right things. But Rigathi Gachagua is doing all the wrong things in Mount Kenya, because that's where he's actually taking his base on. Alafu anafikiria ati anapiga Raila Amolo Odinga. Why? You cannot beat Raila Amolo Odinga. You cannot beat Raila Amolo Odinga in his game. And he is in his prime. Ni kama kupiga Messi wakati ako in his prime, ama kupiga Ronaldo ako in his prime. You cannot beat, because we have tumewa-outwit uko central, and that's why you see undecided votes are going to be zitaanza kurise. Wewe unaniambia Laikipia, mimi niko hapa na Nyuki, undecided votes what? Every single person I speak to, every single person I talk to, not that I'm doing sampling, but hata mswa boda ananiambia hey, baba yenyewe baba, baba, yeah? Everything is baba. So what are you people telling us? And that's the thing that is being depicted upon the InfoTrack record in terms of sample size. And that's why I like the sample size. I spoke it even before. Nikasema, iko hivi. In statistics, there's something that we say sample size. You do a good sample size and then we acknowledge it. And that's exactly what InfoTrack did. They did 9,000 samples, and that is respectable. Unaona, ingine tujifanyie, ingine tuende tuangalie huko kwa ground. Unaona? So I always believe what InfoTrack delivers. Always will believe, because they do a good samples and they have good statistical arbitrage and everything. So me naheshimu InfoTrack. So here comes the other thing. The politics of impunity. The politics of impunity comes in the form of watu wanakuja wanasema, okay, fine. Yeah, somebody says something and then, we can rebuff it. Yeah, we can actually let's just go out, they sleep over it. Alafu wanasema they can actually go and counter it kesho. That is not something that is good for this nation. That is not something that is good for this nation. And I'm saying this on public TV, and I'm hoping people can hear me. Si kitu mzuri. You don't hear somebody saying about something, and then you just go and counter it, especially the whole idea that was trending. Okay? The Mutumba issue. I will say it here. The Mutumba issue. Mutumba issue was a good thing. People waoni. Me, I'll go to the ground and I will speak to people and they will see. Baba's idea is very, very legit. Very, very legit. Na very, very resolute. Na iko entrenched in the fact that people are supposed to actually understand that what you are importing, the value chain, hiyo story yote, wewe ukianza kupeana value chain yako kwa nyumba yako, it is much more valuable to you because it will keep trickle down. I mean, I don't know people will understand economics. Itarudi kwako. But I don't know how many people like me they can employ and to get to reach the masses. But let me say this. That idea is the idea that I stand for as Azimio, na hakuna mtu anaweza change your idea. And the fact that they tried to say it before, of course, those are phonies, those are fake people. We know. All right. So let me prosecute my last. So those are politics of impunity. Of course, we know the phonies and we understand them, exactly how they operate. this issue about sugar. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anybody wants to cut me?
Yeah, kamilisha tafadhali, tamatisha.
All right. Let me just go back to let me hit the hammer on the road. Yeah. So I'm happy that Julius Malombo was nominated to be a governor. Julius Malombo is going to win that race, I believe. God willing, I'll be there maybe, or God willing, the next few weeks. Sorry. Julius Malombo is going to be battling it against the same candidates that were fielded in the last 2017. Kaluki Ngilu has already endorsed Nani, if you don't know. Anaitwa nani Musewa, I don't know. Musila, yes.
Is it the former senator?
Musila has already been endorsed by from the sources is that Musila has already been endorsed by Charity Kaluki Ngilu, my governor, and that one is accepted. And you see, it will be a two-battle race. So it is going to be Julius Malombo and Musila. And Musila is from Mwenge. So it's going to be about that county, that sub-county ya Mwenge na huku central na nini. So itakuwa close call. But I will tell you, Wiper will sweep the whole of Ukambani, and I can guarantee you that. Take it to the bank. And I'm not being, somebody said in the comment section that I'm usually a person who is biased. I speak for the truth. I speak for the truth, and I speak for facts because I have numbers, and numbers do not lie. And that's what the thing that people need to understand, that I do not speak for Ukambani people, but I speak for numbers, and I speak for the truth. When it comes to Machakos, let me tell you, this one you can take it to the bank. Wavinya Ndeti will be elected very early in the morning. Sababu yeye ni mama, and you can see the sweep ya hii mama nation imeanzishwa na Raila Amolo Odinga. I know Nzioka, Waita Nzioka is doing a good thing because he has Suluhu as his running mate. I like that. I would love to elect Waita Nzioka as a person, as a governor. Lakini shida ni moja. Ukambani imesema wanaenda kwa mama. And that's why you see that effect of Raila Amolo Odinga electing I don't know how I can put it. Rejecting Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Let me finish. Rejecting Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, yes, and saying that Martha Karua is going to be his running mate. Hapo ndipo game ilisha. Ilikuwa ni game shot. Thank you, sir.
Niko na swali na wewe. Swali kwako.
Yes, you can ask me, yes.
Why does the woman factor play in Machakos and fails in Kitui? Because you're saying in Kitui, Kaloki is going to carry the day, as opposed to Mama Rainbow, Charity Ngilu. And what of the scenario of Charity Ngilu picking who is the running mate for Charity Ngilu?
I don't even know. You can imagine. I don't even know.
So your numbers are biased. That's why you're called your bias.
No, this is allow me to speak.
I am listening.
I'm not biased. I'm not biased in any way, in any form, in any shape. What I'm saying is that what I listen on the ground. And Mr. Bernard, let me tell you, ground inakuanga very powerful. Because if you go to Kitui General Hospital, yeah, of which I can actually give credit to actually Alfred Mutua, because he has actually developed a lot of things. You cannot compare that to Kitui General Hospital. Hizo ndizo vitu zinaangusha umama. Sasa yeye ana cling on the fact that, and that's why you see she is running around Mother Karua, you know, clinging. Ako hapo tu nyuma. Us as Kambas, we're not stupid. We know, and that's why she's rivaling Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. I mean, these are politics, and we know, and we understand them, and we have actually deciphered all these politics. Na tunazijua, na tuna. I mean, you cannot claim to be a leader and then uko tu hapo kazi yako unaempo. Hata wamama wa soko huko, ukienda hata Kitui Central, angalia hata hizo vitu wanafanya. I mean, it is so depressing. Enda Kitui Central, enda hospitali, hata dawa. Mimi I happen to have a kid who was sick in Kitui. Hiyo hatuwezi kubali. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You are beginning to go personal. Mama Ngilu has performed very well as a first-term governor. We don't have any. This is the only county that has products.
The only thing Mama Ngilu has done, is the Kikotech thing, and that was just a basic thing to just show off.
Goja, which basic? Yeah. What did the first governor do in Kitui?
Who was the first governor?
You don't know the first governor of Kitui?
Malombe actually installed.
The one you want to bring back.
Julius Malombe. Julia, you want me to speak Ikamba here? Malombe actually installed security lights, took care of the people who actually never had anything. Yeah. Those are the basic things, the basic intricacies that people need, the basic. Alafu zikaibiwa. Aliinstall kutoka huko nini, ukiingia huko kwa Bonza, kutoka kwa.
What is driving you? Relax.
Yes, sir.
Hiyo Caltex inakusukuma, relax kwanza tafadhali. Thank you. Sasa wewe unataka kuniambia Malombe installed security light which was stolen, okay? Mama Ngilu has established an industry where young people in Kitui are employed. They are producing shoes for schools. They are producing honey for supermarket. I just bought, I saw on the shelf of Naivas, there is Kitui County honey on the shelves, okay?
Yes, for sure.
We are having a county that has products on the shelves of the supermarket that we can touch on. You are telling us of a security light that was installed and was stolen, and you're confessing it was stolen. And you're telling me that the person who brought security light, the security he brought with the light could not protect the light until the light was stolen under that security light. Then you want to bring him back so that he can now safeguard the stolen security light. Bwana Nathan, wacha kutubeba malenge tafadhali.
Now,
Alex akuulize swali.
Now, Mr. Bernard, let me just speak the truth, because it's the truth. Let me tell you, Mr. Bernard.
Relax.
Mr. Bernard, it is the truth, because the truth will always remain the truth, and even you know in the Bible what we say, the truth will always remain the truth. because the people will actually speak, and you will see.
Malombe, in my opinion, if all he did was security light and the security light was stolen under the same light of security, let the person go and put up a security farm. I establish your protecting of the light first, then you will look for governorship later. Please. Mama Ngilu should be given that seat very early in the morning. Kama mna sababu ingine mtuambie. Kama mtaki yeye tutamleta hapa Nairobi, sitapatia cheo kubwa, atatushughulikia huko. Thank you.
That's
Alex?
the game plan. That's the game plan, Mr. Bennett, and I know you know. If you know, you know.
It's okay. Thank you.
Habari panel. Nilikuwa na swali lakini I think I'm convinced my brother hakukunywa 2 for the road, alikunywa 10 for the road. Wacha tu nipe namba yako nikubaie ya kesho. Weekend iko karibu. Sitakuuliza swali. Nimewacha kukuuliza swali. Mimi ndaongeza wewe ya 10 for the road. Asante.
Okay. Makiadi, how are you?
Salama sana Bernard, habari ya siku ya leo?
Salama, nashukuru.
Nilikuona asubuhi hata kabla nilale kitu saa 9 ya usiku huku, nilikuona unachapa injili bwana, hata nikashangaa ni yule Bernard alitoka studio unalala saa ngapi ndugu yangu bwana?
Hiyo usijali.
Nilikuona online unapiga injili karibu saa 9 ya usiku mpaka nikasema na huyu ndugu yetu kweli ni hatari sana, lakini wafanya kazi mzuri, tunashukuru sana. Thank you for the videos that you've played. Kuna zile hata nilikuwa natamani sana ungecheza lakini nikaona ulicheza. Nilikuwa nataka kukutumia and the good thing it looks like these videos are all over the place, so I really appreciate the work that you're doing for us all. Asante sana.
So you will give your submission before I sign out, and then niwachie huyo Ndeto akikusumbua.
No, actually hata sitafanya submission, I'll do in between huko. Nimeona mtu kwa comment amesema anaitwa nani, Emma Zakish amesema Nathan amefanya mabazu wote wakaingia studio, kwa hivyo ninajua mabazu wako na maswali kwa Nathan. Mi submission yangu naweza fanya huko katikati. So amepotea tena kama ni mimi naona zangu. Ndeto rafiki yako amepotea bwana. Sasa Martin
Ndeto huyu ni ndugu ya Kasuti. walikuwa Laikipia na Kasuti, so
ashatoroka. Sawa basi. Sawa Bernard, wewe ukitaka ukaikae studio, ukitaka kuenda Oh, he's back. Okay, ngojeni tu tukuachie huyu Martin uongee naye.
Naomba nikusomee mkururo.
Okay,
wale wako juu hao wote wamezungumza. Kuanzia kwa Martin kurudi huku.
Azimio Damu ameshaongea.
Azimio Damu aliongea, yeye anataka tu kutegea hapo, lakini akitaka kuongea atainua mkono.
Okay.
Huyu Nathan ndio anataka kuongezewa lock.
Okay. Nathan
yeye ameongea sana. Yeye afungiwe kabisa. Let him be gagged. Asipewe microphone kama Gachagua.
Huyu tutampatia tu microphone juu tunajua ni Azimio, lakini tunamwekea breaks.
Tunangoja Kasuti akionekana tu mkabiti. Kasuti ampeleke kwa kando, wakaombeane vizuri, waombe vizuri kabisa kwa pamoja.
Sawa.
Right, let's have Martin, Ose, and then Stone PK.
Okay, sawa. Asante sana.
I will see you people later on in the day. God bless you.
Okay, thank you so much. You'll be blessed too. All right, Martin Ndeto, uwanja ni kwako, ndugu yako Nathan akungoja hapo kweli.
Alafu kama kuna mtu anataka kuingia mnatuambia, alafu tupeane nafasi kama kunayo.
Bado kuna nafasi Mama Selina, kaa tu
Okay.
hapo usitoke, kuna nafasi. Haya, asante.
Richard, asante sana, nashukuru sana. Always good to see kila mtu. Nashukuru kwa imani ya Mungu bado tuko hapa. Mimi nimekuja tu kuchokoza Nathan kwa sababu nimecheka sana. Nathan, kwa ukweli ya Mungu, unajua nilianza kusumbuliwa huko kwa comments. Mato kuja. Nathan, what is this that you're talking about? Nani? Ngilu hajafanya kitu huko, and you're being asked those questions directly by these people. That's the Mutumba thing that we're talking. Hiyo nini, the textile yenye ameanzisha huko. Isn't that what imeleta kila kitu, I mean Kitui? What was there before Kitui? Na leo sijui, leo najua maybe umecheza kaa wewe ni sawa tu, kila mtu ucheza kaa yeye. Lakini what is this that you're saying that Ngilu hakuna kitu amefanya huko? Na I'm glad Stone PK ako hapa because I know he will support me. Najua pia ni wa huko. So, hii ni nini unasema? Okay, the three governors, forget about the Kalonzo part of it, but Kalonzo ako na sisi sasa tuko sawa. We are good home. Okay, Kitui saizi, before last election, watu walikuwa kijenga manguo. Swali? Machakos. Ngoja basi, wacha nizimalize zote ndio nisiharibie watu wakati. Okay, Kitui watu walikuwa wakijenga manguo. Siku hizi watu wamekuja, hata unapata every tribe is in Kitui because of that textile industry. I know because I was there and I went and saw it. Nikaenda nikaiangalia. Okay, come to Machakos. Machakos, Mutua alicheza infrastructure na Machakos People's Park, though alimaliza Maruba Dam kidogo because of that, but alileta watu na watu wakaingia tena Machakos on that. And people that live in Machakos and been in Machakos will know that. You go to Makueni, Kivutha pia alileta nini? Ya juice. Company ya juice. And they are very thriving. They are distributing all those products everywhere. Hata Coca-Cola maliko pale Macha, you know. But ukiangalia Macha, you see he concentrated more on the infrastructure. So what is this that you're saying? Ngilu has not done anything. Ngilu has created so much opportunities in Kitui, and them holding on that infrastructure all the way down there. Yote ndo ilinifanya nikaingia, because you are talking short of Ngilu, and you don't understand. I don't know where. Nathan, where are you from? Are you from Kitui, Machakos, or Nini Mwingi, or where are you from? Because I want you to take me through your journey, why you feel that Ngilu never did anything and why you're so passionate about that. Ukambani has been reformed, and that's what we are talking about.
Bro, you need.
I can hear you.
Nisawa Martin, let's not make these a 2 and 4 there. 2 and 4. Let one person finish, and then we can go to the next person for the rebuttal.
Okay, so yeah, so let me finish then. Other than that, Richie, I mean, I guess today I'm going to the airport, so that kind of got me somewhere, and I wanted to come because I know, Nathan Thusi now has changed his Azimio, but we need to be a team, all of us, and not castigate one of each other. I know there's people else who could do that better than I did today because I'm in a hurry. So I'm just going to let him answer anything. I'm happy about what happened today. KESSES has a constitutional right. He needs to talk more often. And I'm glad for the polls. And I'm just happy where we are as in Azimio. And I'm glad that Ukambani, we've not been left out, with me being a Kamba, and that we are in. Na tuko ndani kabisa. Today I won't talk much. I'll let if Nathan wants to say something, because I'm traveling. So if Nathan, you can say something. Whoever has a question, so I can get out. Sorry, Makiadi and the panelists and everybody. Today I won't be here much. I'm traveling. So Poleni.
Aya, sawa Mato. I want to Nathan, because wewe umeleta stories za Ukambani hapa na sisi watu wa nje hatujui sana. Nataka
Mato,
ngoja tu nataka dakika moja Nathan. Dakika moja. Nataka nipatie PK. Ngoja kidogo. Nataka nipatie PK ambaye
PK ametoka hii side nyingine. Wacha niambie Mato.
Wacha tufanye namna hii kwanza Nathan. Wacha tupatie PK dakika moja pia ongea, alafu nitakupatia nafasi ya kujibu. PK.
Asante sana kwa hii nafasi na wasalimu nyinyi wote. I think there is something Nathan Ndosi is very right about, lakini msimu dismiss. The truth ni kwamba as much as we love Mama Charity Ngilu, she's not coming back as governor. She's not. She's done a few good things and lakini kwa ground amepoteza watu wengi sana. So Malombe is our next governor. Mpende msipende. So whether Martin, you do not agree with Nathan, but that is the truth on the ground. Mama is not coming back. And that is why Mama is maybe hanging on Baba a lot so that she can be given something else, because the writing is already on the wall. She's not coming back in Kitui. Asante.
Mato, leo nimeona umejibiwa sasa.
No, unajua hii ni historia kina Malombe na nini. Patia Stone PK mwingine, unajua kuna PK wawili. Huu mwingine anajua, unajua pia ni wa huko. Patia mwingine. Unajua ni watu wa kina Malombe na kina Mutulu.
Can I second what Mr. PK said?
Go ahead, Nathan. Just 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, sir. So what we are saying is this, that Machakos is decided and Kitui is decided. Kitui, Malombe walijaribu, but they failed. You know, because they know ground. Wacha nikwambie, there's something inaitwa ground. Ground ni kitu you cannot change. So Malombe, let me tell you, is Ali as Kukuryoko. Now, let me just speak about. Allow me, Mr. Richie. Machakos kuna Waita na Wavinyandeti. That is a very close call.
Richie, let me listen on the side because nitaachwa na flight hapa venye iko. I wanted to come in, nimesimama mahali. Let me listen to you guys. I think Stone PK will answer those questions because he understands that politics. Let me just leave you guys. You guys have a go.
So Martin, Nathan, I want you to dwell on the issue of Ngilu because it's becoming interesting here because most of us hold on. Sisi wengine wetu hapa tukiangalia Charity Ngilu tunaona she's done a really tremendous job, and that is why I'm interested in you telling us why you think Ngilu is not going to win that seat again. Wachana na mambo ya Machakos sio. Wachana ya Machakos.
Okay. So I think nime deviate kidogo. So once, not even once, not twice, I've been in Kitui General Hospital. Right? Na nikakosa hata paracetamol. Paracetamol, a painkiller. Let me tell you, these are things that we are supposed to speak about. If we don't speak about them, then they will continue to haunt us and eat us as people who live in Kitui County. Na hii ni Kitui Central, si Kitui nini. These are things I'm speaking about na ni vitu zinaniuma because zilikuwa zinaumiza mtoto wangu. Yeah. So we cannot flabbergast and keep on changing faces and changing masks and keep on speaking different things and saying that, you know, everything is okay.
Okay. So your issue is.
So let me finish. Let me finish, Mr. Makedi, please.
Yeah, go ahead. You know, you're taking too much time.
Okay, sawa.
1 minute.
So Okay, sawa. So unaenda chemist, unaambiwa ununue dawa hapo nje. Unajua hapo nje ni wapi? Kuna makiosks hapo tu nje. Okay, and this is something that pains people because ukikosea dawa hapo, you have to go to Kitui town. Uende Kitui town, sijui kama unajua Kitui town, na ndio kuna mafamasi ziko hapo na sitataja majina. And then you have to buy the medicine at a very expensive price. And these are things that if this government doesn't change, itakuwa ni nomare. Nimemaliza, asante.
Aya, sawa. Roberto, 1 minute. Roberto, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, mine will not even be 1 minute. Now, I just want to ask Nathan. Maybe he might answer or might give him time later. One, Nathan, does Kitui have MCAs? That is one. Number two, these MCAs, they do have a county assembly, and there are things that can be discussed in the county assembly. For me, they are not doing their job. Number two, the governor is up there. He's supposed to facilitate different sectors of the county. There's environment, there's health, there's finance. It's like a government. You know, one thing you need to understand, that is what it is. And if the locals can continue suffering without, and the MCA is in the know, it is the MCA who is doing wrong. You cannot blame. It's like blaming Uhuru for every other thing that happens within my village. Yet I have an MCA, I have an MCA, I have an MP, I have all manner of representation, and yet I'm not making use of that. I'll give you an example. If you go to the government offices, especially the lands office has been very notorious, you will find that there is a working photocopy shop somewhere near there. That thing is there in cahoots with the employees in the lands office. Yet in the lands office, they do not have a machine that can work. That photocopier there at which has some shop which has been rented somewhere there is making probably 5,000 copies in a day. 5,000 copies in a day plus 2 shillings is 10,000 bob. Plus 21 days, you're talking about almost 21 times 10,000, 200,000. Now, these are the kind of things that are going on in the counties. When we talk about corruption being transferred from the national level to the county level, these are the things that are, this is what is happening. Therefore, it is upon the MCA, the different CICs in the counties to deal with that. But you cannot blame the governor for each and everything that is going on down there. The governor ensures that he or she gets money from the national government, and the county is well oiled, and it is upon the finance department to ensure that the different ministries within the county have enough funds, and the rest is for your MCA to work. So trying to blame Ngilu for a few hitches here and there. Yes, she's the CEO. She could be going around, but she has much more than just to deal with one particular sector of her government.
Yes, PK.
I would like to answer Robert. When I mentioned about Ngilu, I think I did not break down the reasons why she might lose. I only said that she's not going to win. Malombe is going to be the next governor, and unfortunately, I did not give some points why she may lose. Number one is because there's a bigger war between Ngilu and Kalonzo. And Kalonzo is out to make sure that Wiper is a parliamentary party. And for that reason only, that reason alone is good enough for Kalonzo to make sure that Mama Ngilu is not going to be the governor of Kitui. Kitui, which is the home turf of Kalonzo. Kalonzo cannot be a senior politician in Ukambani and not win the gubernatorial seat in his own home turf. Kitui is divided into two major regions. There is Kitui County, which is the Kitui side, and there is Mwingi. When you look at the two regions, Kalonzo comes from Mwingi. Malombe and Ngilu are both from Kitui. Unfortunately, what many people don't know is that Ngilu is married in Kitui, but she is from Makueni. Ngilu is a lady from Makueni married to a Kamba man from Kitui. That on the ground makes a lot of political stories to compete with. Anyway, she was accepted in Kitui courtesy of her husband, and because of her national and because of her national image and the way she did her politics in the past as an MP for the same region. However, when she became governor, although she brought a lot of development in Kitui, she happened to have empowered and done business with her family from Makueni and not in Kitui, which was very detrimental to her political future. As opposed to Malombe, who did not do much, but when Malombe was the governor of Kitui, he gave a lot of jobs to locals, a lot of contract jobs to locals on the ground, small jobs which matter a lot, building schools, making some inner roads and stuff like that. The locals, both in Mwingi, Kitui, they all benefited a lot, and they expected the same to continue. But Ngilu, although he did major projects, those major projects were handled by his family members, who apparently were not from Kitui, but from Makueni. Anyway, apart from that, Kalonzo coming from Mwingi, and Mwingi is Kalonzo's home, he has marshaled a lot of people from Mwingi to vote for Malombe. So if there are any votes from Kitui, where Malombe and Ngilu come from, they will divide those votes in Kitui. And then Kalonzo will bring his votes from Mwingi to whoever he will be supporting. That is why Ngilu has no chance.
All right, PK, thank you for the breakdown. I want us to put these politics of Ukambani to a wrap. Unfortunately, I can see hands, and I want us to move to the next speaker. Kenya, let me give you a chance, just a minute, and then Alex, 30 seconds, and then we can move forward. Kenya.
Okay, thank you, Richie. I think my concern was a little bit about the same politics of Ukambani, about Giro. You know, PK just said that Ngilo gave the contract people from Makueni for the mega project. But something I would like to know, comparing last time when Malombe was the governor, and this time Ngilo she has been there, who has done more? Then about the mega project being given to some other peoples, apart from Kitui people, now who are beneficiaries of those projects that were completed? Thank you.
Alex, hold on, PK. Hold on. Alex, 30 seconds. You're still muted. Yeah, you're still muted. Yeah.
Thank you, PK, for that. And I think a close friend of mine told me the same thing that you have said, the conundrum that Ngilu is facing. She's married there. Originally, she's not from there. And I think the other thing you've said very clear is that in terms of development, Ngilu has done more, and there is no comparison. But the word is that she gave contracts to the people of Makueni. However, there was a factor that could have made Ngilu win, which you did not put into factor. And that was the guy that had put the petition, and that made the nomination of Maloba to be cancelled. This person is also from Mwingi, I think so, and he happened to have picked the son of Kalonzo to be his running mate. Had that happened, didn't you see that Ngilu could have won? But now that is out of the question, and we are looking at the clans, the statistics are clearly showing that Mama is not coming back. But what if the other guy is still hanging on the issue? What if it was nullified again? What happens?
Unfortunately, that guy, the stories on the ground is that he is being sponsored by Ngilu so that he can spoil for Malombe. That is how they are peddling the politics on the ground, and which is a negative factor for Ngilu. If he can be sponsoring somebody to spoil for Malombe, the people feel like they are being cheated. I don't know whether I've answered your question. Much as he was running, he was using Kalonzo's son as the running mate.
Yes, the Kalonzo son factor, but as also Nathan alluded, it looks like Ngilu might endorse Musila. What's the effect of Musila in that seat? Because the guy has been formidable in Wiper until the other time when he was denied the ticket to run for governorship. That is when he pulled away. Does Musila still have the effect that he used to have, or it's gone completely?
Because of age and because of the party. You know, that is something that people are not putting into account. People on the ground believe that Wiper is our party, which is very important. Whether people like Kalonzo or they don't like him, and unfortunately, you may not believe it, Kalonzo is not liked much. Even on the ground, he is not liked much. But there is this notion of hii kitu ni yetu, hii party ni yetu, afadhali tukufe nayo. Hata kama ni nani anasimama na party yetu, tutampa, manake ni yetu. I think you understand that kind of notion on the ground. People on the ground believe Wiper is our Kamba party. Hata kama ni umbwa imesimama na hiyo party, tutaipigia.
Sawa. Okay, Alex, just 30 seconds. Nataka kupatia mtu mwingine aongee. Okay.
So I wanted to tell Robert Abuya that is the same situation in Kisii. People believe that Ongwae is very liked, and when you look at him on the national platform, he will be given time to speak everywhere. But if you land in Kisii today and speak about Ongwae, you will be stoned. That is the conundrum of devolution. There are people who are up here in the national that are very loved, but when they go to the local, they are not. That's the same scenario with Martha Karua, unfortunately. And that's why I was wondering the people of Kirinyaga. If she could have gone with Ngirishi, I swear to you, Mr. Makiadi, the Kirinyaga people could have voted Ngirishi and left Martha Karua. I swear to you, unfortunately.
Thank you so much. If you ask me, I I believe my statement will be sweeping because I can say PK, Nathan Dusi, hiyo kura ya huko chini nyinyi amueni ni nani mnataka kupatia. Hiyo tabu ya chini mjiamulie wenyewe, lakini hapa juu mjue mahali tunapiga kura. Hapa juu kusikue na confusion, but local politics tuangieni yule mtu mnataka. Ose, karibu.
Oh yes, good evening everyone. Oh, PK. Which one? PK without the S, eh? You see, when you say mpende msipende, surely. Eh? You are saying mpende msipende. She's not coming back. Tupende tusipende, she's not coming back. Yet, why have the opinion polls showing otherwise? You'll answer later, not now. That she's liked more than the other guy. Now, you are suggesting that Malombe will have to hang on Kalonzo's coat to be elected. Maybe he's already doing that. What happened during the last nominations? I think Kalonzo leaned towards Ngilu, isn't it? And convinced the electorate to leave Malombe. Now, I think Nathan had talked about some development issues, especially at county level. And I think if you check Makueni and Kitui, in terms of best performing counties, you know, they are rated very high, especially Kibutha Kibwana's UHC, is this universal health care? And Martin, before he left, I think it was Nathan, he was saying that he couldn't get paracetamol. Now, some of these things on the shortage of medicine in government institutions, it's actually a countrywide thing. So the fact that you couldn't get paracetamol, if you go lower down to the coast, you'll find the same thing. So personally, I do not think that that will be rating so high that the electorate are likely to use it to vote away, to vote out Ngilu. You realize on the national platform, Ngilu has been doing very well. And as much as PK is saying that Ukambani, they'll say Wiper is theirs and it is theirs to stay. Now, given the recent flip-flopping of Kalonzo, I remember Kitui and even Machakos, including Makueni. There was this meeting that was held by the professionals. Basically, what happened there, people turned Kalonzo's idea down. Now, he was literally told, you either come back to Azimio or go on your own without the electorate. How do you react to that? Hold on, I think you'll come in once I'm done.
Okay.
Now, there is this, Raila wins first round with 55, followed by DP Ruto at 37. Just as a reminder, which poll was this? Was this the InfoTrack poll? So, Makiadi, are you aware?
No, the InfoTrack polls was 42 for Raila Odinga, 42%, and I think William Ruto was 38. This 55 was a poll called Statistical Polls. I don't know where it came from, but
no, they have been there. They have been there in the past. I remember them.
Okay.
But
okay, yeah. So that's it.
Well, you see, some of these polls. For me, I think this poll is trying to rub in the current overconfidence in Azimio. And normally, sometimes people might celebrate that Ruto is at 37, but you may well find that that is actually supposed to make them panic and go back to the drawing board. So you may find that they feel more challenged to do better, to step up their campaigns more than Azimio. Azimio, the way they were already celebrating on the launch day for the manifesto, well, you see, the current mood is that hii tushachukua. Now, it might backfire if that makes people not to go to vote, thinking that on the voting day, now then they go celebrating and drinking and forget to turn up to vote. So I only hope Azimio are on the lookout for that. It can easily lead to too much of a confidence, and that might really lead to bad things. But otherwise, I think on a general note, the opinion polls for Infotrack, I think they were the ones suggesting that Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, swing counties. Personally, I thought Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, and Kajiado, sorry, Narok, they are all classified under swing counties. I'm wondering how they arrived at that. As much as they say that they polled 9,000 participants in that Infotrack thing, I think they were trying to imply that they had 9,000 respondents. So I noticed that they were trying to imply that Ruto will be leading in 16 counties straight away, and Raila in 20 counties, and that in 11 counties where you have the Bungomas, the Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, Kajiado, Narok at your swing counties. Well, sometimes I don't understand how this goes, because
Jose, let me just cut you short for a minute. Roberto, what's the point? What do you want to say?
Yeah, I just want to mention that, Jose is, I want to castigate Jose for being always negative. Jose you are killing the morale of our Azimio supporters, because bringing in the idea of overconfidence, that is not overconfidence. Azimio has got a think tank, and they know the mood on the ground, and they know where the polls are putting us. So when you start bringing in overconfidence, it's like you personally you are not confident of an Azimio win. So I want you to desist from trying to sway the opinion of our viewers with the issues of confidence and overconfidence. These are just polls.
Jose, you're muted.
I think Roberto Ajiro was not listening. I did say that there was overconfidence followed from you notice from the celebrations that already took place. That celebration was basically they were celebrating a win. And for your information, I'm not just talking because I'm one person who is very much, this thing called the ground. That day, they had so many participants in the Azimio campaigns who are also, are you aware that actually the issue of overconfidence has been discussed in Azimio? So I'm not the one making it up. Even them, they're aware of it. But now, what I was trying to emphasize is that this opinion polls actually supports a serious Azimio win. If you look at this 55-37, if you are in Azimio, you'll be very happy, like we are. But then we know that people must turn up to vote, because remember, the other side are already preparing a case for the Supreme Court. You want, and no election has been held. I hope you are aware of that, Robert. So numbers have to come out. Turnout must be very, very convincing.
Jose, let me ask you. This is just a general question.
Yes.
So you're saying that Azimio is overconfident, and the other side.
I said was on the launch day.
Okay, and the other side is preparing. What do you say?
No. I was saying that some of the opinion polls Like you see this 37-55.
No, I just want you to clarify the statement that you said. The other side is preparing for a petition. Did I hear that right?
Oh yeah. I was telling you that.
Is that factual or it's just speculation?
I'm telling you. You see the way they have been castigating ministers.
No,
CSS.
is that factual? It's just speculation.
It is factual.
Okay.
It is factual. You see the way they have been castigating a minister. They are actually already building a case. They are already building a case on the grounds, no matter how the government resources are being used to support the opponents. Whether they will convince the judges, that is up to them, if the matter ever ends there. But you remember the reason why I was concentrating on the issue of the county, the opinion polls, and the county, swing counties and popular counties, is because one of the best ways to deal with this matter is to deal with the second threshold, which is 24 counties, 25%. If we could deal with that, that would be the best thing, because nobody then will end up in the Supreme Court. So hence I was paying more attention. Remember when I was talking about Trans Nzoia and Bungoma, the issue of those being classified as swing votes, almost trying to imply that there's a possibility of getting 25% on those counties. I think I'll end there for now.
Okay, Alex, you have a question.
Yeah, I think Jose comes out as a skeptic whenever we talk about polls, and I think I shouldn't have been convinced to say that, because we do the maths together, but I think Robert is quite right on that. Jose, let's say you're playing soccer and you see the other team playing defense and you're just striking. Will you start complaining that why are they playing defense? Obviously, Ruto is playing defense in everything, because even you look at the manifesto, they didn't have anything they could pick out except the Mutumba thing, because they are playing defense. Because right now they have no agenda. They've been depleted of all ideologies. They have nothing new to say. Ruto can't come and say again, in 3 months, in 6 months, there's nothing he can do apart from playing defense. So when they are playing their defense, let us not be afraid that, already they are preparing a case. So what? Even us will be preparing. It's okay. And Themba said all the time, it is in their constitutional right. It's a constitutional process. You are allowed to, if you feel the process is not fair. Because even us, when Matiang'i, Musheru, and all these people were making noise and we felt that was unfair, we prepared ourselves. So the fact that they're preparing themselves on a defense means that they've acknowledged that they are losing. And that should be what should be the morale. Now, there is one thing you said that was right, that when we were doing these polls, it's been seen that Baba's stronghold, I don't know if it's true or not, it's 70% of turnout. 70, Kisumu, 70%. Kisii, 74%. But when you go to places like Kiambu, places like Kirinyaga, places like Nyeri, the turnout was a whooping 97%. So on that, I think I need to agree with you that our people, even bars should be closed. Bar owners should close the bars and make sure that people don't drink for 2 days. If it's constitutional, I can't force people to close their businesses. But I think there's that tendency, as that day comes, closer, there's that tendency that some people start celebrating too early. Thank you.
Okay, Before I give you PK a chance, there's a guy called Combo. Combo, your device is not connected. I think you're trying to log in with two devices. One of them is not connected. On the second one, please allow the video or the camera to be on so that at least you can be seen on the screen. And then I'll let you in. Thank you. PK.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a few things clear. I think Jose misquoted me. If I said mpende msipende, I did not mean Ngilo will lose mpende msipende. I meant Wiper Party. I meant Wiper Party is the party on the ground, whether you like it or not. That is the party on the ground. Another misconception is that Kivuda Kibwana and Ngilu were actually used Kalonzo to win. It is not the other way around. If you recall, at some point, Kalonzo gave the party position to Kivuda Kibwana. And when they were in NASA, Ngilu actually rode on NASA, which was Kalonzo's party, where he was the running mate candidate. And because of that, all the votes that were in Ukambani for NASA went to all the people that were running on the NASA ticket. That is why Ngilu and Kivuda Kibwana managed to win. As much as Kivuda Kibwana has done so much work in Makueni, if Kivuda Kibwana were to go toe-to-toe with Mutula Jr. now, and Mutula is running on a Wiper ticket, as opposed to Kivuda Kibwana with his, I think, Muungano or Angano party. Kivuda Kibwana, with all the development he has done, he cannot beat Mutula. That is a fact. I think...
Isn't Kivuda Kibwana running on Muungano as for Senate? Is he running?
Yeah, he's running, but he's going to have a rough time. Yeah. And I think you are forgetting, Kenya is a very interesting country. I'll just give you one observation. Everybody knows about Obama. Obama is one of the best presidents in the world. Obama is one person the world respects and recognizes. But it is a fact. Obama's father was from Kenya. Had Obama been a politician in Kenya, with the current scenario right now, and I know where you come from, Obama would not have gone past Rao, whether you like it or not. With all the credentials we give Obama, Obama would not go past Baba, because that is the country we have. And having given you that example, that is the current scenario in Ukambani. We may not like Kalonzo, but it is the party on the ground. Anybody else, however qualified you are, you may not penetrate the ground. We don't like it. It is not the kind of politics we like. But that is the reality of our country, Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, I would want to say this. We've had this discussion of Ukambani politics. Na mimi naona ni kama hatutawaimaliza because when you tell us, PK, that it is Ngilu who used Kalonzo to be elected last time, and I remember Malombe was also on the ballot and he was running with the Wiper, if I'm not wrong. So I still don't understand how these politics work. And you know, it's the infighting that still amazes me, because everybody is fighting somebody, and Ngilu does not want to see Kalonzo. Kalonzo does not want to see Mutua. Mutua does not want to see Mudhama, and they're in the same party. So I'll want to leave that there and give Stone PK at least a minute or maybe three to make his remarks. Stone PK, karibu. Na unajua sasa tumekuwa na PK wawili. Sometimes we get confused. Moja ni Stone, akitoa hiyo Stone wote mnakuwa PK. Unless you have to do something about your names. Karibu Stone PK.
Makiadi, thank you very much. Na panelist wenzangu hamjambo, and then fear not. Mine is Stone PK, my brother is PK. So very distinct. Moja ni mawe, unaongeza mawe. Hiyo ingine. So I greet all of you. Nice to see you guys. My namesake hatujaonana siku mingi. Mundu wewe Kasuti. Ose na kuona Roba na kiam na nani huyu anaitwa nani huyu? Huyu brother yangu simuoni, unajua anatumia kasimu kadogo bana.
Nani nikutajie jina?
Hapo huyo katikati ya Kasuti na PK.
Anaitwa Kombo.
Oh, brother Kombo. Nimewasalimu nyote. Bwana Makiadi, huwezi nipatia dakika 2 bana, na vile kumechacha bana. Na nimengoja sana.
Nimekumbuka huko umetoa submission yako, pole. Nilikuwa nadhani unafanya remarks kwa hiyo topic. Just go ahead and give your submission. Samahani.
Wacha ni sawa, thanks. Let me begin by nichukulie mahali Alex alikuwa amefika. Alex mentioned something very interesting while kind of agreeing or agreeing with Ose. It is true that sometimes politics here too, and we are evolving, but we are evolving very slowly, and that's why you'll find that there is a lot of discrepancy in our constituencies, and the rate of development it's desperate. You find Makueni doing fairly well, then you find Embu Hospital going without steamer, and yet they are getting the same money from the national. Then you go to another county, it is mediocrity, and that's what we hope Baba would be able to help. But then, despite mtu kama Baba kuingia with all the goodwill, again, our politics on grassroots level is still very backward. Very backward in the sense that we do not even look at performance. All these Ukambani issues unasikia, they are similar to if you go to Embu, again, the very, very, very useless kind of parameters that play around. If you compare Malombe, for example, with Ngilu in terms of performance, Malombe cannot even do 50%. I'm a neighbor of Ngilu, Kalonzo and all that, and I've been a Wiper member for very long. You cannot compare these two in terms of performance. But tunai ujinga, whatever Brother PK may explain, does not make sense, but that is what will sell. Kalonzo himself, today, he cannot get any seat in Ukambani if akienda kusimama, which is the fact. But there is that craziness. Okay, it's good to have a party, and I like the way the Ukambani region holds that Wiper party with a passion. I love that, because that is the politics of our country. But then they should disassociate from doing blindly. Ati kwamba anybody akiwa tu na ni wa clan yako ama ana associate na mtu fulani unabandika pale. Musila also is not a performer despite his age. These are guys we know. Musila, Kalonzo, those are guys that cannot help Ukambani. Ukambani is my neighbor, and I know their problems are our problems. We have the same problems, and we have had very useless leaders over the years since independence. Akina Jeremiah Nyaga, you are a minister of water for 40, 30 years, and kwako hakuna hata borehole. Now nationally, people still think, even up to today, people think Jeremiah Nyaga was a very good guy because nationally, he was there with Akina Moi. If you talk about Jeremiah Nyaga, mtu anakuambia, hey, well, that was one of the best ministers. Nothing. So what I'm trying to say is, until now, people take stock and see how wasteful their counties have been. Hiyo pesa imeenda for those 10 years since devolution. When a governor, a real performer will come and sit people down. Mukae chini muambiwe mahesabu muonyeshwe how much money you have lost. That is when people will realize and start crying. Okay? So I'm basically saying let's try to educate our people and move away from attaching these nitty-gritties ambazo hazina maana vis-a-vis performance. Again, while on that, I would like to also deconstruct something, confirm something that is very endemic with us Kenyans. Both educated, wale wako mashinani na wale na sisi mapanelist, wale werevu, wale tuko na exposure. Tuliwekwa kasumba moja ambaye we have been kind of indoctrinated to be pessimists. We find ourselves negative all along. No wonder Baba came up with this very simple phrase, inawezekana, because Kenyans believe haiwezekani. Ukiambia Mkenya, unajua nini bwana? Kenya sasa unajua scientists wana discover, unasikia haiwezekani bwana. That is the first thing we do. Even when we discovered maneno ya M-Pesa, when people are told that it is 2 boys from a university, most people are saying, no bwana, it's not possible. How? Can you see how we have no confidence, yet we have superb brains? Okay. We also believe in hakuna kitu amefanya. How can you say somebody has done nothing for 5 years? Bora useme out of 5, amescore 1 over 5. If amescore 0, then that's a very useless leader who you should remove quickly. Okay. We also believe in can do. We don't think we believe in I can do better than the other. We don't believe that we can do it. We can't believe that I can do it as a team. It's open. We can't believe that we can do things as a team. Yeah. And then we also don't believe, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, that was an interruption.
Uko sawa? Stone PK.
Yeah.
Uko sawa? Go ahead.
Sorry, I just received some visitors. Yeah, so basically, I'm trying to say that Kenyans should begin to believe in ourselves. Now, let me touch on this, the polls. I don't think we believe in these things, these polls. The polls, Azimio does not talk about polls. Azimio does not believe in polls because we already have our strategy and our numbers. Okay. Indeed, it's other people who are coming in wakisema ma polls. Sisi, what we are doing is trying to campaign, trying to reach out where Baba did not have votes, for example, Mount Kenya, but polls are not going to deter us from moving on. So brother Angu was saying, the launching of the manifesto was not a win celebration. It is like when you are doing a birthday for your kid. The kid has to be happy. It's a birthday. We had to celebrate that we are doing a real manifesto. I said in this panel, I think a day or two earlier, that this manifesto, why people celebrated it, it was automatic because it was real. Anything real. Ukienda kwa wedding na suti yako ulinunua hata kama ni ya mtumba, you feel nice. But if you borrow my suit, you will not have confidence even when somebody says, hey, Stone PK ako kasuti ni kazuri, you feel guilty. So you will not even jump and dance as the way you would feel when you are dancing and wearing your own. So basically, the celebration is because this manifesto was a killer. We knew, it is the best of the best. The contract is super, and the implementers are superb, and what we are going to deliver is super. So that needs to be celebrated. All right, and no wonder. Is only one point that people picked about the Mitumba, the manifesto. The other thing is about when we talk of when we talk of GACHAGUA being rejected, it is true. All what we are seeing now, the mountain, in fact, the presentation of mountain right now is being metered, it's being played down by the media. But ukweli wa mambo ground, hiyo munaita ground, it is, kuna mambo ya ajabu inaendelea. I'm talking this from, I know from my I have where my cousin is married. I have a lot of network in Mulima. And I keep on telling people on this forum, the night meetings are so effective. Meetings zimerudi, kunaitwa Mung'etho, zimerudi kule kwa usiku, meetings za usiku, which is how nyumba ya Mombi works. Nyumba ya Mombi, they say, toshiragano tuko. We discuss our things at night. And anybody who discusses things at night, my friend, the time munaamuka asubuhi, huwa wanaangaliana tu na macho, ujui walisema nini, na mushiriro atariho, ni mujinga. Tunasema hivyo kwa proverb yetu. Whenever a collusion is being done in your absence, ukitokelezea, you are the when unakuwa niwe mjinga. So you don't know what is happening. That is what Mulima is happening. I'm giving you by the end of this month, this June, you guys, it will be something different. Hii unaona at the polling station, poll zikisema 55, they are being suppressed, but the truth is terrible. By the time mother goes around with on her mission, when she sweeps, comes through Eastern Province, then ends up in Mandera, you ask them to give you the poll, then you will see what that is. Because number one, the fact is women have decided. Wanawake wameamua. That people can take to the bank. That constituency is huge and they are decided. Even in Ruto's tough, even in Rift Valley, even in Eldoret, women will vote for Mother Karua. Okay? So basically, this is going to be a tough one. Then lastly, ndio nisichukue muda mrefu, Nani gave a very good example of football game. All of us who love football, you know when a team goes back to defend, you know what that means. Secondly, you know when in football, you only win if you are with the ball. But if you are chasing the ball, uwanja mzima 90 minutes, umetoa ulimi nje ukifuata mpira, wewe you are as good as dead. Umeshindwa. So Ruto can be busy compiling things, doing all these things, or use of public resources. Then he will tell us what DP has been doing for the last 5, 6, 7 years, campaigning, using government resources, and also being paid salaries without going to the office of the deputy president to work. We are there. And then luckily, we have the best brains in terms of legal. So kwenda kesi, hiyo hatuna shida. Sisi tunataka kwanza tupronounce winner, tuapishe baba, wanaweza enda kesi tutaenda nayo tukitengeneza nchi. Thank you very much. I'll come back once again, Bwana Makiadi. Thanks.
Thank you, Stony PK. There's an issue I just want to mention here also about the polls. I think it was the previous polls have been showing that William Ruto has been performing very well. And one thing that Stony PK you mentioned that I think was important to point out is that Raila Odinga has never complained about the polls, even when he was trailing. And William Ruto has always, kept quiet also because I think he felt that he was winning also with the polls. But I looked at his speech today when he was doing his campaigns in the the former northeastern province, and he complained about the polls. He said, I think he said that the NSIS, I don't know why he's still sticking to the NSIS, which is a non-existent body. He said that the NSIS is trying to help Raila Odinga together with the system and the deep state to win this election. And I asked myself, why was it so important for him actually to talk about these opinion polls? And it goes back to what we are saying here. Stone PK, you've mentioned a very important thing. And I think, you can read the mood of the people from how they talk, from what they write on social media. And I happened to bump also into one of a tweet from this guy, you know, their spokesman. He calls himself the Hustler Nation spokesman, which is this boy Itumbi. He said that the SG, you know, allegations that the SG of Jubilee is making is doing some meetings with the Jubilee contestants in Mount Kenya region and dishing out money and flash discs so that they can paint William Ruto black. And when you see these guys starting making such allegations, it is a sign that these guys are panicking. Because I don't think there would be any complaints if William Ruto knew actually, because the other day he told us that his intelligence shows him that he's ahead of Raila Odinga by 8%. Now, if he believes that he has the intelligence polls that he's leading, why does he come back again to start complaining about a poll that has been run by a body called Infotrack, which most of the people don't even care about? So the things at the mountain, it's very crucial to check, you know, look at what is happening right now in Mount Kenya region. And I think that's just my prediction. Even candidates from UDA will have a rough time. As we go towards the election, I think UDA candidates are going to have a rough time. People say that Jubilee is dead. I don't think so. I don't come from Mount Kenya region, but I believe Jubilee is still a strong party, and it's going to give UDA a run for their money. Jose, you had something to say?
I had something to say. I thought Stone would weigh a little on it. It is to do with, you see, like, I think you were here yesterday when we were actually appreciating that at least Chebukati has done. PK, don't go away. When we were trying to say that Chebukati has done a very good job. If it is true that we only have 4 candidates, that was looking very nice. And I think in the course of the day, I've come to learn something which is a bit shocking, that this number, kumbe, is still likely to go up. It is said that the candidates who did not make it still have 2 weeks to make good. So they may well be back to 16 from the look of things. They have until 2 weeks to, if they can correct anything and come back. Then I think the celebration of Chebukati's 4 candidates was premature. Then the other thing is to do with is it Ukot? Ukot was, PK, I thought you had some information on the same. What Ukot is trying to say, that under the new law, the Baba did not have the support, is it 48,000 votes from Azimio coalition party?
Let's do this. Let's not preempt things, because this is something that we have not seen them. They've not even gone to court. This is just so let's wait and see. Let's wait and see how they prosecute this matter before the court, and we can at least talk about it when it's done, so that at least we move forward. Alex, one comment, then we go to PK to make his presentation.
Yeah, I want to reinforce what you said. If you really care and appreciate, and you go and listen to the speech of these 2 people, Murkomen, the whole speech, and Mandago, there is a wave in Marakwet that is compounded with the KEO people in Uasin that has decided they are voting the so-called independents. And you see how they are castigating them, that a vote for an independent candidate is a vote for Azimio. As you have said, there is a lot of fear and panicking in Uasin and in Elgeyo Marakwet, that in the end of the day, if the independent candidates are the people, and you must appreciate the Nandi people. The Nandi people are not people you shake off easily. Twice they have shown us that they can disband the whole county assembly and elect new leaders from the governor all the way down. And it looks like the independent candidates are taking the stronghold, both in Marakwet and also in part of Uasin-Gishu. So what you have said is true, Makiadi. There is a lot of panic within the UDA week, and that is why you saw them wakajaribu kuambia Rigathi kuenda huko ajaribu kuongea na watu juu ya independent. They have not found a clear message to speak to their people not to vote independent, because the independent candidates, unlike some of us in my county and Ukambani, Kalenjins are kind of funny. They can decide to vote for an independent candidate and leave their own party.
Okay, thank you so much. I also had a statement from Mandago. I don't know if you guys heard that statement. He told Rigathi Gachagua, I was watching today, that wewe tafuta kura mpaka Naivasha. I don't know kama mlisikia kitu kama hiyo. Tafuta kura mpaka Naivasha. I think it is that the same effect, because this guy anaenda huko anachoma, anarudi huku Central anachoma, akaambiwa wewe kuanzia Naivasha kurudi pande hiyo enda ukatafute kura huko. Huku kwingine Rift Valley tuachie, we are your soldiers. Yani, you know, Mandago was trying to be rude in a funny way. It's like he's telling him, fanya namna wewe unatuharibia kura. Kwa hivyo wewe enda ngangana na zile kura za huko Central na Mount Kenya region, lakini za huku wacha sisi tupigane. And the same thing we are talking about here. And this is why you see even these guys keep on bringing the issue of the polls here and complaining about the polls and saying that the system is trying to rig, because at their backyard they can feel the heat. They can feel the heat. PK, karibu.
Asante sana. I think there's one mistake we've been making since Baba unveiled his manifesto. And I think we have fallen to the trap of the UDA and the Hustler Nation by just discussing the Mtumba issue. They know the whole thing about the Azimio manifesto was a success, but they were trying to capitalize on that small goof that Baba made. We must accept it was a goof, but everything else was smooth. And I don't know why from yesterday till today, this Mutumba thing has been on air all through, and I don't think it is doing us any good service. It is a disservice, if I may say anything. We should just have clarified and moved on to better things, like the numbers we are having now, and making sure that we do not make the Mutumba issue, blow it out of proportion, because we know they are just trying to punch holes on a beautiful thing that was presented by Baba. Apart from that, touching on the independent parties, especially on the Hustler side, the way they are selling their party, one realizes that UDA does not care about their affiliate parties anymore. They are just out to sell UDA. And when you listen to them, it's like Kenya Kwanza does not exist. They are not even selling Kenya Kwanza. And they are scared that the independents will swing some votes on our side, which is true to some extent, because most of the independent candidates are disgruntled members of UDA who never managed to get the ticket there. And because their followers will feel like they were cheated out of a UDA ticket, they may not vote UDA. They may just decide to vote to Azimio or to any other party and not to the Hustler Nation. Something else I also noticed is the undecided margins in percentage is kind of very questionable. When you look at those numbers of undecided voters, 2 months to election, that number is a bit suspect. I kind of think that most of the undecided voters, like if you go to a stronghold, like say you are somewhere in Nyanza and you happen to be polled and you say that you are undecided, most likely because you are in a region that leans towards Azimio, you may be scared of saying that you are you support the other side, so you tend to cheat or say you are undecided. And if you are in the Rift Valley and you are polled, you are most likely not going to say that you support Azimio. When you're in a region that is hostile to Azimio, you'll most likely say that. So when you take those margins in those areas and kind of give them to the stronger party or the weaker party, you will realize we may be doing much better than what is being told at the moment. That is just my assumption when I look at the numbers. And I'd sent Alex a message a while back today. And I was thinking that when you guys do the numbers, maybe next time, it would be important to look at the regions that they are calling the battleground states, not states. Let me call them regions. Those areas that are currently referred to as battleground.
The other list of counties they call battleground.
Yes, those counties. If we could concentrate on those regions, I think we could do a good job in this forum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, PK, for being brief. I think Suma Kombo, pole kwa kukuruka, uli drop out nikafikiria PK yuko mbele yako kwa line, lakini sawa. Karibu.
Jambo nyote. Jambo. So me, I want to say about the two teams, that is Azimio and Kenya Kwisha. You know, kuna wakati Uhuru Kenyatta alisema kuwa hii kijana iko mbio sana na itafika wakati baba atapita tu, atafanya kumwangalia. Na sasa vile tunaona, mimi niko sehemu za Kilifi na sehemu inaitwa Kaloleni. Vile tunaona sasa mambo ni mazuri sana for the team Azimio.
Wacha nikuulize swali. Aisha Jumwa alikuja kwa debate leo kweli? Ama ni mimi nimesikia zangu?
Huyo mama alitoroka hii debate bwana. Alitoroka, and we were expecting her to be there so that we can see or tunaweza ona vile ataongea ujinga wake. Sasa mimi nasema hivi, Ruto hakuna mahali anaweza enda. Hata yeye mwenyewe anajua, because hata ukimwangalia kwenye speech zake, hii ni makasiriko tu makubwa. This man has been moving all over Kenya for almost 5 years. Hakuna kitu amefanyia watu, ni matusi tu kila wakati. So Wakenya sasa wamerefuka, hakuna wajinga walisha kitambo sana. Sasa vile navyoona tuko mbele sana. Hata hiyo wanasema sasa hiyo poll yao wanasema tuko na 50 sijui ngapi, but I think bwana Mshelo alisema Azimio is going to win by 60, around 60%, but we are going to win this thing very early in the morning with around 70% na kwenda mbele. So let them wajipange wale Kenya Kwisha, na hakuna mahali ukiangalia hata mlima sasa mlima yule mama amechafua mlima sasa, na kule tunaenda itakuwa ngumu hawa jamaa kuenda mlima, because kula ya wamama, na wamama the biggest voters in this country. Usemolo kwetu wamama ndio wanapiga kura kwa wingi sana, na hii kitu it was decided by the time Raila alichagua huyo mama Martha Karua, na hata wenyewe wanajua these people can't go anywhere. Kwa hivyo yangu ni hayo, na Mungu awabariki.
Suma, niko na swali kwako. Mimi nimeangalia social media leo nikaona kuna bana ya Kingi. Anaitwa Kethi. Bana ya Kethi nimeona iko na ile ya Raila Odinga. Sasa hebu tueleze, paa iko kwenye Azimio ama paa iko kwenye Kenya Kwanza? Tunashindwa kuelewa.
Unajua paa is an affiliate part of the Kenya people. Na Kingi kama alienda kule, tunavyoona huku polisi kama alienda kule. Because hata kwenye paa hizi bana za paa, they don't want to put in there ile rais wao huyu wana mashamba kwa picha hapa, because you can't sell Ruto in Kilifi. That hizi zimemilika. Ndio maana unaona hawa jamani kama wanachukua, yaani hawajulikani. Na kama ni Kingi kama alienda kwa paa, alienda kwenye Kilifi, yeye alienda Azimio. Sisi bado tuko na ODM.
Kwa hivyo tuache wasiwasi,
na wasiwasi kabisa.
Okay. Asante sana. Roberto, sema neno moja alafu tuende kwa Fred Kasuti.
Thomas, Kombo, nataka ukiongea karibu na mic yako kidogo, sauti yako inapotea. Alafu nataka kuuliza neno mbili kuhusu hii kaunti yetu ya Kilifi. Mimi niko na boma kule upande wa Sabaki na
yes.
Hivi juzi niliongea na Sabaki Malindi. Hivi juzi niliongea na watu kadhaa pale na wakaniambia Aisha Juma ndio yuabweka kule, lakini awadhani ya kwamba Mung'aro atamweza Mung'aro. Lakini ile kitu waliniambia ni kwamba Mung'aro hayuko forceful, sio yule Mung'aro ambaye mimi nilikuwa namjua kitambo wakati alikuwa mbunge. He is a bit laid back na is not hitting the ground. Sijui ni umri ama ni nini. Wewe unaonaje kazi ya Mung'aro kule kwa katika ile kutafuta hii kiti kwa chama cha Azimio?
Unajua Mung'aro sahi, hata nimeangalia ile kampeni yake. Mung'aro is a man who goes to the ground na anatafuta kula kwa ground. Si mtu ati wa kuita mapress na kuongea. Hata nimeona leo ni kama alikuwa kwa mkutano na huo mkutano wake ulikuwa na watu wengi sana, lakini kwa ground. Na Mung'aro ni mtu ambaye ni mnyenyekevu kwa watu. Unajua hii Kilifi si Kilifi ya watu wa matusi bwana. Unaweza ongea ujinga wako lakini people wanaangalia mtu bwana. Kwa hivyo Mung'aro mimi naona vile amekuwa cleared na IBC, he is going to hit the ground na tutaona vile mambo yataenda. Even hata baba I think is going to come to Kilifi, na wakati huo ndo kampeni zitakuwa zinaendelea vizuri.
Haya, asante.
Kwa hiyo isifanye wasiwasi, Mung'aro is there na Mung'aro anaenda kuwa governor wa Kilifi. I can assure you.
Asante sana Kombo for the reassurance. I think unajua kuna hizi hizi counties za coast huko, watu wanakuwa na baridi saa zingine. Tukiona watu wanapiga kelele kwa TV kila wakati akina Aisha Juma na kutukanana, tunafikiria labda tide imebadilika, lakini at least ukiwa na mtu kwa ground anatupatia ujumbe kama wewe, at least it's a bit reassuring. So thank you so much for your contribution. Fred Kasuti, karibu sana.
Ya. Wacha niwasalimie tuki wholesale. Hamjambo bwana. Wewe mko wazima kabisa. Mimi hata sitakuwa na mambo mengi sana, lakini
hatujambo Kasuti.
Asante. Richard, unakumbuka hiyo billboard umeona hiyo imewekwa baada ya IEBC IEBC political registrar, baada ya kutoa horodha ya vyama ambavyo viko Kenya Kwanza, whereby PA na Chap was missing. that billboard was there significantly, ilikuwa imetengewa Aisha Jumwa. Na ukiona billboard inawekwa inamaanisha hiyo billboard iko na blessings ya governor. So there is no way Kethi anaweza toka from nowhere na billboard yake apandike bana yake pale kama governor hajamuidhinisha. So hii vita vyao, hii vita in between Aisha Jumwa na Kingi ndio inaendelea kuleta taharuki kule pwani. Do you know Kilifi is very significant kwa sababu gani? It is the only county ilipeana suit. Ilipeana 6 piece. Is the only county in Kenya ilipeana 6 piece. So Kilifi is very dear to when it comes to ODM in particular, and when it comes to Azimio. Kwa nini iko hivyo? Ukikumbuka pale nyuma kile kilisababisha Amason Kingi atoroke Azimio, it was the issue of zoning. Kwa sababu alikuwa ana claim, anasema isimamishe wagombea wote kutoka governor mpaka MCA. ODM isisimamishe mtu kule. Ameenda kule Kenya Kwanza, UDA nayo imesema inasimamisha kutoka juu mpaka chini. Alafu unaambiwa upeane 50%. Where will you get 50% if at all chama chako hakipewi nafasi? So hiyo conflict kile kilisababisha atoroke, ameona hata hakimeki sense. That's why he's drifting back towards Azimio. Na my good friends PK, let me tell you something. Unaona incumbent governors wale wanaenda kucompare hizi second term. These people has networks. Na kwenda kudistract ama kwenda kubomoa hiyo network ya huyo mtu paka chini pale kwa ward wanaitwanga ward administrator. Ule mtu anaongeanga pale ndani ya kijiji kabisa. Unaona watu wenye unaona hapa juu, despite the fact that unasema Waiba is the party of Ukambani, also NAK is the party it's a Ukambani party. So hiyo kitu mimi naona ya kwamba itakuwa ni vigumu sana ule mtu alitolewa because of kwa misingi fulani. Kwani unafikiria hao magavana ni wajinga huko? Hawacha kaa wajinga. Wamepeleka networks to the ground. Wewe mkipikana hapa juu, mkiongea siasa za hapa juu, nao huko chini wanafanya kazi vizuri kabisa. Kuna wale wamama wamekuwa wakiojiwa kiasi sana, hata mkisema ya kwamba most of the contractors zilikuwa zinapeanwa na watu kutoka, but still they are Kamba. Nobody has come outside Kamba who has been given that priority to make Kitui cred. Ukiona hizi vitu zote zenye hizi mahospitali, hizi makampuni zenye ngine, people are talking about that one. We are not talking about the party. The party, watu wameona kile party imefanyia Kirinyaga. Kile party imefanyia Kirinyaga, and people are not ready to go that route again. Nikiongea na hii story ya 50% hii 55% hii, nimeona Chebukati now has come out clearly. Unajua hao watu wa Kenya Kwanza kile kitu wanafanya gani? Wanafanya kitu inaitwa, wanatumia kitu inaitwa reverse psychology. Accuse your opponent on something that you are doing. Na saa hivi sasa ile register unakumbuka last election kulikuwa na dead voters, kulikuwa na inflation of figures, kulikuwa wenyewe wanajua, hata Ruto anajua. So the way this register is being scrutinized right now, inamaanisha zile vitu zote, na ndio maana ulisikia Msheru akasema this time round we are not going to rig election, we are going to protect Raila's votes to protect it. Mark my words, we are not going to, which means all those inflation figures zenye zilikuweko, dead voters zenye zilikuweko zinaenda kuondolewa, and then hapo ndipo William Ruto alikuwa na bank, kwa sababu alikuwa anafikiria the old system ile walitumia, the only method ile walitumia 2017, it is the current method that wanaenda kwenda nayo kwa debe. That's why ulisikia Madam Chief Justice akasema ya kwamba if IEBC it's not going to rectify the issues that caused the election to be nullified, hata sita kunullify election if those mistakes zitakuja kurudia tena, na kinullify hiyo election, the burden will go back to IEBC, not to Kenyans. So we are going in this election knowing that ile ukarabati ilifanywa 2017 itakuwa haipo tena. Na kama if at all we go by that one ya 60%, 207 kumekuwa na hii figure hii ni 44% ya baba. Unakumbuka ile 2013 44%, 2017 44%, imekuwa constant, haijapungua na haijasonga juu. Now this 60%, the day Ali name his running mate, we are assuming that running mate is going to marshal only 20%, and then this thing is home and dry. 20% is enough, yani hata tumpatie mama kazi kubwa 20%. Na saa hii vile tuko zaidi ya 20%, tuko more than 45, tunaelekea 50 something %. So this thing is gone and it is gone and it is gone. Kwa wale watu wanaelewa siasa ya Kenya mali imefikia sasa hivi vile inachezwa. Na tunasema Rigathi Gachagua aendelee kupewa mic, #give Rigathi Gachagua mic so much, most often, kila wakati, kwa sababu every time anafungua mdomo hizo ni kura 500 zimepotea. Every time akifungua mdomo kura 500 zimepotea. So tunasema #pea microphone. So as well tunaambia deputy president pia yeye aongezwe microphone, na hizi speeches hizi vitu na I don't know why Azimio wanakuwa so delayed, wanakuwa nyuma sana kwa kufanya mambo. Unajua hii issue ya mitumba hii, ukiangalia vile Ruto alikuwa anaongea kuhusu issue ya mitumba, na ukiangalia vile baba alikuwa anaongea, Ruto alikuwa anaongea tu lakini hakuwa na solution. But mzee amekuja ameweka hii kitu vizuri, and they were waiting such kind of a thing ili wachukue na wakimbie nayo, waanze kueneza a negative perception kuhusu mitumba issue. But tunataka kuona ya kwamba we go back to our cotton farming, our industries is coming up, each and every county ile inajua ina uwezo wa kufanya ya kuweka industries, and that one is coming. And let me tell you, tunajua ya kwamba cotton industry, only cotton industry inaajiri more than 5 million people. Mitumba peke yake inaajiri watu 2 million. So hiyo cotton kitambo ikue processed, ilimwe ikue processed, ndio ikuje itengeneze nguo na iuzwe hapa Kenya, na ingine ikue exposed. I'm telling you, licha ya kwamba hatuwezi kumaliza, na alisema vizuri, hatuwezi tukamaliza hii kitu mara moja hivi pap. No, nobody is going to be sent away ama atolewe kwa biashara. Hii kitu itafanyika gradually, kwa sababu cotton sasa sio mingi. Kitambo ilimwe, kitambo ikue harvested, kitambo wa pump in, kitambo warudishe zile mashini zilikuwa za kutengeneza hizo cotton, ndio zikue fine, ndio ziende kwa factory. You see, it's a process, na hiyo itapewa kipaumbele. So I don't think if at all niko na mambo mingi zaidi ya hapo, and thank you for giving me that time. Let me rest my case there, bro.
PK, swali ama ni comment?
Nilitajwa na naona lazima nisafishe jina langu kidogo. Ningependa kumkumbusha Kasuti kwa sisi si ati hatumpendi mama. Mama amefanya mambo mengi sana. But the unfortunate thing about our politics and life in general, if I may say, kuna chart huwa inakaa kama pyramid ambayo inatusumbua hata sisi wenyewe. Hiyo pyramid ukiangalia huwa utaona watu wale wengi matajiri na maskini. Utapata matajiri ni wachache sana huko juu, na vile unavyoshuka chini ndio unapata vile ukosefu wa pesa unazidi kuongezeka, ndivyo watu wanazidi kuwa wengi. Kwa hivyo utapata maskini ni wengi huku chini na matajiri ni wachache kule juu, in a pyramid structure, which is the same way with the information and education. Watu wale wamesoma sana ni wachache kule juu, na sitaki kusema wajinga ni wengi huku chini. Maybe for lack of a better word, naweza nikasema watu wale ignorant ni wengi sana huku chini. Ndio unaona hata sisi tukiwa hapa kwa hii forum tuna shida sana na watu wa UDA, manake watu wengi wa huko I may say they are very ignorant. Lazima uwaambie facts. Na kule mashinani yao watu nasema, kuna watu wanaona mama ametengeneza factory, wanaiona ndio hii, wanaona kazi inatendeka, lakini kuna nyimbo zinaimbwa huko na watu wa huko chini zinawatia wazimu. Stone PK can tell you there are songs that people sing on the ground, and the way those songs communicate to the people on the ground, it drives people mad. You can't even explain. There is a language, kuna lugha inatumika ambaye si lugha ya wasomi, ni lugha ya watu wa kule chini. Watu hawajaenda shule, wengine hata wajisoma sana, lakini kuna lugha wanaongeleshwa, haujui wanaelewa vipi. Ni kama vile wewe najua unatoka Western, ni lugha gani Mudavadi aliongeleshwa akaingiwa na wazimu, hata siku hizi anaongea tumuelewi. It is that kind of language. Kuna watu huko chini ambao ndio wengi wanaingiwa na kichaa. Hata ukimwambia pigia mama ndiye analeta maendeleo, yeye atakwambia ni malombe, na ataanza kukuimbia wimbo ingine hapo hata haina maana, manake amesikia ikiimbwa huko mashinani. Now, and those people are very powerful. Those musicians, akina mama na watu wengine wako na hiyo talanta ya kuimba, na kuambia wakiimba there is no going back. Asante.
Kose.
I just want to say that what PK is saying could be true, but Vindu Vichenjanga, PK should know the way it was so euphoric in the past, it has since dwindled down. You see, like you remember the recent by-election that was held, I think, was it in Makueni or where it was Kibwana's person that took the seat, and Wiper were a distant third. But in the past, you will find that Wiper would have been at tops. So things are changing and changing gradually. We should appreciate that. Even you remember his chap ya Mutua. Initially it was not much, but you remember in the last elections it did much better compared to 2013 and the like. So things are changing, and I appreciate, but I think Ukambani is slowly, things are slipping away from Kalonzo's initial euphoric support.
Thank you, Roberto. You have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to I want to add on the IBC issue because just briefly, that that preliminary audit report, which talks about voters register, reveals that there are 246,000 dead voters and 481,000 duplicate records, and their duplicate records, and 226,000 invalid IDs. And it sums up to the almost the number that the DP was talking about. But now the question is, how did Ruto know about this? How much information does Ruto know about the IBC or the commission or even the commission? I want to assure one man called Juman Jr. at the comment section that Chirchir is a marked person. And I don't think it was by coincidence that Kibichu talked about 60%. Kibichu's talking about 60% comes from the backdrop that Ruto uses reverse psychology to try and sway and give confidence to his supporters. And this time round, there is no way that I would imagine that if the government of the day feel comfortable with the candidature of Raila Amolo Odinga, they are going to allow one of the IEBC probably staff or the institution itself to be a sacrificial lamb in this election. I'm very positive that security is tight around the employees of the IEBC, even as they clean up this register, because cleaning up of this register is what has iked the DP. And by Kibichu coming out and giving his prediction that he feels that it's a 60% to win, it was meant to provoke the DP, and the DP has fallen into the trap of Azimio. And he has now started talking and talking too much that he has even shot himself in the foot by giving figures which he should not be privy to. So it is the IBC, in as much as it is on the right track, they should have not given these figures of what was wrong here and there, and because it has exposed himself, and giving ammunition to this DP to prepare for probably a contestation of the presidential election. However, let's give them the benefit of doubt, and on the 20th, once we have the proper register, then we shall know what the DP, the heat the DP is feeling, having known that his last bullet, or that secret bullet, has been taken away from him. Yeah, that's all I wanted to mention.
Alex, make a comment.
I wanted to remind Jose that you see, I think you're looking things on a different totally scenario. The agreement of NASA was not so contested as the agreement that we are having in Azimio. And I think because maybe, and I'm preempting this, Kalonzo was not fully in control of his party. His wife was a little bit sick, and remember, he went and even stayed in Germany for a while. But in the agreement, one of the things that Wiper assumed was the sharing of the money. And when the issue in, that was the point of departure of ODM and Wiper totally and completely. Chap Chap was not there in 2013. I don't know why you think that Chap Chap was part of... Chap Chap came later on. remember Mutua crying when he was denied the nomination for Wiper Democratic Party. And also remember, what is his name? This Kibwana had his own party, but he had to run on Wiper. So the assumption you are using on Kibwana and Mutua and also on Gilu is totally because we view them on a national platform. But I think they also have their local politics, maybe, as we have been seeing here, is being exposed. And I think we must listen to what they are saying. The biggest problem Kalonzo has, and he wants to resolve it once and for all, is to make sure that his party becomes a parliamentary party by all necessary means. All these shenanigans that he is doing in Mombasa, in Narok, in all these areas, by putting candidates against ODM and other Azimio affiliates, he's trying to show them that this is what you're also doing to me. Leave my area alone. So what I'm saying is that we are in a scenario whereby if we are not careful, if we are not going to leave Ukambani to handle its issues the way they should be, we are going to bring unnecessary contestations. For example, had they allowed Sonko to run in Mombasa, I swear to you, we will have found a big problem. But thank God he was cut off. So let's allow Kalonzo to have a parliamentary party and see what it's all about, because all he needs is to be called a parliamentary party and get the money that he so desperately needs as a party, so that he can't depend on the people like Jimmy Wanjigis, he can't depend on people like Sonkos, so that he runs his party on a way that he has control. The reason you find Kalonzo having these other people who are questionable to run a party, nominations and everything in whole Ukambani and some parts of Kenya, you need a lot of liquid money, which Kalonzo doesn't have, you know that. You can't compare that with Jubilee, with ODM and others. So I think I'm in support of Kalonzo to access that money so that they can see what they can do with it. So as when we do zoning in normal, because look, we gave them this, when we zoned Nairobi, they were given deputy governor because he demanded it by all necessary means. And when we saw it, we realized that if we keep fighting, we might lose it. So I think let Kalonzo have what he wants, as long as on the top. And I think Robert should tell us even more about the danger of Sonko running in Mombasa, so that you can also realize when we are talking about Ukambani, we are not talking Ukambani as a region. We are talking also the diaspora, who we should fear most. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just mention that you know, Sonko is somebody who is not progressive at all, because even yesterday, after being rejected by the IEBC, he managed to mobilize his youth, and they were already singing in the streets of Mombasa that no Sonko, no Azimio. You see, this is the kind of politics that Kalonzo, in as much as you are saying that he should be accessing he should be allowed to access to become a parliamentary party and access the funding. You see, it cannot be at the expense of the Azimio family, because he is in Azimio family, and the Kamba nation stand to benefit more by Kalonzo being in the Azimio family. So Sonko is a very dangerous card, and should be dealt with once and for all, so that at least Kalonzo can free himself from the yoke of the populism of Sonko.
Fred Kasuti.
I think unajua watu wakifikiria vingine pia tunaruhusiwa tufikirie tofauti. Bali mimi sioni kama vile tu Wiper ilishindwa. Unajua hizi pati zote zenye ziko Ukambani ni za Ukambani. Hakuna OTM imepeleka mtu huko. Hakuna maybe Jubilee ndio imepeleka mtu huko, lakini unajua, na sasa mnataka aende mnataka mtu wa Wiper aende for inaitwa ngaje, apewe walkover. Hakuna walkover. If he will win, atakuwa ameshinda kweli, na if he will lose also he will lose, because I'm telling you the truth, these governors has the system. Yani kuna ile system governors wameweka na kwenda kungoa hiyo system. Ukimanage kungoa kama walimanage kungoa ya Malombe, tukamanage kungoa ya Lusaka, Keni Lusaka huko kwetu, tukamanage kungoa ya governors kadhaa. Let me tell you something, it's not easy to come back na useme ati tu utajoyride in the name of mtu fulani or in the name of party. You cannot do that, because these people wamekuwa na call, wamejua ya kwamba kuna competition inakuja, na wamekaa wakiipangia all along. So there is no way utakuja kusema tu ati utajoyride. Kama atashinda atakuwa amefanya kazi, naye atakuwa amesikia uzito, lakini I don't sioni kama Wiper iko itapaki hivyo. Itachukua maybe Makueni warudishe hiyo hadhi, na pengine pia wachukue Machakos, but Kitui it's going to go on a different party. Mark my words, you will see, not Wiper. Wiper haitapata suti.
Kasuti, if that is your argument, which is good and I like it, and I totally agree with you, but Malobe was also the first governor of Kitui. In fact, to make it even more better and worse, Malobe actually, Gilu never fired almost 90% of the people that worked with Malobe. So if that is your argument, then you're basically campaigning for Malobe, because Malobe has the same advantage as Gilu. They've both been in the system.
No, I'm saying these governors, wale walingoa magavana wengine, the people who managed to kutoa magavana, the sitting governors, wamekaa wakijua ya kwamba hatuko hapa ati kwa tuna joyride ama tunatuko nini. Wamekaa wakijipanga all along, whereby tunangoja hata huyo Lusaka akuje tu Bungoma, tutamuonyesha ya kwamba ile wembe ilikunyoa that time and then ulikuwa na support ya system, this time hauna, alafu unakuja kutuambia ati autoboy. My friend, sioni mahali wanaenda au magavana walinyolewa hao, hakuna mahali wanaenda. Hiyo tusidanganyane, hakuna. Lakini waje niachie hapo.
Sawa Kasuti. I remember last election when Charity Ngilu was going to get her certificate from the IEBC. I think she had a lot of trouble. Nakumbuka hata kuna wakati alisema kaeni na hiyo certificate, mkisikia mnataka kunipatia mutanipatia. And that's the same thing that happened in Bungoma. Remember Wangamati? It took when you looked at the results on the screen for Bungoma, it took, I think, almost 2 or 3 days before we could find who actually won. So I don't know what these governors do, but I would try to side with Kasuti on that, because these governors, unaona hata ukiangalia ile percentage ya governors wenye mtu kama Isaac Ruto hata tuliona videos aliibiwa kura tukio. I was looking even at there was a lady pale alikuwa anahesabu kura za Isaac Ruto, anahesabu za mwenda zake the former the what do you call her, can't remember, Laboso. Unaona ya kura za Ruto inahesabiwa moja, ya Laboso inahesabiwa 3, and you can see the videos were all over the internet. So the governors pia si mchezo, hawa watu pia wamejipanga. And then there's another thing I want to Kasuti, you had talked about this, I don't know if it's you or somebody talking about the Mutumba issue. You know, these people, it's like they had lacked something to speak. Hiyo wiki walikuwa wamekaa namna hii, kila kitu kwao ilikuwa inaenda mbaya, wakangojea tu kitu moja. Na Alex umesema hapa, I agree with you, hii maneno ya nini ya Mutumba, These guys are running away with this thing. Hata kama imekosa ladha, you know, people are looking at them namna hii na wanasema yeah, these guys have no agenda. Sasa kama niulize mtu anaitwa Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria, is he running for president ama ni nini? Because this guy, he's running like a national competitor. Ni kama ana run for president. He's all over the place, anaenda kujianika huko na underwear kwa TV. Hata unajiuliza ni wakati gani huwa na campaign for governor.
He's a comedian. He's a comedian. Ameamua kufanya comedian ya kuuza sindiria huko Kikomba.
Imagine huyu jamaa ana run for governor wa Kiambu ama anataka kuwa president, because yeye ndiye anataka ajibu Raila, yeye ndiye anataka sijui aende kuonyesha vile Raila aliongea mbaya, and he's forgetting akona 3%. I don't know if he's still interested in being a leader or what is wrong with this guy. So hata inaonekana wamekosa nini sasa, wamekosa topic ya kuongea. Na hii kitu ya mitumba, it has been blown out of proportion because we've played videos here, people have listened to videos that Raila Odinga spoke about, but these people got this thing na sasa ndio wameingia nayo mashinani. Yes, Alex.
And I'm glad PK has come back again. If we could have listened to what PK was saying, that is the same thing that fortunately happened to Western Province. When Mudavadi and Wetangula totally refused to put their ujinga, because that's what I call, because they say, oh, Luya unity, but they can never merge their parties together. The Luya people, in their conventional wisdom, through Wamunyinyi and other people, sat down and said, we need our party. And to be sure of that, they crafted a way out, and Mbolea ikafanya nini? Ikazaliwa. So what Kasuti is forgetting is very simple. Wakati Wangamati ametoka kule, hakuenda mahali pengine naitwa independent also. Wangamati ameingia kwa Mbolea. And ukiangalia the way Mbolea imenegotiate to a point that it's becoming a parliamentary right away. Unani understand? So it cannot be that Kalonzo is in Azimio. Anaona Mbolea inakuja tu juzi, imekuwa parliamentary, and he's sitting there and people are asking, the guy has been there for 30 years. What I'm telling you is this. Yes, those scenarios you are giving are right. But then let us look in content and in context of everything. If it's true, you know, the common denominator that I'm using my argument, because I think it was kind of cogent and persuasive, what Mr. PK has said. Mr. PK said this way, hii party ni kama watu wa Ukambani wameichukulia party yetu. He went further even to say, even if Kalonzo today stands at any seat in Ukambani, he might not be voted. The passion is about their party. That is how they're negotiating. I don't know if that is true or not, but if that is true, if that is what is on the ground, that Wiper is our party, I can take you back to 2002, the election where Mwai Kibaki became a president. Tuliambia mtu anaitwa Nyachae, hapa juu atukupei ngo. Lakini I remember that election. Everything was for the people. Everything. Because we felt it was our party. Because that's how he spoke to us. This is your party. You can negotiate with it. And the guy ended up negotiating by himself and the people who won. Because when the referendum came between Chungwa and whatever, when they lost, Kibaki came, negotiated with Nyachae, and made sure that all the members of parliament from Kisii became what? Assistant ministers. You remember that? He made everybody assistant minister, whether educated or not. The people in Gusiland in 2002 felt that Ford people was their party. Now, if that is what PK is saying, and that is what is on the ground, I'm telling you, that wave, you can't take it away. Nyachae was so formidable. By the time he came to 2007, we rejected him again. So the result of that issue of after you have experienced, this is your party, and these are just people who are selfish, then again you reject them. But as of now, I feel like Wiper, they are negotiating, and the way Wambua and the Mutula are behaving, they are not talking about, Wiper is not a national party anymore. You're not hearing Wiper going to Kisii Wiper, even though they have candidates. For example, the Kisii women rep, Toto, is a Wiper. Is a Wiper candidate. And she's going to win. But nobody is speaking about her. Kalonzo is not even speaking about her. They are concentrated in their area because they want to win. And they have convinced their people, including my friend PK here, that that is our party. You can see how Nathan is speaking passionately. If you say anything wrong about Kalonzo Musyoka right now, Nathan will kill you. If that is true, Mr. Kasuti, it's difficult for Ngilu kupenye. Unanielewa? If that is how they feel.
Let's give PK first a chance to talk.
Asante Makiadi. Najua hata Makiadi nilifanya Google search leo. This is beside the point. Nikaangalia ule Franco Lwazo Liadi Makiadi na sura zako nikaweka hapa na hii yako hapa, nikasema hizi damu ni kama zinafanana hizi. Lakini wacha hiyo niwache. Hii mambo ya Kalonzo, kuna kitu ningependa kumention. Kuna msemo huko Ukambani ambayo watu husema hata ukiwa na ng'ombe zako na kuna ile ndume ambaye ndiyo ndume kubwa kwa zizi yako, huwezi castrate ile ndume mpaka siku ile utanunua ndume ingine ambaye inaweza kuwa ndio ndume ya hiyo zizi, ndio unaweza ukacastrate the only bull that you have. Hata kama ni kabul kadogo, ndio bull yako hiyo. Kule Ukambani watu wameangalia, wanaona hakuna bull ingine. Ndio maana Kalonzo hatuwezi mcastrate mpaka siku ile tutapata bull ingine, maybe ndio tutamweka kando na tujue tuko na bull kwa zizi. Wale wanaweza kusikia watapata vile nimesema. Nilikuwa nikisikia watu wakisema hapa ati kama Kalonzo anataka kwenda aende, tutaweka Ngilu, tunaweza hata weka Kibudha. There is no way Charity can replace Kalonzo. There is no way Kibudha can replace Kalonzo. For one simple reason and fact that I even gave in this forum. Kalonzo is the only person who can give Baba 20 MPs on the table. 15 to 20 MPs anaweza weka kwa meza akasema hawa ni ma MP wangu wa Wiper, watakusaidia kuunda serikali. Charity Ngilu hawezi weka hata MP mmoja kwa meza. MP Kibudha Kibwana hawezi weka MP mmoja kwa meza akinegotiate na Baba. And that was the game changer for Kalonzo. Ndio maana Kalonzo alikuwa na urembo mwingi hivyo. Si ati tulikuwa tunampenda hata sisi. To some extent hata alikuwa anatutia aibu. Hata hatutaki kuongea. Lakini maringo yake ni kuwa alikuwa na numbers, and the numbers were not about the presidential votes. The numbers were about the members of parliament he can put on the table, which Baba needs so badly to run government. And you cannot take that away from Kalonzo. Hakuna party ingine Kenya apart from ODM ambaye inaweza assure anybody kuwa nitaweka mawaziri, members of parliament 20 kwa meza. Name one. Hakuna. Na hiyo ndio ilikuwa inafanya Kalonzo amee pembe. na ndio maana ana negotiate vile anataka, kwa sababu you cannot ignore Ruto. Ruto is going to, hata akishindwa vile hatumpendi, but he will have numbers in parliament. And if you are not careful, if you cannot match Ruto's numbers, Baba will be in problems. And he will not be able to run that government. That is why Kalonzo is so important, because of the numbers he brings to parliament, not because of the presidential votes. Na hiyo ni kitu moja watu wana ignore kuangalia. As late as 2 weeks ago, Ngilu even wanted to negotiate with Musila amuachie. Nafikiri muliona hata kwa press. Ngilu was negotiating with Musila amuachie aone kama kuna kiti anaweza patiwa ingine huko juu. Hakuna mtu ambaye ana run ako confident kuwa atashinda anaweza wachia mtu kiti. So Ngilu has already sensed defeat. And to be serious that to be factual that she has sensed defeat, Ngilu is not even campaigning in Kitui. I have not been there, but I have been following. Ngilu is not campaigning in Kitui of late. Pengine aanze kucampaign saa hii, lakini hajakanyanga ground, anaogopa because the ground is very hostile. Asante.
Kasuti, naona mkono wako umetulia sasa. Nataka tufanye, ama bado uko na kitu ya kusema? Nataka tufanye hivi.
Mimi bado Makiadi. Mimi bado to some extent, kama kweli unavyosema Kalonzo alikuwa hiyo ego yenye alikuwa nayo. Kwa nini hiyo imekarimu tu clergy to persuade Kalonzo, residents to persuade Kalonzo, kumwambia ya kwamba once utakanyaka pale nje, you go, forget about it. We are not short of leaders. There are other people who can be raised and be fit.
Can I answer that?
Hiyo ilisababisha Kalonzo arudi akiwa anakimbia mbio. Angelikuwa mwanaume vile unavyosema, angeenda. Angekuwa mwanaume kamili, angeenda. Alafu uone kama hakunge kupatikana mtu wa kusimamia wa kujaza hiyo pengo. Kwa nini alichukua hiyo suti?
I think Stone PK ngoja kwanza. I think mimi nimeunderstand ile kitu PK anajaribu kueleza. And if you listen to his remarks, I think he might be right. I think PK might be right. You know, I don't know why you guys underestimate Wiper Party. If you look at the history of Wiper Party, even from the previous election, there's a minimum guarantee of MPs that Wiper Party has delivered consistently. Even though we always call Wiper Party a Kamba party, there are numbers that it will deliver for you consistently. And if at all we are going to have a legislative agenda, you need these numbers. Forget about Kalonzo Musyoka running for president, because even if he runs, we have always said that this is a two-horse race. So he might run just for the sake of running, but then look at the numbers that he will bring in the legislative branch of government. And that is what I think PK is trying to emphasize. So if Raila Odinga would have, been looking down upon Kalonzo Musyoka, angekuwa amemwambia mapema weenda. But you should observe the body language of Raila Odinga when it came to, attacking Kalonzo. Raila Odinga has never, mimi sijaona Raila Odinga akiongea anything in public. He has never commented about anything about Kalonzo Musyoka. Even when Kalonzo Musyoka was flip-flopping, threatening to run, going alone and all that, Raila Odinga saw it necessary to keep quiet, and he also saw it necessary to let Kalonzo Musyoka follow the chain. You know, when we were saying that you were going for the interview, Raila Odinga did not say ukikataa kwenda usikuje kuniambia anything, alinyamaza. And that is the reason why we are saying the number of parliamentarians that Kalonzo Musyoka has at hand right now is more important. Wachana na Jubilee. Jubilee sahi hata hakuna mtu anajua italeta nini. It was a big party. It crumbled. Everybody ran away. Atujui, we cannot even predict how many seats Jubilee will bring from Mount Kenya region. But I can assure you, like PK has said, Kalonzo Musyoka has the numbers that Raila would need to run a government. Wacha tuende kwa nani? Hey, history ya Kalonzo naona hatutatoka hapa jameni, mnaangalia mada kweli. Look at our topics. Okay, sawa. Let me do this. Let me give a minute each. Ose na wewe usirukishe masa. Ose, 1 minute.
Apa,
1 minute.
kuna swali niliuliza PK, lakini you let him, he didn't answer.
Okay.
But I appreciate what you are saying. You see, you can tell Baba's body language. He seems to know something about Kalonzo which other people seem to brush aside. What PK has said is very true. It is not so much of the so-called numbers from Ukambani. It is actually the MPs. You remember even during when they were passing the political parties bill, you remember the other people like ANC, their numbers voted the other side with KK. It is the Kalonzo MPs that voted together with ODM and Jubilee to pass the political parties bill. To that extent, that is very true. The only thing issue I had with the PK, which he didn't answer, is to really overrate the wiper. Because remember, all the other parties, like some panelists mentioned, I think it was Kasuti, even the other parties are Kamba parties. Wiper may be ahead of them, but even the others are not Kamba, are also Kamba parties. And that is why I posed a question to him regarding that election. Remember the recent by-election. Wiper was third. It is Kibwana's party, the candidate, that won that election. And that was my reason for saying that the support for Wiper is actually is changing a little. It is not the way it was euphoric in the past.
Okay,
Slowly
I get your drift. I get your drift,
Yeah.
but I also want to tell you that, Jose, you cannot judge how a general election will go by the basis of how a by-election went. You know, when we talk about of by-elections, everybody's every interested party lands on that ground, and everybody's campaign. There's a lot of money that is spent there. People are trying to make a name for their party, so you cannot do that. You remember when ODM, basically, was it 2013, the subsequent by-elections, ODM won all of the, I don't know if you remember, after the 2013 election.
Oh yeah, every by-election.
Every by-election, ODM won, and people are saying ODM is a very strong party. But then when it came to the general election, you can see we might have an argument some other day about Vifaranga as a computer, all that. But you can see how Jubilee outperformed ODM. So let's not base our argument on by-elections here, because there are so many other vested interests that are not taken care of. Stony PK.
Thank you very much. I would like to give just brief so that at least we close the chapter of Kalonzo. Kalonzo is with us, and Kalonzo ni wetu. You know, for those of us who know where Kalonzo came from and how their relationship is with Baba, I think we get very comfortable. We were worried when he was flip-flopping, and unfortunately it's because there were some people who had taken advantage of his nature. He's a very indecisive man, that I can tell you. I've been close to Kalonzo from 2013. He was my chairman when we were in court. I was contesting. You know, I remember there is one, I keep on giving an example of a meeting we had in Machakos. In Machakos, when we were supposed to unite with the court, okay? It took us 12 hours for us to move over to Lavington so that they can issue a joint statement. 12 hours from 6. Tulirauka Machakos 6. And they even consulted with Mutua and Mutua for the first time. That is when Mutua threatened. That time Mutua was the Secretary General, you know, and Mutua told him off. He said, we cannot spend the whole day when we know what the decision is, because we had given him two options. Either you run or you join Baba. So we know, and we know how he is. So 2 guys or 3 guys have been taking advantage, confusing him, but his contesting, it depends on being supported. Huwezi sema ati sasa mimi nataka kusimama lakini lazima Stone PK and support. That is where he goes wrong. Yeah, he says he wants to go for it, but Baba should support him. That is where he gets confused there. But now he is on board. He is important, and they have a very close relationship with Baba. By the way, they have come from far. Lakini ni ile unajua, you have a brother who is inconsistent. He doesn't stop being your brother, and that's why Ruto Baba as the senior man, he knows how to contain Nani. He could not. You've never heard him exchange words with the Kalonzo. No, alisema tu ni free, weenda na utarudi if you want. So basically, that is Kalonzo. Na hata tukipata hii serikali, utasikia Kalonzo tu atakuwa kwa news. This you can take to the bank. Atakuwa anakaa hivi anakurupuka na kakitu. Because again, ako kwa age mbaya. You know, niliwaambia after 65, you'll be lucky if you don't kama senility haikuattack. There are those tantrums that come. Yeye bado anaamuka, anaona he should be a president by now. So atakuwa na kupurupuka hako tu, lakini tutamtem. Thank you very much.
Aya, wacha tupati. Julia, you have a comment na nitakupatia time ya. Okay.
On Kalonzo, I just had, I want to conclude that thing of Kalonzo like this. Okay, by the way, good evening everyone, good to see you. Hi Kasuti. Long time no see you.
I'm here now.
Good to see you. So
Thank you.
think Kalonzo Makiadi, he has held Baba hostage for one reason, and he knows it, because of this hostility that Baba gets from Mount Kenya region. So Kalonzo is aware, like we are all aware, that it's been an uphill task for Baba to get the full support from Mount Kenya region. So Kalonzo knows that, and that's why he's playing his card. So I want to agree with everyone here who are saying, I think Ndusi, PK, and I think even Makiadi has said that we need Kalonzo. We need his numbers to win this thing. We need his numbers. We need his MPs who at one time will be disturbing us. Just the way Kalonzo is behaving, I think we may not trust them even when we win this election. I'm not sure we are going to trust them. I don't even trust Kalonzo, but we need him. But I want to tell Ndusi and the people of Ukambani, if Mother will be vying for the next presidency, she will not need Kalonzo. She will not need, if she decides to get the whole of Mount Kenya region behind her, and the Luo and the Western communities are working with her, Kalonzo will only be relevant now. And the post that Baba is going to give Kalonzo will be the most important post that Kalonzo will ever get again after being VP in this country with Kibaki. He will never get anywhere again. Why? Ask me why. Because the treatment he has given Baba, you put yourself in the shoes of Baba. Mtu amekusumbua, you've really umbembebeleza. I mean, you've really tried to be nice. That's what Baba has been doing. He's really tried to be nice. And even as we criticize Kalonzo here, you've not heard Baba say anything against Kalonzo. You've not even heard people who are working with Baba say anything against Kalonzo, because they need him. But ask yourself, deep inside Baba's heart, how is he feeling? That man has held him hostage. So Baba is going to be with Kalonzo, is going to work with Kalonzo, is going to be nice to him because he needs his votes. Even as we are going to try to be nice with Kalonzo, because we know that Azimio needs Kalonzo's votes. But I'm telling you, Ndusi, after Baba, Mother will not need Kalonzo. And the evidence is the others have not made Kalonzo, Kina Uhuru and the others. As long as they get the full Mount Kenya backing, the game will be different. It'll be like, Kalonzo, you're working with us or not? Kama utaki ka, peleka kura zako penye unataka. That is how they'll handle him. And they will go to the next election prepared for his little games. This time we were not prepared, because you see, at one time we are in Makadara, we are in Jacaranda grounds, and we see Kalonzo coming saying, I'm supporting Baba with no conditions. The other time he disappears. So he got Azimio people off guard. He got them off guard. But now they know, Mother knows who Kalonzo is. So if Mother is going to vie for presidency in 2027, she'll be ready for it. And she'll be going to marshal the whole of Mount Kenya behind her, and the Luo and the Western community behind her, saying, now, we know who Kalonzo is. We know you. You're not going to nag us again. Because if Mother dares to work with Kalonzo in 2027, he'll be a pain on her neck. He'll begin saying, where's kuwa president mbele yangu? Nimekuwa kwa hii game. Nimekuwa kwa hii game mbele yako. So you cannot be president before me. You got to support me. That is how he'll start his negotiations. And once he cannot get there, he will start saying, Mother, you cannot appoint anyone else. And guess what? Mother will not appoint Kalonzo as her running mate. And my prediction is, Alex, we'll have a Mother Matiang government. That's what we're gonna have. So na Kalonzo atatupiliwa mbali. You people wait. He'll be thrown. He'll be left with a Wiper party with about 20 MPs. Atatupiliwa mbali after these elections, because he has been a pain. That's what we have to accept. He has been a pain on our neck. But because we need him, ni yule ndugu yako unajua anakuudhi sana, lakini lazima mwende Christmas na yeye kwa mama yenu, mnasalimia mama yenu, mnajifanya nyinyi wazuri, lakini anakuudhi. That's my conclusion, Makiadi.
Situmalize historia ya Kalonzo kwa sababu naona tunatoka off topic. Everybody now wants to comment.
Siongei kuhusu Kalonzo, please.
Okay, dakika moja sasa. Wenye wameinua mkono nitawapatia only 1 minute ndio to move forward. Go ahead, PK.
Nilikuwa nikitaka kumjibu Julia na sitaki kutaja Kalonzo, but as Julia said, Mother may never need Kalonzo. That is true. When Baba was unveiling Mother that day, prophetically, if people were observant and if people had eyes, they must have noticed that that was the new face of Kenya. People who were not on that dais will never be in the next government if Mother is to take over. And I hope and pray that the next census of our country will be handled by Baba. I don't know when the next cycle of census will be done. And it is most likely, unfortunately, Alex is my friend, but I don't see a Mother Matiang'i candidate. In my view, I'm not a prophet. I see a Mother Sifuna candidate. He will pick somebody from Western.
Okay.
And that is the first time the Western people will be united. Mother Karua Sifuna candidate. Hassan. And I'm out.
Okay, sasa PK, I think you forgot Western people pia walikuwa united wakati walikuwa hold on guys. Mkifungua microphone namna hiyo inakuwa na echo. Hatutaelewana. PK ametoka, nilikuwa nataka kumwambia wakati wa Wamalwa kijana, sijui kama anakumbuka Western Kenya, isipokuwa tu ni ma-DVD alikula ngurai akaenda kushoto. I think uliona kila mtu mwingine alikuwa na anaback Mwai Kibaki. So yeah, Sifuna bado.
Kuna Wamalwa mwingine.
Wachana na huyo Wamalwa huyo.
Yeah, kuna Wamalwa mwingine, Jose, but what I'm seeing Baba is transforming this country. He's bringing an era of performance, not tribe. He's ushering in something that we should not be surprised one of these fine days if we find a minority group becoming presidents. That is what Baba is actually doing right now. So we're gonna stop looking at which tribe is big. We're gonna start seeing who has performed for us. So we can't even bring Sifuna here. It is not the tribe. We'll be looking at guys who have made impact in this country. That's what we're gonna see. That's why Kalonzo will never feature again, because we only know him as something else.
Julia. Sasa kama kuna mtu anataka kumake closing comment ya Kalonzo, Alex, umeinua unajua uko kwa giza sikuoni. Umeinua mkono. Okay, sawa. Dakika moja.
First of all, I wanted to talk to Jose. Jose has made a very dangerous statement that hata hizo party zingine ni za Ukambani. That's a very dangerous, mister. You can't compare Wiper with Chap Chap and Muungano. So I can also be very careless nianze kusema Obado's party ni party ya Wajaluo. And if I was in Kisumu, I'll be beaten like hell. I'm telling you, there is something passionate about people possessing their party. Ukienda today in Western, and you see how happy they are about party ya Mbolea. It's a very small party. But all of a sudden, its explosion, you can't even imagine that within these few months, it's been capable of negotiating with parties like ODM. Unanielewa, Mr. Daktari? You cannot say the other parties that you need to apologize to Kamba people. I'm telling you, they feel like that is their party. Unfortunately, Julia Matiang'i, there's something in management, in MBA when you do management, there's something called intelligence. And let me explain to you what that means, Madam Julie. If I am a human resource manager, and I have a degree in BBA, Bachelor's in Business Administration, then Makiadi as an MBA, it will be detrimental on my part to hire Makiadi as my junior because he will overtake me in a few days. So what I do, I will hire people like Sudi, people like maybe, I don't want to name other politicians. And that is why you hire people whose usefulness has expired. It will be difficult for Matiang'i to feature in the government of Baba prominently because there are people who will fear Martha working with with Matiang'i. Imagine Martha as the Minister for Justice and Matiang'i as Interior. Kamata.
Imagine Alex tukata. Imagine Martha as the president, alafu upe Matiang'i deputy president, alafu mpe sijui Interior. Sasa hiyo serikali nakwambia watu wamelala kamiti. Yani hiyo
sasa tutajenga jela kwanza kabla tujenge mashule. So there is fear within even Azimio, and they are still negotiating for Ongwae to take the position of Matiang'i. You can imagine. So, and we are praying that Matiang'i survives because people really fear him. Thank you for agitating for him, but atatupo huko ICT ama atarudishwa back to education.
He's my hero. I hope I see him as president one of these fine days.
Alex, no. That one, no. If you followed Baba how he works, Baba, he will not tame any cabinet ministers.
Let me submit and flip.
Okay. Indeed.
Now, let's do this. I think Nathan Dusi, you had done your submission. Kasut, you've done your submission. Roberto, I want to give Lawrence a chance to do his submission. Please, if you allow me, because there are people here, I think, who want to join the studio and it's still full. So, wacha tupatie kwanza Lawrence dakika zake chache alafu
sawa. Sasa ciao guys, I will see you soon. Ciao.
Asante. Karibu Lawrence.
Okay, good evening, good morning panelists. Thank you, Mr. Makiadi. Allow me to mention Kalonzo once and for all. You people, since I've joined, I've been following you through comment section, and the topic is all about Kalonzo. But I want to say one thing, man. We need to appreciate Kalonzo the way he is. We know, he rejoined our part, winning part. He is honest campaigning for Baba, and he is doing everything for Baba. The other day, when we were unveiling our manifesto, he said, remember, let us put aside all the enmities and whatever. We have election to win, and that is true. Again, you cannot separate fact and truth. Fact is, Kalonzo is a national leader. Truth as his own party, and his own party is the third largest party in our country, Kenya. So let us stop diminishing Kalonzo with his people, or in fact, when you are diminishing him, you are diminishing the Kenyans because he's a national leader. So to make a conclusion about Mr. Kalonzo, Kalonzo is not in Azimio because Baba and our Deputy President Martha Karua wants the votes from Ukambani. He is there willingly. He is there to support his presidential candidate to win election. So when we are saying we want Kalonzo in Azimio because of the Ukambani votes, you need to apologize for Kambas. In fact, this channel, many people are watching us, and when you make those kind of remarks, most of them, those who are on our side, those who are not yet make their decision where to cast their vote, they might, so you wanted our leader to, or rather, you wanted Kalonzo, a national leader, because of our votes. Now, let us do alternative. Let us go on the other side. Okay. Wacha nifike hapo kwa Kalonzo. Let me now make my submission. Kuna kitu ingine imeongelewa hapa about mitumba. No, tumemaliza hiyo, lakini allow me Makiadi ninguzie kidogo pale. I'm wondering whether Ruto together with his platoon, they are in agreement before they address Kenyans, because his platoons, they are on the street basic fighting Baba's remarks about the mitumba. Yet his captain, that is William Ruto, I've heard him say, we have been importing second-hand clothes. We have been doing this and this, but when we take this power, we will stop importing the second-hand clothes and begin manufacturing our clothes. Something relating with what Baba said. His deputy is based on the street saying, let's give Kenyans freedom to buy the clothes they want according to their standards. So I'm wondering whether these people are in agreement before they address Kenyans. Another something else I wanted to make submission is about winning. It is true. There is a words from my tribe says, I won't interpret it in my mother tongue, but I will say it in a national language. Inasema, mukimbia peke yake ana mbio kama mbwa kichaa. We know Deputy President has been campaigning for good 5 years up to date. He has been running alone before Baba declares he will be on ballot or he'll be on the race. So Ruto was everywhere and there in the name of inspecting government projects which were mendacious. He was just lying Kenyans. He's inspecting, but we know he was campaigning. Now he's seen himself, now I am the champion. I have no competitor. Nobody can beat me. But things have changed abruptly. Now, when we are reading the polls, Baba is leading and Ruto is crying all over. The social media are favoring Azimio candidate and whatever. In fact, the time we was submitting his papers to IBC, I expected him to say, Mutembei TV is favoring Baba because they are campaigning for Raila Amolo Odinga. And I asked myself, what if is being mentioned in all social medias, or is being hooing, or is when saying all those things, according to me and what I understood, is hooing from Kenyans to support him, of which we came to know who is really Ruto. So he must stop that, and he must accept he has lost this election, and no, Azimio, there is no chance to come back, to go down. We are keep moving forward, and forward. Thank you, Mr. Makiadi.
Okay, asante sana Lawrence. I want to apologize if we've angered Kalonzo supporters. We like him, we love him, and we appreciate his his genuine support for Raila Odinga. So Roberto, 1 minute, twende kwa Julia.
Mimi nataka ku mention ya kwamba Kalonzo, tusirudi kwa mambo ya Kalonzo, kwa sababu ninaomba tafadhali, this is already a vote in the basket, and we must respect him with all his shenanigans, and succession politics should be left for succession once we are in government. One day in politics can change so much. So let's leave Kalonzo, forget about him. We have him, he's supporting us. Let's appreciate that. Yeah, I just wanted to mention what you had mentioned about Moses Kurian wearing panties on the head. It's unfortunate that some politicians have to stoop down this low. And there was some information I had gotten about this gentleman, Kuria. And I remembered the words of Jakendube, that ujinga ni kitu kibaya sana. Ujinga ni kitu kibaya, na kudanganywa ni kitu kibaya sana, na kukubali kudanganywa pia ni kitu kibaya zaidi. You see, this gentleman who is wearing panties on the head and trying to push some narrative about Mutumba is a shareholder of one of the EPZs in Athi River, which is making jeans, labeled jeans, the Hilfiger, Tommy Hilfiger, and what have you. And he's busy there cheating
He's the owner, not
people. Pardon? Yeah, he's busy cheating the local traders on Mtumba. And if you look at some of the documentaries that are played along or across the social media platforms, you will see that the Mtumba industry actually benefits more the people who import, and not the sellers down there, the retailers down there. Because some of the interviews that I've come across is that the retailers are talking about a profit margin of 1,000 shillings, 1,200, not exceeding 1,500 per bale. And this bale, it takes them 4 days to clear. And they are not doing it because they love it so much. They are doing it because they need to keep busy. Sometimes, idleness can lead to depression, and to hang on there for something better. In fact, they are talking about if they can get the opportunity to deal with new stuff, it will be much better. So it is the height of hypocrisy for somebody like even if it means it is a silly season, politics is a silly season, to cheat some of our traders and make them believe that dealing in second-hand clothes is more viable than dealing with new clothing. Thank you. I'll not want to add so much because I realize there are newcomers, And I appreciate Mr. Adams and Julia. Julia, I expect your visitors, so don't worry. So back to you, Makiadi.
All right, sawa. Julia, karibu tupate submission yako.
Asante. I ignore Roberto. He's just jealous.
Waiting for the other.
Yeah, the other is coming. Lawrence, I want to apologize. I think I'm the one who really bashed Kalonzo. He's really an important person to us. He's very important, and I appreciate the support he's giving Baba. So my apologies. I hope it will not happen again. So Kasutu, are you smiling? I'm going to work it. It will not happen. Now, about these opinion polls, I think I don't even believe them. I think Baba could be having higher than that. Me, my estimate in Mount Kenya, we are doing above 40. I've really preached this message and have followers, and they are paying attention. So I would buy that 20-something, whatever they posted. I really think we are taking this thing even Mount Kenya region. I think we are taking it. So guys, we're taking this thing, the Mount Kenya region. We're doing a flip. And once we do a flip towards Baba, tutafanya kumira, mtaona vile tutatokelezea. And I think miti ikatwe sugoi about, I just want to say something about Kuria and then the second-hand clothes. I think Kuria thinks he's no longer funny, he's stupid. Whatever he does is no longer funny, he's so stupid. And I don't know how, and primitive. He's just another primitive character that I wonder what's wrong. Kiambu people have to help me understand how they end up with people like Kuria, with all their exposure and proximity to the city. I think something's very wrong there. So Kuria, I guess Kenyans should ignore him, and I think he needs psychiatric help. I think his wife should consult a doctor on his behalf, because I think what he needs is a special child. Yeah, I think he's a special child and he needs psychiatric help so that his underlying issues are addressed, so that he doesn't do those silly things. About Mitumba, somebody is saying that somebody is destroying the Kiku's business. It's not only the Kikus that do Mitumba business, so that I want to correct that person on the chat who is saying that. Then I think we are not, Baba is not against any business. We are just trying to grow our economy from where we are to better methods of production and businesses. So there's no harm if our businessmen and women who are doing Mitumba business do business in textile industries, in clothes manufactured and made in Kenya. To conclude in that, fellow viewers and Mutembei viewers and panelists, several times, Makiadi, I have found clothes made in Kenya in Walmart. I have a picture of my friend's son who is wearing a shirt and a short made in Kenya. And I have seen, you people got to look out for those clothes I've seen them in Walmart, okay? Walmart, United States of America. Clothes made and manufactured, made in Kenya, I mean, made in Kenya. At one time, I tried to buy something for my daughter, and then I saw made in Kenya. And then I asked myself, so I'm buying made in Kenya, and then I'm flying back home and give her a gift bought in America, made in Kenya. So
Which ones in particular? Jeans, t-shirts, or what?
It's clothes for children, like short shirts, and the short I saw ni kama hii tunaita khaki. Sijui khaki, I don't know, it's cotton. You know these khaki shorts? Very nice shorts and shirts. Made in Kenya, I'm telling you, Jose, made in Kenya. I had to take a picture of that boy, ask him, can you stop? Because the mother came to show me, Julia, my son is wearing made in Kenya. We bought in Walmart. So that's what Baba is trying to say. I mean, I think when somebody PK was saying we used to wear, I think I also found Kamunara. I don't know what Kamunara is, Stone PK, but I think my mother used to say Kamunara. Those were new clothes that our parents bought from the market. And then I think later on, as we grew up, Mitumba came in. When I was growing up, there was no Mitumba. When I was a child, I was never bought Mitumba. When I was a child, even at the age of 10, I was never bought Mitumba. I think Mtumba came in when I was in high school. So let's not try, these handout economy people, KKA, they're weird. I think they need help. They're so weird. First, they bring wheelbarrows, then they teach Kenyans they can give them handouts. And now they are telling us to continue wearing Mtumba. Did you know Mtumba in the US is clothes taken to Goodwill? And Goodwill are charity shops. Okay, Kenyans, do you know, I also take my clothes to Goodwill. Makede, do you do that? I have done that twice or thrice, because I don't want to have too many clothes in my wardrobe. So, and I learned that we take to Goodwill to boost Goodwill, because Goodwill is a charity shop. So the fact that we have Mtumba in America does not mean that's what they're depending on. It's a charity shop. So guys, can we stop this? Let's promote our people. Let's have our people live quality life. Quality life, maisha quality, to a change handout wheelbarrow thing. Asante Makiadi. Kasuri has something to say.
Yeah, Julia, wacha nikukumbushe. Mitumba came with missionaries. And you know where missionaries came from? Mitumba came with missionaries. It is missionaries who brought Mitumba in Kenya. Why? Because in the name of helping those vulnerable families, at least to have something to put on, they came with that one. And then wafanyabiashara wajanja wakaona, hii kitu ina make sense. So tunaweza fanya hii na ikuwe biashara mzuri. And then ikashika kazi. Ndio hiyo sasa. But the genesis of Mitumba, it started with the missionaries.
Kasuti, naona Adams anatingiza kichwa ni kama anakataa ile kitu umesema, lakini I don't know why we should even bother with this topic ya Mitumba, because look at the video, go back, look at the video. These guys are just blowing this thing out of proportion. If you look at what Raila Odinga said and what these people are saying, they are two completely different things. So I don't know even where they get the merit or the basis to go out there and kusema Raila Odinga is trying to kill your business. And he even issued a statement saying that whatever is being said out there is propaganda, and he clarified ya kwamba haendi kuua hizi biashara za watu. I think these guys are just desperate for something to speak. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Stemba. Mr. Makiadi, sorry, to Mr. Stemba. Hi, everybody. Yeah, before I continue, let me just correct my friend, Mr. Fred Kasuti. You're wrong. Why am I saying that? You have to understand the meaning of Mutumba. What is Mutumba? Before you go ahead giving your example, you must understand what you're talking about. Mutumba is used clothes. Used means it has been worn by somebody. No, so like Julia said, she normally takes her clothes to Goodwill. Those clothes that she takes there are not new. She has used them. So everything that is being sold at Goodwill stores in the United States are used. That is what we call Mutumba back home. I don't know whether Mutumba is a Swahili name, I don't know what, but Mutumba means used clothes. Missionaries, when missionaries came to Africa, the east coast of Africa, when they were spreading Christianity, they gave us or our people clothes. They were not Mutumba, they were new clothes. They didn't give us used clothes. They were new clothes. Just stop yelling. Listen. Learn the art of listening before you yell. You have to listen to me before you talk. They gave out new clothes. They were not used clothes. Mutumba is Mutumba, new clothes is new clothes. So those people gave to Africans new stuff. They were not used. That said, let me embark to the topic of today. I'm not going to talk about Kalonzo.
Adam, before you move on, just let me ask you, so missionaries to you, I mean, it's just an English word. Missionaries to you are the people who brought Christianity to Africa, right? And the people who come to to Africa to, you know, to do the goodwill thing and spread the gospel and not missionaries. Because I think from what I understand, Kasuti was trying to imply that there are these organizations, Christian organizations that come to Africa, even right now as we speak, and they come along with such gifts. You know, they come to Goodwill, they go to Goodwill, they pick up clothes here and there, and then they put them on a ship and, you know, send them to Africa.
No, that is not what I mean. Actually, understand what I'm talking about. The guy said that, Mr. Fred said that Mutumba is not a new thing. It started long ago, way back with the missionaries. So that is why I'm trying to bring into his head that it was not Mutumba back in the day. Whatever is happening, because those days we did not have, remember, in Africa, we didn't have Christianity. We had our own religion, right? We had our religion that we were following, African traditional religion, ATS, whatever, something like that. So these people, the Arabs and yeah, so they brought their religion. You know what we call Christianity, what we follow now that we are so much deep into. It's not our thing. It's foreign. Christianity, Hinduism, Islamic is not African religion. We have our own religion. So these people came to colonize us. So in that process, for Africans were so much resistant. They resisted like everything. If you remember in Kenya, we had something called the Nandi resistance. You remember, okay? So they were resisting so much. So they were trying to entice Africans with things like clothes, shoes, that kind of stuff, to bring them to bring them closer to them. They weren't Mutumba, they were new clothes. Mutumba just came the other day. So, but I agree with you, Makiadi, what is going on right now, those who go to Africa right now, taking clothes from Goodwill, I even know Kenyans, I know Kenyans who live here, who take those clothes from Goodwill, like they say they're gonna give them to charity, but when they reach home, they actually sell them. I know some two KESSES friends of mine who does the same business. They go in the name, we are taking them for free to naked children in Kenya, but when they reach there, those clothes are being sold in Darajambili market. I don't know the market day of Darajambili in KESSES where they sell them there. I know that for a fact.
Makiadi, you need to protect us. I think you didn't have to say KESSES, you didn't have to say Darajambili.
Yeah, that was unnecessary.
Just protect us.
Whole community.
Adams, you are leading yourself into a den. You are leading
Makiadi.
yourself into a den. I will not protect you next time. Go on.
Okay.
Can you withdraw that first?
Withdraw what?
The fact that you are branding.
No, just go on, Mise. He's well guided. Go on, Adam.
Okay, Mise, what I'm saying, these are my words. They're not yours. These people I'm talking about, you don't even know them. I'm the one who know them. So you listen, just relax, hold on your horses, sir. So that's what I mean. So whatever happens right now is different from what happened back then. You remember we have things like barter trade. During the barter trade, it was good for goods, you know? So those were not Mutumba, but what's happening right now is purely Mutumba. And by the way, people just need to understand, because if you see Ruto when Ruto was still in URP, there's a video clip, I have it in my phone. Ruto was saying, captured on video, it was going viral today, I don't know whether you guys saw it. He was really advocating in his public campaigns that when they get power, when they captured power, that is Ruto, URP and TNA, when they were coming together, they were saying that when they capture power, they were going to do away with Mutumba clothes and Mutumba shoes so that they promote the Kenyan-made, homemade clothes. He did that. But because today it came out from Raila's mouth, it is now, these people, you know, they have just this tendency, this character of just politicizing everything that Raila says, whether it is good, whether it is bad, they just have to come up with something. Because you remember that that manifesto was a 10-point agenda. These guys only managed to pick one. It's like you're in a classroom, the teacher is teaching, out of 10 topics, you only got one. Man, you're thick. You're thick. So this is the thing. these people are saying all this thing, but when everything is done and we start doing this business of textile and is now being promoted in Kenya, the same people will rush to those companies to get the biggest share, what we can call it the dog share, the lion share. They will go for it and they will venture into that business so much. So sometimes I think we just need to give them a benefit of doubt, let them talk, let them say whatever they want to say, but at the back of their mind, they know the truth. Somebody like Moses Kuria is that Kura is what it is. Kura is just Kura. I don't even know what I can say about Kura. Kura is just like that. So when I come to the polls, oh, you posted something there. When I come to the polls, Mr. Maked, I don't know. I see this thing running down here that Raila wins first round with 55%. I don't know where you guys. I don't know where you guys got that 55%. What I know, what I saw from Infotrack was 43 or 42 against 38. So I don't know where 55 is from. Maybe there are some things, it's some math that you guys did. It wasn't 55, it was 43.
It's a different poll. It's
Oh,
not it's not Infotrack.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for guiding me. I'm basing my facts on Infotrack, and that is the only one I got, and I can only base my reasoning on Infotrack. So according to Infotrack, they are saying that Ruto dropped 3 points, and Raila did not gain and he did not lose. So I think it has a lot to do with the choice of running mate, and a lot of people kind of became so much undecided. Like people are like, hey, Martha is good here. And this UDA thing is also here. I realize where can we be? So I think that the percentage of undecided is overwhelming. So where they will go? Most likely they are tilted towards Azimio side, and I think it's going to be a good thing on our side, of the political divide. So by and large, I don't want to say anything about the KESSES voters. KESSES, I know, is a constituency in Eldoret. I don't know what happened there. I don't know what happened there really. And I think we need to give Rigathi Gachagua, the mic more, and give it mic so they can talk. But Moses Kuria, man, Moses Kuria. I think there is nothing that we can say about Moses Kuria that can stop him. When Moses Kuria was sick, when he burned his legs with some crazy things from the internet, I went for treatment in Dubai, and Kenyans kept on reminding him that rest in peace, Musando, rest in peace, Musando. This guy never cared. He never cared. So there is no amount of words that can stop Moses Kuria. So sometimes I think we just need to let him be and listen to him, and maybe not give him audience. That way he may cool down. Let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adams. There's one thing you mentioned here that I also wanted to emphasize, the issue of KESSES. I had not spoken anything about that because I thought maybe it was not very, very important. But I want to specifically point out that the issue of KESSES comes against the backdrop that we also saw last time in elections in Tarbo constituency. And there was a time I pointed out here, and you remember there's a guy called Okwaro. I don't know if you remember the Jubilee nomination process in Tarbo constituency. There was a guy called Okwaro. I can't remember his other name, but this guy is a lawyer, and he was very famous. Or he ran for a Jubilee ticket in the nomination process and won against all the competitors. And there was a scheme. The people who came from Uasin Gishu, the leaders who come from Uasin Gishu County, schemed against him. They said this guy is not one of our own, and so they actually backed an independent. If I'm not wrong, I don't know if his certificate was withdrawn or there's something fishy that went. I believe they backed an independent candidate who was a native. And basically he ended up losing because he was fighting against all the Oscar Sudis and all the other MPs. This other guy that lost, I can't remember his name. So you look at that trend, and then now this is the same thing that is happening with the KESSES MP. What's his name? Anaitwa nani huyu? PK unamjua? The KESSES huyu ako na
Anaitwa
hospitali.
Mishra.
Yeah,
Anaitwa Mishra.
Mishra, the only trouble that Mishra is causing in KESSES is not because he wants to run against William Ruto. It's because he's not a native. That's the only thing that inafanya anapigwa pale. And I think that's one thing that people should really note, because if you look at Raila Odinga, most of us say here that ODM basically forces candidates on the electorate. But there's Shakir Shabir. Shakir Shabir is a Hindi, native Hindi, just like Mishra. But I think he felt that at some point he was being mistreated or being unfairly treated in ODM nomination, and he ran as an independent and won. You go and look at Junet Mohammed also. Junet Mohammed has been an MP for Suna for a while now. He's not a local, just people just voted for him because he agrees with the ideology. So this actually brings out the real character of William Ruto. As much as we people try to say that he's a national leader, he's portraying himself as a national leader, there's still that thing in him that is consistent. And that is why you see here, we tell Akina Julia, we come here and we discuss. People in Mount Kenya region, look at the leaders that are being propelled under the UDA ticket in Mount Kenya region. Julia wanawaitaga tugege. People, watu kama kina this MP ambaye alichaguliwa kwa by election, alienda akapatiwa nafasi kuongea kwa bunge, hakuna kitu hata aliweza kuongea.
Look at Gachagua Makiadi. If you're talking about MPs, angalia our running mates.
Look even at the running mate. Bwana Rais, aibu ya Rais. The only thing he said he can do, yeye atakuwa mtu ya yes sir. Angalia leaders wote wenye William, then go back to his end, angalia backyard yake. Angalia the people that professors, doctors, all that. This guy is trying to control the people that he kills politically the people that he thinks will be competitors. And then at his backyard anaogopa ile hit yenye itakuwa kwake, so huko anawaachia, you guys can decide whoever you want to appoint or whoever you want to elect. That's not my problem. And
actually,
this is what
actually this KESSES MP, the Buindi guy, you remember the Madoadoa remarks in Eldoret? They were referring to him.
Yeah, and so that's a genuine concern, and it also comes back. Mimi hata wewe ukitetea William Ruto, you look at even the way he split his government wakati alipatiwa 50. Look at the people he went to appoint. Even his own daughter, msichana wake mwenyewe, is I don't know what high commissioner ama ni nini in some country uka Poland. Alafu mnakuja kutuambia this is the guy you want us.
I think she's in Italy.
Sijui ni Italy, sijui ni Poland, sijui ni wapi.
Is it Poland?
It's Poland. Poland.
Yeah, so
what's wrong with that?
Just hold on. Let me give you time to do your submission as you address that.
Absolutely. It's just that. Thank you, Makiadi. I think while I've stayed. Good evening, everyone. I forgot to say that. I just listened carefully to what Adam keenly nowadays following what Adam says, and I'm also listening to what Professor Wajakoya says. You will quickly learn that the speech, the sentiments, and everything is confirms that Alex is a good student of Professor Wajakoya. One of the things that I heard when I came in, Alex was saying, Alex alluded that, the demons and of corruption and things that Wajakoya has been saying again and again. And I was asking Alex today that actually there is nothing wrong with Mtumba. I have personally bought Mtumba. I've personally sold Mtumba. And if you want good quality shirts, here you can tell me if you know good shirts, if you wear good shirts, good suits here in North America, it's very expensive and many people don't afford that. First. Second, those people, people like me, sometimes it's difficult to get the size, our size. And it's even easier and cheaper to buy good quality shirts in Mtumba. So I don't really see anything with Mtumba. I think one thing that is very consistent
What's the
is
size?
one thing that is very consistent is that it is not only the KESSES who have abused the system of people coming in the name of donation, but doing the opposite. But your example this evening was misleading because we cannot confirm whether what you are saying is true or not true. But that's what I wanted to say is not that. I just wanted to remind you that I am keenly following you, and I'm kind of liking Professor Wajakoya. I've read about him, and I think he has some content. And I think, Alex, your test of presidential candidate brings about a question that Nelson Mandela was once asked by one of the journalists or a media personality. And I was wondering, Alex, sorry, not Alex, but Adams, is it true that you believe that, anyway, let me leave that. But in terms of
No,
what,
go ahead, man.
I just remember I'll say it at towards the end. But in terms of what Ruto was saying, without criticizing what Ruto was saying, I think Ruto was alluding or preaching what he doesn't personally believe in. He was talking about loyalty. He was talking about civility within the civil service. And he was talking about people who who use leaders to ascend to positions and turn around and stab them from the back. And when he talked about the NSIS report, he says that he's the deputy president, and among those people who sit in the security, the National Intelligence Committee, he also sees the reports. And so what he was trying to say, I don't agree with him. I don't think he believes in it, but what he was pointing is right. I think the people in the civil service should begin to focus in delivering service to the people and leave politicians to politic. Alex, I don't like Ruto. He's a very corrupt man, but at the same time, 100% of what he says is not wrong. Sorry, 100 out of the 100% he says, maybe 2% is right. Maybe that's what I focus on. 99 or 98% could be wrong, but I do focus. I try to look at what he says and what has content in it. So in terms of polls that Ruto has dropped, this is something that is fluctuating. I think this should be a wake-up call for the Kenya Kwanza to work hard, because everything is working better and better for the Azimio, right from the choice of the running mate or the DP, and going on. GACHAGUA, like you said, it is a minus to the Kenya Kwanza whenever he's given a mic. It is a plus to the Azimio. And I believe the Kenya Kwanza should start realizing that they should leave GACHAGUA out of the public, from addressing the public. But again, we can all quickly know birds of the same feathers flock together. When I listen to the speech of William Ruto, when I look at the body language, the vigor, I find it the same. I find him and the the current deputy president, the same. So really, what we see is a replica of the deputy president. So I think Kenya Kwanza should be worried.
and should quickly act and mitigate the damage that continues to be caused by the deputy, the running mate of Kenya Kwanza, and make sure that Gashagua's mic has been taken. Wazime kabisa hiyo line yenye wanapea Gachagua, izimwe kabisa na wafanye wa short circuit Gachagua akuje kuongea baadaye. Kwa sasa I saw Edwin, I saw Shifuna saying kwa nini wananyima Gachagua mic, wacha wamlete hapa aongee. So this evening, as I close, there are things that are worrying me with Adam's preferred candidate, who said that he will suspend the constitution for 6 months. He will smoke at State House as a gesture of smoking out the demons of corruption. And he will protest, he is protesting against corruption by wearing a durag. So Adams, if I may ask you, is this the kind of principles and ideologies that you impress, that you tell people to drink water when you are drinking wine? Because if your presidential candidate is saying that he will only smoke when he wins, but yet is advocating it, don't you think that is misleading the public? Because there are many people like you, Adams, who are keenly following him and might go ahead and attempt to smoke before even the election comes. What measures has your presidential candidate put in place so that these people don't take an early test before he wins the election? Thank you.
Can I reply?
1 minute.
You know, next time when you want to ask me a question, don't make it funny, because you make me laugh until I lose my point. Mr. Wajakoya, when you talk about suspension of the constitution, you shouldn't doubt. He is one of the best, the topmost brilliant legal minds you can ever find in Lower Sahara, the northern side of the River Limpopo, my friend. He's one of the best. Did you see his viral CV? You never see that anywhere, even in North America. So he knows what he's talking about. You guys are talking and advocating for Mutumba, yet the good prof just told you guys when he gets power, he's going to come up with business of selling snakes and weed, because China is making a lot of money in that. This guy is going to commercialize snakes, which I know if you find them, you just kill them and burn them. So he was trying to be, innovative. You have to understand the spirit of innovation, So it is in that regard that Professor, actually, the weird thing, Misa, let me tell you something. Don't mislead the public. There is something called medical marijuana. That is what the guy is talking about. It is here in America. For you to get it, you have to get a doctor's prescription. It is not just going around smoking like a headless chicken. Thank you.
Stony PK, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Bwana Makiadi, and thank you, Adams, for that. Misa, my brother, have no fear. Here in New Jersey, tunanunua kwa counter, but you have to have a prescription. And you know what? America is ahead of the world. They realized this thing, the business is so huge and it's being done under the table. So the best is you sell it and give the government tax out of that business. Now they are booming. Anyway, let me come quickly to Wajakoya. He's one of my best. Because number one, he says what I would want Baba to do. Number one is, if Baba gets in, I am one of those who is advocating of suspension of the constitution for at least 6 months to deal with thieves, to deal with thugs, put measures together. Ule anataka kuhama Kenya, ahame kama ni mwizi. That would be the best. Ruthlessly, like what Singapore did. They thank the first president of Singapore for what he did. He put 4 measures, 4 pillars that have made Singapore stand like this. Even the possession of any property acquired through public money. That should be done. Inaitwa kutoa mali ya kuiba. So I am for Wajakoya, only that I know Wajakoya doesn't have big following, but I might vote for him 2027. For now, I want him to spare. And he supports Baba. That's why I like him. He said the best of the people before he had said he would contest. He kept on supporting Baba. And he even said Baba is a bit soft. That was the only problem Wajakoya has with Baba. Because Wajakoya is ruthless with thieves. And that is what Kenya needs. Like what Jerry Rawlings did in Ghana. Jerry Rawlings killed his Ghanaian. He said, I feel bad about it, but I don't regret. He was asked that, and he said, I don't regret having them massacred, shot in public, because they stole, and they were so corrupt. But I feel bad because they are my brothers, and I had to do that. Thank you, Bwana Makiadi.
Kasuti, 1 minute.
Yeah, me, I just want to ask my brother Mishi, why are you saying the cabinet secretaries, they should maintain working and they avoid politics? And yet, why now? Why you didn't say that in 2017? Why only now you are just insisting that cabinet secretaries, they should keep off politics? If that is the case, I don't know. So you can, at least you can explain to me why now? Why now?
I'll say 1 minute. Hold on, Mise. I'll say 1 minute.
There was this issue about Mitumba, and you remember KK campaign in Western, where they were talking to people who are, you can see more, majority of them are the ones you see are really poor, and then wanaanza kusema ati wanataka nyinyi watu wa chini mtembee uchi. Now from the talk
Western,
that
Western, we are not poor, my friend. Tulitoka kwa ngozi kitambo bwana.
KK were in Kakamega. Kasuti, I think you are in somewhere in Middle East. KK were in Kakamega. They were campaigning and they started attacking Baba regarding the Mitumba business. And the speakers, Malala included, Wetangula was there, DVD were there. They were telling the people that, look, from August, from September, mtapata nguo za kuvaa. Kwa nini? Mitumba will be stopped. And nyinyi watu wa chini, you rely on Mitumba. That was their point. Now, what I'm trying to say here is that the word Mitumba is not really just nguo peke yake. It is not. It is Mitumba. It seems, I think, the way I understand it, simply means second hand, not freshly new. And that's why even I think in some of the cars, sometimes people refer to them as Mitumba, the ones with second-hand cars that we import from Japan and the other countries, from Dubai and the like.
No, sir, thank you. I would really liked us to go past this debate of Mitumba issue, because we are even arguing on the point of propaganda. You know what Raila Odinga said. Everyone here knows what Raila Odinga said. So we are giving this thing fodder for nothing. Roberto, 1 minute.
Yes, I just want to correct Miss Nataka kumwambia we cannot allow, as a Kenyan citizen, I don't want to allow you to hide your running mate, because there is there's a slight chance that he could be my vice president. So I need him to keep on talking so that I get used to him as a vice president. So that one, take it to the bank. We are not going to allow. We need him on the mic. Secondly, I want to echo Stone PK's sentiment. Well, let's forget about this Mitumba issue, because it's a very painful thing. We all know, and let's not dwell on the politics of UDA. Those are just. I'll come to make my final remarks later. So let me hand it back to Makiadi.
Alex, 1 minute. We want to start taking our closing remarks.
You know, I was surprised. Where is Madam Julia? I don't know where Madam Julia went. Teacher Julia. I was surprised.
Alex, we are at the back with Julia, so don't worry where she is.
No, whatever I'm saying, it's not hapa hakuna mtu anakupigania Julia. Julia ni mwalimu na she's very decent, so I think you should be decent too. So Julia, what I was trying, I was surprised that Kasuti doesn't know when Mitumba came to Kenya. Kasuti, unaishi Western. There was a time in Kenya, if you were found with a second-hand cloth, ungeenda jela for more than 10 years. And I said it yesterday, those times, we used to go and get clothes from Uganda, hata hizi vitenge, sandak, and all that. The hub was in Uganda. You get it from there, inakuja na magendo through Busia, Malaba. By the time inafika Kisumu, Mapanya routes, there were many. But what really made Mitumba to become fashionable is 1992, when our economy collapsed. And Moi started demanding money from Indians to campaign because Moi needed money. Now the people who had a monopoly for clothes, after today, if you go to in Nairobi, whereby you do window shopping, most of those areas, before the Garissa lodges came, all these things were owned by Indians. Na ungeenda kununua kaunda suit moja hivi, more than your salary. If you ever worked in Kenya, you can know that. Buying a suit and a tie from Kawaindi was very expensive. And that is when we started seeking for an alternative. So Mitumba never came with missionaries. In fact, it was illegal in Kenya. You could go into jail. Ilikuwa inaitwa magendo. If you could be found with anything from Uganda or Tanzania, you will go to jail. So they coined the name Mitumba so that the name Magendo could be taken away, because during Moi's time, Magendo was it's like a felony. You remember that, Kasuti? So there was no Mitumba, but there was Mitumba in Uganda and Tanzania. But in Kenya, it was abolished.
In fact, Chebukube is in my county, my friend. So why should I?
Then why are you surprising us by saying
No,
that Mitumba came with the missionaries?
What I said that when this notion of donation started, it's where people now realize that kumbe tunaweza fanya hii kitu kama biashara. Hapo ndipo watu wakaanza vitu, nguo zinakuja. Hiyo nayo tukubali. Nguo zinakuja with not those mission. When I say missionaries, even now mission is still going on. Hata sisi tunatoa nguo.
Now you have clarified that you are talking about donation, which were not necessarily second-hand clothes. Donations were in many other forms. Now the other thing, Makiadi, Makiadi, the other thing I was saying is this debate about Mutumba, we are the ones who have degenerated it to what they are saying. I wish we could flip it again to our advantage, because the reason Mitumba came is the collapse of Kikomi, Rivertex, and Raymond. Why did they collapse? Because of the cronies of Moi. How are the cronies of Moi? They were talking like Rigathi Gachagua. They were going to State House to eat rice and forgetting to manage factories and industries. And that is why they are still telling people that we don't want independence. Nyinyi mutakuja tuwapeleke huku parastato ingine ambassadorio. They want to reward people for not being contesting, for refusing to contest in politics. So they are going to take rejects and put them in parastato. And that is how we went from, East African industries to whereby now we depend even toothpick from outside. So I think we should flip the debate. How did this Mitumba come? Because you are not capable of managing. And the mindset and the mentality of Moi is the same as that of Ruto. The way Moi managed KANU is the same way Ruto is managing UDA. I think the issue of Mitumba ni sisi tuna go with their narrative. Otherwise, we can flip it up and it can Ruto will stop, because right now, as I said before, they are on the defense. We are strikers. You strike, Raila tu anasema ni ya watu wamekufa, they talk for 10 days. He doesn't have to say anything. So I think we must flip the debate. The debate is good. We are talking about industrialization in the end. Thank you.
Okay, I think we are almost hitting the 9th hour. So kama kawaida tungependa pia tuweze kutamatisha show. Nitafanya hivi leo, nitawapatia dakika 2. Kesho ni Friday, sasa tutakuwa na wakati mwingi, labda ama ni Thursday, sorry, nakimbiza masiku kweli. Kesho ni Alhamisi, so nitawapatia at least dakika 2 utoe maoni yako, jaribu kutoa prediction yako ya kesho, ndio tuweze kufunga show. Na nitaanza na Lawrence, dakika zako 2 na prediction.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
so as I can respond to the question Kasuti asked, what was the question again, so that I prepare to respond when my time comes? Kasuti.
I ask that why is it now that you people you are claiming CSS should keep off from politics? Why now?
Lawrence, endelea.
Okay, yeah. I say thank you also for this channel, Mutembe TV. Is here and is usually educating Kenyans, not only in politics but in every side, life, whatever. So we really appreciate you guys, and more inspiring others. Again, I don't have any predictions today. I've been so busy, so I'm waiting to hear from you. Thank you.
Yani Lawrence, uwezi kuguess ni nini unaona itatokea katika ulingo wa siasa siku ya leo. Ni sawa.
Okay.
Unataka kusema kitu?
Leo ama proceed?
No, ni sawa. Wacha nikuje chini kwa naona Stony pekee yuko. Fred Kasuti, dakika 2.
Yeah, mi nitamalizia na kuaddress Julia, my dear. Unakumbuka issue ya Kaboko? Atimudhie mwekele doe. Ila aliambia wamama wavae panti zikiwa zimeandikwa nini? Chupi. So hizi ndio kazi Kuria anafanya saa hii. Anaenda kuvaa panti kwa kichwa. So anaelekea tu kwa ile njia ya Kaboko. Na as from today, unajua sisi tuko Thursday already. Naona things are going to take different dimension, because mambo sio vile watu wanavyofikiria. Unasema neno moja, wanakaa wameiongelea wiki mzima, wanatupea allowance ya kufanya campaign. Unajua sasa wamekosa agenda, na wao ndio wameshinda wakituambia wako na agenda. Let us see how things are going to unfold. Thank you. See you later.
Asante Fred. Roberto, dakika 2, prediction.
Mimi, I don't think I would want to predict anything. Yesterday I predicted and I fell flat, mbali sana. So I don't want to mess myself on that. The only thing I would want to mention is that, and it is with the reference to the KESSES candidate. In this modern day and age, we need to shun tribalism, nepotism, and all manner of discrimination. Let us not give that any space in our society. It's really detrimental to the growth of the national, our social fabric. So without fear, I would want to castigate that kind of approach. And having said that before on this forum, I had a very tough talking characters who are supporters of the DP warning me that Ruto is watching, what have you. Those are just kelele ya chura. We are past the age of being threatened, and the constitution protects us. The only thing that can happen is disappearance without trace, of which as Kenyans we are very ready, as long as we are defending the values of our nation. Thank you for that.
Asante sana Roba. Nilikusikia mchana ukiteta sana hapa. Nilisikia jamaa amekutisha sana na kuambia uchunge laini, lakini hizo ni vitisho tu, Sijui mnaulizana nini na William Ruto. Hakuna kura ya urais unatafuta. These people should know they are enemies. We are just here kupiga siasa na tunawachana, kila mtu anaenda zake. Julia, dakika zako 2.
Okay, asante Makiadi. I want to address, I think, 2 things. First, I want to take what Alex has said. We should turn this debate of Mtumba. You know, these guys believe in a handout economy, wheelbarrow economy. And somebody said, I think it's Makiadi, that they would rather have Tugegesi in Mount Kenya region. Why? Because Ruto believes in working with people whom he can enslave. I'm telling you, even in the Rift Valley, North Rift, he doesn't really like those guys when wanaka kama wako prominent, kama they can stand on their own. He wants that kind of a culture. So we must tell Kenyans, this guy wants you to remain down there at the bottom, wearing mutumba, working with wheelbarrows, and what have you. That's what we need to tell Kenyans. So I think we need to enlighten Kenyans on that. And Baba wants to promote Kenyans, to promote them from wearing mitumbas to the economy where we are selling our own products, our own textile, clothes, and all that. Now, the other thing I would like to say is about this, the opinion polls. Why the opinion polls are changing is because Ruto doesn't believe what he says. He doesn't even believe in what he says. KKA is just a lie. KKA is not taking us anywhere. His Kenya Kwanza thing, they don't have any agenda. I watched him, I think today when he was, I don't know if it's today, alikuwa Northeastern. He lost words. And at one time he says, Atam now na opinion poll. He's losing it. So I think we hope to see changes in this opinion poll, and I think Baba is going to gain more, because you cannot be able to ride on a lie. You cannot ride on a lie for a long time. In fact, I think at times you keep reminding yourself, what did I say? What am I supposed to say? Because what did I say yesterday? Maybe he got to replay what he says so that he can remember. He can tell you what to say the next day. So that's the kind of a person William Samoei Ruto is. So Roberto, I don't know who threatened you, but I think Ruto has bigger problems than Roberto. He has far much bigger problems than you. And I think if someone can come to this station and to this studio and threaten somebody, that is absurd. Otherwise, my prediction, Makiadi, is that I want to make a long-time prediction. Alex, you said something about Matiang, but I'm telling you, Alex, whether Kenyans like it or not, whether the politicians like it. Did you see what happened when Mother was when Baba was pronouncing Mother as his running mate? Did you see that people demanded that Matiang address them? So there's a population of Matiang fanatics that is rising, and I can tell you I'm one of them. Matiang fanatics is rising. So because Matiang doesn't have to tell us that I can do this, we have seen what he can do, and Kenyans are tired and fed up of people who cannot perform. So there is a population across the country of Matiang fanatics, and in fact, woe unto the person who would compete against Matiang in a presidential race, because that person would lose miserably. Because this time Kenyans would vote not on tribe, but because they believe, Kenyans think Matiang can do anything in this country, can transform anything, can change anything, can succeed in anything. That's what Kenyans look at him. So me, I belong to that group of Matiang fanatics. And my prediction, Makiadi, is a future prediction that if God gives us a long life, all of us here, we live to see a Matiang presidency. For tomorrow, I think Kenya Kwanza will continue doing their little drama, talking about Mitumba and Kuria doing his stupid things. So my suggestion is that Kuria is taken to see a psychiatric doctor, and naomba Wakenya wote, hii KK haina anything. Now you can see that KK has nothing to offer you. I don't know whether it's KK or UDA or UDAKU. I don't know what you want to call them. Kwa hivyo nawaomba nyote mvuke sakafu, kwa maana serikali ijayo ni ya Baba the Fifth. Asante Makiadi.
Thank you, Julia. I think you're turning into a prophet now, which is a good thing for the show. Long-time predictions pia si mbaya. Stony PK, dakika mbili alafu tuende kwa Adams.
Thank you very much, our moderator, Bwana Makiadi. My one single statement is that, number one, the most unfortunate thing that has ever happened to this country, because we are not a nation yet. This country has had a misfortune. The biggest mistake that has ever happened is to ever have DP in the name of Mr. Ruto. It's a serious accident that has happened to this nation. It will have long-term impact, and we are still having that. Then it's even getting worse by having him as a presidential candidate. It is a serious thing that generations will live to remember. And we pray that he doesn't get into echelons of power. Then lastly, I would say what Julia has said, it's really critical, because we are looking at, slowly Kenyans are moving towards performance. It doesn't matter where you come from, but that needs to be now accelerated by Baba in his era. That is when he will be able to open those doors, so that now Kenyans can flow in towards that direction. It will be the time when people will be able to appreciate performance from wherever. And I agree with Julia that some of these guys are really shaping up very well, and Kenyans are seeing. Matiang'i, as much as thugs, crooks start saying, oh, ati huwa anajipiga kifua, anajidai mkali. This is thugs na crooks na cartels that always go against that. But normal mwananchi admires Matiang'i because he's a performer. In that category, I have Wajakoya. Okay, I would have Wajakoya in my cabinet or in my system. Even if he doesn't make it as a president, I would want him in my team if I was Baba. The same with Karua. These are people that Kenya is so lucky to have. Ngilu, Mureithi, the one heading Baba's campaign team, Akina Kivuda, and many others. We have a set of guys that when Baba takes over, they will be able to transform and translate this country into the next stage. And honestly, I'm seeing and I'm predicting long term, like Julia, not very long term, but after 9, which is very near, that this country, we can make a leap in 3 years that will be so impacting. Kenyans who are naysayers will just be saying, haiwezekani, but I'm sure itawezekana. I know with the concerted effort of these kind of guys, and I wish Baba could suspend the constitution for 6 months for us to achieve that. Thank you very much.
Stony pekee hiyo yako ni hatari.
Hiyo ndio inahitajika Kenya, bro. I'm telling you.
When you say suspend the constitution, utaingiza watu wengine baridi, eh?
You know, the thing is, that's the truth. Kenya, corruption is embedded, iko kwa damu. Mtu anakuambia ati corruption, enda polepole. Unaniambia niende polepole na we ni mwizi. Niende polepole nishike nani? I get you. I get hold of you straight away.
That's thank you, Stony
But
PK.
that's true. PK, sorry, Makiadi. We need just like 10 Matiangs. Unaona? I'm telling you, Matiang, ebu angalia nyinyi watu. Matiang asked us to move from analog to digital. Tukakaa tukigojea ati atadu. The next day we woke up, you people maybe you are in America, but we woke up, we found we had no TV. The TVs, akatuambia, you are joking with me? You'll wake up tomorrow morning, you'll not see your TV. We woke up, we didn't find TV. Matiang'i went to the education sector. Kulikuwa na hiyo leakage ya exam and all that. 2015 was the worst, the year 2015. And then Matiang'i said, okay, what is this leakage? Matiang'i first sacked the NEC bosses. That's what he decided. He put structures in the schools and he told the education directors in the counties that nyinyi ndio mnasimamia mtihani, akawapatia container na police na key, and there was only one key for that exam. And he said, if that key disappear, you disappear from Kenya too. If I hear that you lost that key, you too get lost. That is what he told those guys. Then he said, so the police were no longer having the exam. He knew the principals and the teachers were the ones helping the cheating. So what did Matiang'i do? He chased the teachers from the school. He said teachers cannot be in school when the exam is going on. And then he told the principal and the deputy principals, you are the supervisors of those exams. Nisikie mtihani imeibiwa kwa shule yako, hata wewe upotee Kenya. That was the end. And Kenyans woke up in 2016 thinking they were going to cheat. Na kwambia wale watoto walipita hiyo exam walikuwa wana
You are muted.
He's a performer. What else do you want, Kenyans? Matiang'i is a performer. We need 10 Matiang'is.
Asante Julia. Asante Julia. Sometimes I think you might be a good manager and not a good politician. So Matiang'i might be a good manager.
No, Makiadi, I'm not going to pay attention to you. We need performers. We don't want useless politicians who wants to be sung for. Hatutaki tumechoka.
You see, it's okay, I agree with you, but you see, so many good managers might not have the political clout that surrounds the current politicians. Na jana nilisikia juzi kuna mtu alikuwa anasema hapa lazima ukuwe na stronghold ndio run for president. So Alex, ukitupatia closing remarks zako utatuambia kama stronghold ya Matiang'i inaweza muelevate to the point whereby he can be a president. Adams, karibu.
Kenya. Kenya, stronghold ya Matiang'i.
Akina Julia, akina PK, Kenya, stronghold si wa Kisii, na msiongelee Matiang'i hapa mkimwangalia kama Mkisii.
Juliet alituambia stronghold yake ni Facebook.
Juliet alone. Look at Matiang'i. When you hear me singing Matiang'i, no, ask yourself how many Kenyans are singing Matiang'i. Msimwongelee hapa mkisema ati ni Mkisii. Msimwongelee hapa. Hakuna Ukisii hapa. Matiang'i is our hero. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Kisses is a performance. Amen.
Yeah. Adams, tupatie closing remarks.
Okay. Thank you, Julia, for the earthquake. That was the earthquake. If you're still waiting for another earthquake from Julia, there's no more. That was the earthquake. It's gone. All right. Now, and Makiadi, by the way, what your last statement you just made now, you said you can be a good manager and not a good politician. A good politician cannot be a good manager. But you know what? We have people who have the both combination. A good politician and a good manager. So most likely Matiang'i is one. He has both the two traits with him. Matiang'i has done tremendously well in his assignments. He has only failed one exam. The rest exams he has passed. The only one which he has failed is restoring peace in what's the Uko inaitwaje? Uko Baringo, where people kill each other on the other side. I know he has
Elgeyo Marakwet. It's called Elgeyo Marakwet.
He has tried his best, but ameshindwa getting those guys unarmed. Ameshindwa hapo, but I saw him today. He did a mega reshuffle of the police force. Maybe there's a strategy of doing it. Maybe. because he's known for that. Okay, now let me go ahead. This is what I'm saying about, let me start with polls. From today, moving forward, we only have 2 months and maybe 60 something days, 2 months. Let me tell you, I don't see anywhere where William Ruto will rise up again and beat Baba in the polls. He's done. He will just lag. He'll just be trailing him. He will trail him. It will take a miracle for him to beat him again in the polls. He may come closer to the extent whereby just maybe 1% different, the closest it can come, 0 point something. But going over him again is almost, the probability is almost zero, because look at where Ruto has come from his politics years back. But this guy just overtaken him. It's just the other day. So for Ruto to pass Raila Odinga now, moving forward with these 60 days, will take him a miracle. And this one make him so mad. That was so mad, because he know the guy is competing. So that is my prediction, part of it. It is my prediction. I don't want to say it's long term like you guys say. My prediction is continuous. It's a continuous thing. Our prediction. Okay. Ruto's followers need salvation, and their savior is Raila Odinga. These people need to get saved. Their savior is Raila Odinga, the only person who can save them from the quagmire and the traps that they are in, that brainwashed. This guy is the only one who can save them. I'm not going to talk about Mutumba, but I'm only going to talk about the undecided voters. Undecided voters are most likely to go or tilt towards Raila Odinga, though some of them will go to UDA. But the number or the percentage of, if you check both polls, the number or the percentage of undecided voters are very, very huge. Misa here, my friend, is one of them. If you look at the way Misa talks, it's neither this way, it's neither this way. He's undecided. He represents them in the show, which is good. The show is balanced. So this number, the likes of Misa of this world are so many. They are more than 18%. So we really, really need to fight very hard and get them on our side. Lastly, I also support Matiang'i, and of course, the good Professor Wajakoya is not going to win this election. But how I wish that the docket during the time when Baba proclaimed Martha Karua is his running mate, he said she's going to be the DP and she's going to be in charge of the Justice and Constitutional Affairs Office. I could go ahead today and voice my concern that when they form, it is a question of when, not if, when they form the government, let them extend an olive branch, their hand, let them extend their hand to Professor Wajakoya, and Wajakoya get that docket of Justice and Constitutional Affairs so that we can suspend this damn constitution for 6 months and we take people to jail. Kalonzo Musyoka built some jail somewhere. I don't know where it built. We need to take people to that jail, and we need to hang not so many people. We only need to hang like 2-3 politicians, corrupt, only 2 or 3, not so many people, just 2. And this is the done deal. We need people like Wajakoya and Professor Kibutas of this world. We will be good to go. I think Kenya is in the right direction, and with the Baba government, the economy of Kenya is going to be revitalized and it's going to change. It's going to be a game changer. Countries across Africa will use Kenya as an example when Raila Odinga and Martha Karua ascends to power. May the good Lord bless all of you. Till next time. Bye.
Okay, Asante Adams, Alex.
Makiadi, let me start by a sense of humor. Somebody said you look like Makiadi. Na iko mtu alisema pia Martha ako na damu ya Waluya. So I'm connecting huko na damu ya Waluya, ya Wakongo. Martha ako na ya Waluya. I think we are set off. Iko msichana hapa kwa comment section amesema Patrice, umuimbie wimbo yake Patrice. Umeona Umeona hiyo request?
Hata sijaona. Unajua hizi comments zinakuja zikiwa zimefuatana na ninafanya vitu mingi
Kama
hapo nyuma.
anasikia wacha tena aweke hiyo request. Hiyo songs anazijua, lakini hiyo yenye amesema leo, I can't wait to hear that. But I was going to give a different submission, but my final, but I changed since you asked about Matiang'i. 2017, we are in Kisii. We are disappointed Baba's win has been taken. We are in a popular place in Kisii town, and Baby Pendo has been shot, and on a round table, people started speaking bad about Matiang'i. And I reminded them that Kalonzo doesn't make decision quickly. Raila wamesemanga apeani pesa raisi. Uhuru at that time, he had already shown the worst to the country. He was scratching his butt in front of cameras. Ruto, we all knew he had all these problems. And I also said Matiang'i has only done one mistake, but the future looks bright for him. And somebody threw a bottle, had I not, unajua ile yenye unapenya kidogo hivi, that bottle could have hit me, just because I said Matiang'i has a bright future. And that is true. Matiang'i has a bright future, and his stronghold is not Kisii. Like Martha Karua, his stronghold is not Wakikuyu. In fact, I always say here, Kirinyaga rejected him, and that is the truth. The stone that the builders refused must be the cornerstone. When you have to fly higher than everybody, you have to be clipped off when others are lying to themselves that they're also flying. So as I said that day, I think I've been exonerated, not because I liked Matiang'i as a person. From 2013 to 2017, it was a big disappointment in terms of being a sycophant of some things. But on the other hand, the ministries that he was given, it was very effective. You know, mgala muue lakini mpe haki yake. It was very effective. But I think there is something about Baba. When you start working with Baba, all of a sudden that miasma, there is something that permeates you, and you start reasoning, you know, like a nationalist. And I think that is what was lacking in Matiang'i's side. My only fear about Matiang'i is the forces. And this is the biggest fear for me in Baba's presidency. Chris Hani was killed because he predicted that the liberators of ANC one day are going to spin Mercedes-Benz and become like the apartheidists. And you know what? Chris Hani was killed right away because he didn't want to negotiate with, you know, the cabals who are the apartheid sympathizers. And I foresee, I feel like there's a clique of people, and I will name them, the Mbadis. I want them away from Baba. I want some people to surround Baba that will help Baba to choose the people that you have proposed here. But if the Junets and the, no, Junet is not, Junet is just a podium guy. There are those people ambayo tunaogopanga within Orange House. That group needs to be dismantled in order for us to have a national cabinet whereby Julia will be happy, my friend Mise here will be happy, bangi ikikuwa legalized, kazi yake itaenda chini, tunajua, because most of their jobs unajua ni kushika petty offenders, mtu amechapa puff moja, alafu mnapeleka hao jela. For us to have that lean, clean government and cabinet, honestly, we must speak earlier that there is a clique within ODM that when Julia said that Kalonzo may hijack Baba, no, there is a one that we need to fear most. And we fear talking about it. And I know Adams will argue with me, but I will say it. Baba's stronghold has never and will never be Luo Nyanza. And that is why Baba beats them hands on. When we sit down and start looking who cuts across, Baba's stronghold is everywhere. Unaona? Since his stronghold is Kenya, and Kenya is his stronghold, I think now there's a clique within Baba that we need to dismantle and make Kenya a better place. As my future prediction, Martha Karua takes over Baba, but I still see Sifuna's Sifuna star rising. Sifuna is the only star who is able to debate in the next Senate. I don't see anybody. Mutula is gone. Sakaja is gone. Many have gone. The only person that will be incapable to debate and be able to hold that house into sanity, I think will be Sifuna, and as Sifuna becomes the natural deputy for Martha Karua. Unless we remember what Moi said, Nilot can't be a president and another Nilot. Bantu can't be and another Bantu. Kibaki aliharibu hiyo akachoose Bantu, but going forward, I think it will be Nilot, Bantu, Nilot. It can't be Bantu.
Alex, you said I'm going to disagree with you. I'm not disagreeing. I agree with you. What you said is just true. Baba's stronghold is Nairobi, and people should know that Raila Odinga is a Nairobi politician. He has never vied for anything in Luo Nyanza. He has done his politics in Nairobi ever since he was born up to date. His stronghold is Nairobi. That is why all the previous 3 presidents of Kenya, including Uhuru Kenyatta sitting now, none of them has ever managed to beat Raila Odinga in Nairobi. None.
Not Chad in Jerusalem.
Asante sana Alex. Mi sijui ni kwa nini mna predict maneno ya Matiang'i na Martha Karua na bado hatujapambana na Ruto. You are dismissing this guy very early. 5 years to come atakuwa amejipanga bado. Usifikiria ataenda kwa usingizi.
No. Makiadi, let me tell you something. The line we are taking now is that first, we are very tired of this corruption thing and all story of blah, 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 blah. It's very disappointing to wonder why Ruto has the audacity to vie for presidency. It's even the discussion on corruption is a very painful discussion in this country. So we only need Baba to be president and work with Mother. But after that, it will be so hard for Ruto to say something about presidency. It will be so hard, Makiadi. It will be so hard. It will be like, yani itakuwa ngumu.
It's okay. I agree with you. But you should always hold on, Robert. You should always understand that the reason why we have Kenya Kwanza Alliance and Azimio is because there is a difference in the way people address corruption. And if corruption, the dragon of corruption will not be slayed by Martha Karua and Raila Odinga, then even the coming election tutakuwa na wezi pande moja na watu wazuri pande hiyo ingine. That is the ideology that brings a difference between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Mise, dakika mbili.
Just before Mr. comes in, just 1 minute, Mr. I just wanted to mention something about my Kiadi saying that why are we dismissing Ruto and we have not even won the election. Makiadi, I want to tell you there are things that some of us don't see. We can talk politics and play politics, but there are things that we do not sometimes discuss. And that is, the minute Baba gets into power, one thing I can guarantee you, and I hope we will still be communicating 10 years to come, Ruto's star will never, ever rise. Ever. You can take that to the bank. He might have mastered some kind of following, but other than Baba coming into power, there are succession politics that are going to be played out immediately he gets to power. And that power can never go to one William Ruto. It will take a while before Rift Valley are to master somebody to take over power. And if anything, the person who is likely to come back strongly is going to be one Gideon Moi.
Yes,
Like it or
that's
not,
correct, Roberto.
they are not going to allow him to rise. And the Kalenjin community are people who such that if once William is silenced totally, they will rally behind any one of their own. So I'm just praying that Azimio wins, but at the same time I fear for the career of one William Ruto.
Okay, Robert,
Because
I know Alex wants to say something. Before he says something, Makiadi, Ruto is riding on Uhuru Ruto thing. I'm telling you, that is what she is riding on. And that is why it has been so hard to remove the Kikus from that Uhuru Ruto thing. And now, the only thing, people are still tribal. Once they see Mother rising, I'm telling you, Ruto will be a forgotten thing. Tutarudia yule msemo wa Mutahi Ngunyi that Kikuyus you can only rent them, you cannot buy them. That is what's going to happen. And that will be the end of the story of William Samoei Ruto.
Yeah, now to finish up, I want to say that
Roba, usi nilikupatia dakika mbili. You're opening the debate again.
Yeah. No. Now, let me just finish by saying the number of corruption cases that are going to be devil Ruto are going to be so many that he will never rise. And Baba is the only person and Martha Karua who can take him head on, regardless of his political prowess and political backing of other communities.
Alex, ni sawa, dakika moja tumalize na mise.
I think we should have a special show and debate on the speech of Baba on that day. That speech is going to be like I Have a Dream and other famous speeches that were prophetic, when those who were giving those speeches did not realize. Before Martin Luther died, he said, I have seen, and the next day he was shot. The speech that Baba gave that day in unveiling Martha Karua, he started, this is the 7th election in the multi-party. In the Bible, that was the end of creation. We are building a new Kenya and a new earth. A prophetic and a clear statement. And what was interesting about that day is Kalonzo and Gideon were missing conspicuously. God allowed it to be there. Whoever you saw on that stage, thank God Matiang'i was there. And people demanded was the future. That was the end of Nyayo era. Death of Nyayo era. Never to rise again. From now on, we are building a new Kenya. Gideon Tawe, Kalonzo Tawe, moving forward. That is it. If there is anything we have to talk, the Tawe we are saying is the KANU era. Gone, finished, moving forward. The people you saw on that stage are our leaders. And he used another term, I am Moses. The person who took over was Joshua. There was no question about it. Joshua will take over with Martha Karua. So after that, we don't know. But it was clear succession politics played over that. We'll debate that future when we have white hair in our private part, Mr. Miss.
Thank you for your Adventist perspective.
Okay, Mise.
Thank quickly, you, and I hope Makiadi, you are going to give me a humble time. But it is interesting that Prophet Alex has decided to diminish the existence of other very symbolic women in the Bible, like Esther, Ruth, Abigail, a woman who is described by the Bible as a woman with brains and beauty, and replaced mother with Joshua. So I am so impressed with the optimism here. I wish our leaders would do the same, embrace the same, and see our nation as a country that requires a paradigm shift in leadership of selflessness, and not leadership of selfishness. So I think one thing that I have to acknowledge, if I'm a Christian and if I embrace the same approach that Alex has used, then I would be persuaded to think that everything and anything under the earth happens for a reason. And so Ruto is one person who will go down in history as a man who triggered a lot of changes to happen, especially during the electioneering period. And so I would then go ahead and argue that Ruto is the best thing that ever happened to our country, that brought very brought sharp changes to our country. It is this time of Ruto that we have seen at least most agencies, government agencies, trying to implement Chapter 6 of the Constitution, trying to practice integrity by verification of their academic credentials and making sure that they are not from River Road or from elsewhere. It's IBC acting and making sure that they are weeding out people, unlike in the past. They have put means and measures in place to stop the presidency that has been that is perceived to be the president of thieves. And so I think it's the best thing that has happened to our country, and that we should be grateful and as much as also be appreciative that Ruto has brought or has triggered that change. So in terms of what my friend here who left asked about the civil servant being involved into politics, I think that is diversion and digression of their duties and responsibilities. I mean, politics, there's no politics without money. And so if you are a civil servant who is aiming to vie for a position in the future, then you are compelled by this circumstance that you must have or amass wealth for you to be able to give people kidogo to elect you. And so you steal from the people. The time that you're supposed to be in the office, the time that you're supposed to serve, you use it elsewhere for your side hustles to raise funds in order to channel that towards your political ambition. So I think we should be whoever comes to power, if it's Baba, should be very careful and see if people are working or they are busy becoming entrepreneurs. Now, in terms of Mitumba, I think, like Themba says, let us continue talking. Let us have a debate on this. And the moment we continue talking, we'll find a solution. I remember sometimes back, I worked I was sent to work as a contractor at EPZ. And I missed something and I was locked in EPZ. And I went there around 9 in the morning and they locked me up to around 5 in the evening. And so I was forced to think under difficult circumstances. But in the process, I was allowed to walk around the factory and I realized how production is done. If you come to Canada, you go to a store, find a jeans that is made in Kenya. It's very expensive. It's $120 or $80 or anything that is that actually is made in Kenya is very expensive. And so I'm asking, why are we subjecting our country if we are able to produce? We have about 52 textile industries in Kenya. We can revive them. We can revamp the same thing that Obama did. The government can come up with a way of enabling these industries to make sure that we create local, work local, employ local, plant local. And by so doing, we create jobs and revamp our economy. I think it's very possible. It's just that we've not had this conversation. I think we should start having this conversation so that we can stop exporting our people for general labor in countries like Saudi Arabia, in countries like Middle East, you know, and yet our people have expertise. If you look at a country like Canada, Canada brings top cream people, 250,000 expertise in every year. People who have degrees, people who have PhDs, especially from Kenya also is a beneficiary. Why can't we use this expertise in our own country to revamp our production and our economy? So in terms of
may say wind up.
In terms of EPZ, not EPZ, but in terms of what Wajakoya was saying, I think, and what Stone PK was saying, that in New Jersey, it's a prescription. In Canada, it's not a prescription. In Canada, it's legalized openly, and you go, they're called weed stations, and you can drive by and you can get a sample on the farm and you test what is good. So, but you can see there's a regulation that is there that allows people to act responsibly, smoke responsibly, and buy responsibly and sell responsibly. I think by so doing and having proper regulation, we can create jobs and stop victimizing people who smoke, and stop cutting the production and making it illegal. I think we can make money there. And lastly, Adams, this is for you. I've been listening to Professor Wajakoya, and Professor Wajakoya said that he has is passionate with immigration. He's a PhD he's doing and zeroing in to immigration. And he said he's zeroing in to Maricopa County, which is in Arizona, I guess. And you remember Arizona and Maricopa County, they were very notorious in rules. And if you remember the orange underwear, if you remember that story, you can know how discrimination was very rampant there. So my question to you, how is this passionate of Professor Wajakoya going to be translated into the Kenyan immigration system? Because basically he was looking at discrimination, which of course goes to us as Black people or African people, which we call systemic discrimination. That might not be outright, but how is his studies and zeroing into immigration as the presidential candidate going to help Kenya's economy to flourish? I wanted Adam to respond to that. Thank you.
I think Adam, andika hiyo kitu utarespond kesho, kwa sababu Misi amefanya submission mara mbili. The first time you're given a chance to submit au kufanya submission, na umeambiwa utembee mahali inaitwa Luanda, ndio utajua hakuna kitu inaitwa smoking responsibly. Luanda iko western ile soko inasemekanaga iko na wenda wazimu wengi sana Kenya mzima. Tembea
That's
Luanda.
why I talked about regulation.
Okay, sawa basi. Kuna Leb nimekuona unataka kutusalimia tu peke yake because tunafunga show. Salamu tu. Kesho kuje mapema kidogo.
Nawasalamia sana kwa sababu nimeona naiba yangu hapo Mishe. Mise, nashukuru sana naiba yangu.
Yes, sir. And my cousin too.
Is my cousin as well. Thank you. Kuna kitu moja, even if you're my senior, na disagree na wewe. Enyo, nimekuwa nikisikiza background. Nashukuru kwanza wote kabla ya kuja kwako Alex, na mwananga kila siku. Julia.
Alex umesikia? Alex umesikia unaonangwa kila siku. Kwa hivyo
Adam Oswell. Yeah, naona. Nashukuru sana. Stone BK.
Enda vacation.
Na the host na wale wote nawashukuru sana. Kuna kitu moja na disagree na my cousin here. So nasema Gachagua anafaa kupewa mic, useme asipewe mic. Acha pewa mic kila siku. Nafurahi kuona as a cartoonist na so crazy vitu anaongea hata jielewi. na nikuja kwa Ruto, yani nikaa ajiangalii nyuma, anaongea nikaa nasahau. I don't know, he just forget everything he speaks. Yeah, nashukuru sana.
Asante sana Leb.
Yeah.
Thank you.
so
And I'm most guided, Leb, that coming from you, I'm most guided.
You need to check what Misa is smoking responsibly too, as a neighbor, as a good neighbor, please.
All right guys. So kama vile mjuavyo, imefika tamati ya kipindi chetu na tungependa kuappreciate wale watu ambao wamekuwa nasi kwa hayo masaa yote. We are hitting the 9 hour plus 45 minutes on top. Kwa hivyo leo tumeenda sana. Babu na mjukuu pale, Elkana Shivachi, my good friend Black yuko pale. Black leo ameogopa kuingia studio na nadhani hii maneno ya Rigathi imemfunga sana kule nje. Wakanda Nation, asante sana. DD Zaya, kuna Bernard Osanya, Awino Rapemo amenipatia request leo nimchezee ngoma moja ya Propateur, lakini iko na Kifaransa kingi sana ndani, na pia hii ngoma ambayo Alex ulikuwa unaniambia ya Fabrice ni wimbo ambayo uliimbwa na Franco, lakini pia uko na Kifaransa kingi sana. So kama uelewi Kifaransa itakuwa ngumu sana kupata kile ambacho kinazungumzwa pale. Robert Abuya uko nje ya studio na uko ndani ya studio pia, nashangaa. Emmanuel Olele, asante sana kwa kuwa pamoja nasi. Evelyn leo ulituambia utaingia studio leo, watu wamekungoja hapa, naona Roba anaongea huko nyuma, amekungoja hapa kwa studio, hujaonekana. Pole sana Roba. There's another deal. So Father Danny Darius ana clarify ya kwamba hiyo ngoma ni Fabrice. Asante. Na wale wengine wote, ningependa kwanza tusome constitution tukimalizia, alafu wimbo wa taifa, Stony PK, alafu tufanye wimbo wa taifa na tufunge kwa siku ya leo. Kesho pia ni siku nyingine, tutakutana sana wakati kama leo. Ukiwa na marafiki waweze kuambia wa subscribe kwenye show hii Mtembei TV, na pia kuna show ya mwenzetu ambaye ni presenter. I'm just staying here, nakaa hapa nikishikilia. Kuna mwenye show kamili wa masaa kama haya anaitwa Ndemba. Najua anatuangalia saa hii mahali aliko, najua anatumii sana. Show yake yenyewe inajulikana kama Ndemba and Lulu Show. Ukiweza kuenda pale uweze kusubscribe, utakuwa umefanya kitu kizuri. Na ningependa, wacha nipange ratiba ya leo. Lawrence, leo uko hapo, utatusomea stanza ya kwanza, Mise ya pili, alafu tufunge na your senior. Ni your junior ama ni your senior? Leb, stanza ya... Wewe ni mdogo kwake?
Really.
Okay, Mise, inaonekana umekula chumvi. Ukija hapa saa ingine pia tunakuogopa. Wacha tufanye namna hii, wacha nisome. Kwa hivyo saa hii tunaenda kusoma chapter 6 ambayo ninaona ni chapter ambayo ni ya muhimu sana. Inazungumza kuhusiana na leadership and integrity, chapter ya maana sana, ambayo tutaanza na article 73. Nitasoma kifungu kimoja tu peke yake, alafu kesho tutaendelea, ambayo inaongea juu ya responsibility of leadership. Number 1, it says authority assigned to a state officer A is a public trust to be exercised in a manner that Roman 1 is consistent with the purposes and objects of this constitution. 2, demonstrate respect for the people. 3, brings honor to the nation and dignity to the office. And 4, promotes public confidence in integrity of the office. And B, vests in the state officer the responsibility to serve the people rather than the power to rule them. So wacha tuende directly kwa wimbo wa taifa kwa sababu ya masaa. Lawrence, uweze kutukariria stanza ya kwanza, Mise ya pili, na Leb ukatukariria stanza ya tatu. Asanteni, karibu.
Okay. Hey Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki hiwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amen.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu. He ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini. Kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Asanteni sana. Leo Roberto, nimejaribu kutafutia ngoma yako lakini bado sijapata tafsiri yote. Nilikuwa ninataka nikusemee leo nzele, lakini sijapata tafsiri yote. Labda kesho nitakuwa nimemaliza kuifanyia uchambuzi na labda nitakupatia mistari kadhaa. Lakini kwa vile lazima tuwapatie kitu wasikilizaji wetu kule kwenye comments, ningependa at least niwaimbie wimbo mmoja hapa, ama niwakaririe wimbo mmoja hapa ambao ni wa Franco. Wimbo wenyewe ni Mamu. Sijui kama unajua Roba. PK, naona unatingiza kichwa, inaonekana unafahamu.
Nikikosa kufahamu Mamu nitakuaje bana?
Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Mamu, umeumbwa na Franco na TPOK Jazz.
Olobaki nini?
Wimbo wenyewe unaenda namna hiyo. Olobaki nini olobaki nini Mamu, olobaki ngai nafunda nayo na mobali nayo, olobaki ngai na salaka kisefe na libala na bino. Yani olobaki ni what did you say? Olobaki nini Mamu, what did you say Mamu? Olobaki ngai nafunda yo na mobali na yo, yani unaenda kusema kwamba mimi kila wakati nakuripoti kwa bwana yako. Mobali ni bwana, mobali na yo sasa ni bwana yako. So olobaki ngai nafunda ka na yo na mobali na yo, kila wakati unasema kwamba nakuripoti kwa bwana yako. Olobaki ngai na salaka kisefe na libala na binyo, yani you say that I am causing trouble in your marriage. Kwa hivyo huyu Mamu ni mrembo ambaye anamlaumu Franco ya kwamba kila wakati Franco anaenda kumripoti kwa bwana yake ya kwamba anataka kuwa na yeye basi.
That is one of my favorite tracks, man.
Wimbo wenyewe unaenda namna hiyo sasa.
Roba, wacha nikupe tips ndio siku ile ya Julia unaweza. Nini tena unatoa? Na nilikuwa nataka kupea Roba.
Misekaa chini unaharibu watu bwana. Weekend bado iko mbali.
Why you dancing when Julia is gone?
Julia ametoroka mapema. Unajua alikuwa amesema atatoa press statement leo.
Unajua lazima I have to cover my brother Roba in case I have to give him the tricks. Alisema ati nini, wacha nimpe tricks.
Mimi nakuelezea, unajua mimi kila mara ninaongea juu ya moto ya makaratasi. Sasa ninakwambia maji ya moto hayachomi nyumba. Wewe sasa ni maji ya moto. Tulia, tukuoneshe bila kuishi na watu.
Ubaya yako Roberto, una msimamo bana. Leo ni hapa, jana nimeona ni pale. Sasa si utangaze msimamo mapema bana. Unajua kuna watu wanakusikia kule nje.
Unajua sasa
kuwa kama Adam kama is a jogging mate na akamalizia hapo.
Na ninaona mise
kama sisi hatutaki kuchelewa.
Naona mise umepata.
Unajua wazee kama sisi hatuwezi chelewa. Tukiona kifaranga kipya tunachukua kifaranga kipya, hatuwezi kuharibu wakati.
I think Robert is just biologically or genetically polygamous. His grandfather was a polygamous man, so he's just following the roots.
Even is following what, the roots?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mise,
okay.
Mise nataka
like the Roots Party.
Sikia, Mise nataka nikuelekeze mahali kuna shabiki wetu wa show hapa anaitwa Emma Zakisha, amefurahishwa sana na kucheza kwako. Unaona anasema Mise hoye.
Anasema uweke wimbo urudie tucheze.
Kesho tutakupatia dakika 2 baada ya kupeana closing comments. Wewe utatusakatia rumba kidogo ili ukaweze kuwapendeza mafans wako kule kwa comments.
Lazima unajua nirushe uoga kwa Robert ajue kwamba mambo si hivi.
So it's a threat. You're just doing threats, right?
Hapana, ni statement.
Mission mtu anapenda kucheza.
Unamtia baridi.
Unamtia baridi.
Unajua lazima nadhani Stone PK atakuelezea. Unajua kuna umri ukifika wewe ndio unatafutwa. Au utafuti? Sasa wewe sasa uko kwa ile stage ya kutafuta.
Robert, you know there's a controversy in Mrs. age, because at some point he presented himself to be so young, and then he also became here so old, and then today this guy here, his neighbor Leb, came here and say he's old again. Tomorrow Mrs. will be young. We don't know the age of this guy.
And you have to be unpredictable. You can't just you can't like ukijieka kwa mafisi kama Adams watakurarua. You have to be unpredictable. But Stone PK, in 48 laws of power inasema you scatter the master, you strike the master, you scatter the ship. So the master hapa ni Robert. Now strike, I scatter the ship so that I get the word.
Unfortunately, Misse is swinging like a pendulum every day. Hata juzi nilimuuliza kama anajua fruit ambayo inaitwa tikitiki maji, akaniambia hana habari. So leo yuko pande hii, kesho naona ameanza kupata mafansa, ameanza kubadilishania.
Lakini unajua Kiswahili si mdomo changu. Utaniwia radhi.
Evelyn umekataa kukuja studio kusalimia Misse na Roba. Umewakosea sana, lakini sawa tu. Kesho ni siku nyingine. So ladies, lady ameenda. So gentlemen, wacha tuseme hapo ndio tutafikia kikomo kwa show yetu siku ya leo. Kesho ni siku nyingine, Mungu akaweze kuwalinda. Tukutane masaa na mida kama ya leo. Asanteni.
Mr. Boirire.
Mitumbo ulisema ya daraja 2 ile tukutane. Hiyo ni